We talked about honesty, but we also want to be empathetic. As an empathetic leader, it's often torn between leading with your head and leading with your heart. Now, yes, it's a fine balance. And as women, we're also called emotional beings, but it's important to understand the empathetic side of leading with your head and leading with your heart. It's possible to do both. Also, as a leader, we want to be results driven. People want to understand, what is your value that you're bringing to the table? The data that you have, what are you doing and what are you utilizing with it? Oftentimes I talk to people and leaders and they have all this great data, whether it's manual data or whether it's on the computer. But what do they do with it? Do people understand the true value that they're bringing to the table? Next, we have color. So when we move on to the characteristic of color for a diamond, we're talking about diamonds need to have the least amount of color possible. Typically they have that yellow tint to it. So we don't want that. That makes the diamond a little bit less valuable. And so now this is where people get kind of nervous and squirming in their seat because they're thinking, Dr. K is about to talk about race. Yes, it's important again that we take that stand and have those crucial conversations about equality. Now, not only do I want to talk about race, but I also want to talk about diversity and inclusion. Now, when we look at race, we're talking about as women of color, Asians, Black, Hispanics. We have been disproportionately represented in the field of leadership. And it's important that all ladies, regardless of race, that we take a stand for one another. When we look at diversity, we're looking at how someone identifies themselves. Maybe again, it's race, it could be gender, it could be religion. But what about those aspects of a leader of diversity that we don't see, such as personality, or maybe learning styles of an individual? Diversity and inclusion is starting to be a huge topic. So think about this. Have you ever been in a room of people and you're asking a question on how we can improve something, what we can do about something? And you get crickets, there's dead silence, no one is saying anything. But have you thought about, as a leader, do I have introverts in the room? As an introvert, sometimes they might need time to think about what's being said and process it. Or maybe if you're asking them a question in front of a group, maybe they're thinking, wait, it's a group setting. I'm an introvert. I don't like to talk in a group. Well, we continue to ask those questions, but we're not getting the most valuable feedback that we can get. Likewise with learning styles. There are the people that need to take more time to process things versus being on the spot, jotting on the spot, and being able to give you the answers right then and there. So as leaders, when it comes to diversity, it's not just the things that we see, but it's also the things that we don't see. Next, we take a look at inclusion. Inclusion is the value of someone. Are they feeling heard? I think about, I was working with a CEO, consulting with him, and I went up to him and I said, we had several different things we wanted to cover. And we got to diversity and inclusion. And I said, you know what, Mr. CEO, talk to me a little bit about, as your leadership, what do you do for diversity and inclusion? And he looked at me very proudly and looked me dead in the eye. And he says, I ensure that I implement the EEO, Equal Employment Opportunity, and affirmative action. And there was a pause. And I paused. And I kind of slowly started to have a smile on my face because I was hoping he was going to say more. And so after there was that pause and continued silence, I said, okay, Mr. CEO, well, what does that look like? And he went on to explain that he has a policy and that when new hires are hired, they get the policy and nothing more. But again, as leaders, it's way more than a policy that we put in place. It's living and breathing it every day. Ultimately, with people's differences, we need to leverage those differences because they're going to help us be more valuable as well. Next, we have clarity. Now, when we look at clarity, we're looking at the diamond's flaws. Now, when you look at a diamond, you don't look at it and say, oh, I see the flaws, because those flaws are naked to the eye. Now, if you put it underneath a microscope, you're able to see that there's inclusions or imperfections or flaws within them. But again, on the outside, it seems perfect. Now, as ladies in leadership, we may appear perfect and have it all together on the outside, but on the inside, we're flawed. We have imperfections. Now, how many perfectionists do we have out there? I mean, I'll raise my hand on that. When we try to be perfections, it doesn't always work because, again, we're flawed inside. We're going to make mistakes. When we make those mistakes, we need to be honest with our team. Can we share with them that, I've made a mistake, my bad, and this is the effect that it's going to have on us. But at the same time, when we make those mistakes, as leaders, we need to have compassion as we have compassion to others. Now think about when people that you're leading, when they make mistakes, we often say, oh, it's okay. It's going to be all right. No one died from it. We can move on. We dropped a rubber ball. We bounced back from it. It wasn't a glass ball that shattered. But when it comes to us as individuals, we often beat ourselves up. The second piece of clarity would be vision. Now, as leaders, we need to have vision. Without a vision, where are you going and what are you doing? When I do workshops for leaders, there's one activity that I enjoy doing because it's very telling. The first thing is just asking the question of, what is the vision of your leader or of the company? And a lot of times you'll get blank stares because people don't know. They're just there doing a job and going home every day. But the activity that I like to do is I like to break the room up in a few groups, and I give them puzzles. So one group, I'll give them the puzzle in a sandwich bag, and I'll include the picture of the puzzle. I'll cut the picture out from the box of the puzzle, and I'll put it in a sandwich bag. In the other group, again, I'll give them the puzzle pieces in a sandwich bag with no picture. Now, the first interesting thing about it is the group that does not receive the picture, but receives the puzzle pieces, they don't even ask about, like, where's the box, where's the picture. They just go on and they start putting the puzzle together. Typically, they start with the edges. And then you have the group that has the picture. And, they start typically with the edges, but they typically finish first. They've always finished first when I've done this activity. Because the thing is, the group that finishes first, they have the picture or the vision to be able to complete it. But again, the group that did not have the picture, they don't stop to ask what the vision is. But you know what's interesting? They continue to do the work as if they understand. And so although they may not understand their vision, they're going on about their days, creating tasks, and completing responsibilities, not knowing the vision. Now, vision is important because it's ultimately what inspires people. Next, we have our carrot. Now, when we think about the carrot of a diamond, people often think about what size is the diamond? How big is it? You know how it goes. Someone gets engaged that you know, and the first thing they say is, let me see. And they look at it and they're wanting to see how big it is. But carrot is about the weight and not the actual size. Now, as ladies in leadership, it's not about how we look on the outside, but it's how we present and what we present. It's our value that we bring to the table. Now, oftentimes with the value that we bring to the table, it's not just about, again, how we look, but it's also about pouring into others. When we often have that value, we're often pouring into others. But think about it. Who's pouring into us? Or what are we doing to pour into ourselves? It's important as ladies in leaderships that we often take the time to maybe be surrounded by like-minded women. Or maybe it's that we have a mentor or an accountability partner. Are we attending conferences and trainings? You know the old saying, you're worth your weight in gold, or in this case, it's diamonds. Now, after we have all those diamond properties put together, cut, color, clarity, and carrot, now it's time to pick the setting. When it comes to the diamond, there's several different settings. You have a pave setting, a halo, solitaire, a channel setting, and so many more. But when you put that diamond in the setting, it enhances the diamond. So as ladies in leadership, I ask you, is your setting or an environment that you in, is it enhancing who you are? Is it holding you firmly in place? Is it allowing you to shine? Now, ladies, I kind of leave you with this. Remember, we talked about the 4 C's to ladies in leadership: cut, color, clarity, carrot. Remember, it's also important to ensure that we're in the right setting, in the right environment. And lastly, I want each of you to shine bright like a diamond. You are bright, you are valuable, and you are beautiful. Thank you. My name is Kenneth Bigpen once again. I can be reached at 916-1061. And my email address is info@drkennethbigpen.org. Take care.
Thank you for joining us. To those of you who are online and those of you who are attending in person, we just want to welcome you to this very important conversation that we're having about what's going on in our country, especially with the media. Some of you may be like I am, and by the way, my name is Frances Murphy Draper. People call me Tony. And some of you may be like I am. How many of you are tired of what's fake news or alternative facts or even the assault on the media? Well, I'm right there with you. I am the CEO and publisher of a 126-year-old business by the name of the Afro American Newspapers. I know some of you might be saying, newspapers, didn't they go out of style with the dinosaurs? Who reads newspapers anymore? We get all of our news online. Well, I love online news. I get a lot of my news online as well. But when we really take a look at the value of newspapers, especially black newspapers, and by the way, there are approximately 200 black newspapers still in the United States. When we look at the value of black newspapers, then we have to say to ourselves, do we want to still be, as Samuel Cornish and John Russwurm were, people who said we wish to plead our own cause? Too long have others spoken for us? Or do we want to just be the recipients of someone else's interpretation of our news? I contend that we have a problem in the United States and really around the world because we're not controlling enough of our own media, our own messengers, our own outcome through the media, and therefore we are at the mercy of what we are told by a lot of times people who don't look like us. And so I want to have this conversation today with you, and thank you again for joining. I see that you're joining from all over the country, but we want to have a conversation about how we can work together, how we can collaborate, how we can partner to make sure that our news remains, yes, relevant, and our news remains our news. Let me stop just for a moment, because even though I introduced myself and you'll see my name across the screen, let me give you a little background about myself and the Afro American newspapers. And so the Afro was established in 1892 by my great-grandfather, John Henry Murphy Sr., who had been enslaved, and at 52 years old as a free man, when according to those who study such things, less than 2% of the black population could even read, John Murphy thought it would be a great idea to tell our own story, our own way, from our own angle. And so depending on who you talk to in our family, he borrowed $200 from my great-grandmother, Martha. People say he didn't borrow it. They were a couple, so she invested in the business, and they bought a printing press. And believe it or not, the name Afro was already out there, so they bought the name at an auction. And they bought really a press and what was a feed sheet called the Afro. But John Murphy wanted to tell the news of our community because it wasn't really being told any kind of way in 1892. We were non, we weren't even considered to be people, if you will. So he would write about what was happening in our community, basically in the social scene and in the church, and then expanded it to the political scene. And so the Afro-American was founded. Shortly thereafter, you had papers like the Chicago Defender, and to be accurate in my history, the Philadelphia Tribune really predates the Afro-American newspaper, but the Afro is the oldest continuously published African-American publication in the country by the same family. So needless to say, over the years, those papers grew, and you found that you had African-American publications all over the country. And so here we are now in 2018, and I want to contend, and I want to, if you will, argue that there's still a great need for us to tell our own story, to tell it our own way. We may not always tell it through the printed pages, even though I'm surprised of the number of people that still say, you know what, I want a paper in my hand. But I'm thankful for things like the internet, and I'm thankful for social media and other outlets where we can quickly get information from one person to another. But we can't tell our whole story in 140 characters. There's more to a story than just what we tweet or just what we post or the picture that we put on Instagram with a caption. For example, if I wanted to bring it forward, we've had many a story about whether or not Black Lives Matter. Well, we know Black Lives Matter, and when we say Black Lives Matter, that's not to say that other lives don't matter, but it's to say that there is a priority on Black lives. When we see studies that say that a certain percentage, a large percentage of people don't support Colin Kaepernick kneeling at the NFL and they're going to burn their tennis shoes. Look, we know that African Americans, we're not burning our tennis shoes, and we understand that Kaepernick is not kneeling because of a flag, but he's kneeling to protest the treatment of African Americans. When we hear stories in the main media that tell us that an off-duty police officer went into someone's apartment by mistake, and now they're trying to say, or then they were trying to say, whenever we read that story, that this was something that was justified, we know that there's another side to the story. And when we hear number 45 calling African nations S-hole countries and just disregarding the contributions of our people, we know that there is another side of the story. And so I'm advocating for a movement, if you will, that we can come together and make sure that we support our Black press, no matter what city you're in. I want to just ask that you join the movement to support the Black press, either by subscribing to that publication, interacting with that publication, writing for that publication, certainly reading online or whatever way is preferable to you, reading what is produced by that publication so that we together can be, yes, more informed. And I don't want to say, let me not say more informed, but informed from that perspective, because we are already informed. But the Black press, and I think I've said it 3 times, but somebody told me there's power in 3, that when you say things 3 times, it sticks. And so I'm saying it again, that we have an obligation, but we also have an opportunity to set the record straight. And if we can quote the Washington Post, and I'm not knocking that publication, or the New York Times, we ought to be able to also quote the Michigan Chronicle and the LA Sentinel, and certainly the Baltimore Afro-American newspaper or the Washington Afro-American newspaper. And we need your help. I've had people say to me, well, that's passé. Newspapers are out of date. And we've had people that we go to for support monetarily that say, well, African Americans, they read everything, and so we don't need to support the Black newspaper. How many of us know, though, that that's just an excuse to not have our businesses thrive? And so we're a newspaper, yes, but we also are a business. And did I already tell you that we need your help? This is a collaboration. We need you to join the movement. And what movement is that? Yes, to keep the Black press alive, but also to support the causes together that are important to us. Get out the vote. That's important to us. We already know that in a few years, black and brown people will be the majority in the United States. And we ought to have more representation in the halls of Congress, more representation in the Senate. And we're thankful for those who are now coming into legislative power, but we need more. It should be more equitable than what it is, more equitable in our businesses, more equitable in our higher education institutions, our HBCUs. And so there's a need for the HBCU to continue. There's a need for the black newspaper to continue. There's a need for our black businesses to thrive, not just to continue. I said continue, but to thrive. It's one thing to be in business, but how many of us know that being in business and just existing is not what we're looking for? And we're not looking for, some people say, well, I just want my fair share. I don't know what the fair share is, but I want more than what somebody else determines should be our fair share. And so one of the ways that I believe that we can get the message out is to make sure that the media that we control, the black newspaper, the black radio stations, and you know they are dwindling, and we don't really own that many black television stations, but we need to own more of our own media so we can tell our own story. I'm glad that we're on the CNNs and the MSNBCs. I'm glad that we're represented there, but we still are a minority. There's a difference, though, between being represented someplace and owning that enterprise. And so won't you with me join the movement? And in a minute, I'm going to tell you how to join the movement. I'm going to give you a number to text. And all I want you to do is just to text to join the movement to this text number I'm getting ready to give you. I think that we can do that. Join the movement. Text Afro News to the number that's on your screen. I believe together we can make a difference. We will make a difference. And I want to go back to what the founders of the very first newspaper, which was called, by the way, Freedom's Journal, they said, and I'll say it again, I said it at the beginning, we wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. Is there anybody else besides myself? You're tired of others speaking for you. You want your voices to be heard. Well, join the movement. Text Afro News to the number that's on your screen. I look forward to hearing from you. I look forward to working with you. I look forward to collaborating with you. Together we can make a difference. Thank you for tuning in to this broadcast. And I know that we will make a tremendous difference when we work together. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. This is the Success Women's Conference Mississippi 2018. And I am delighted to join some wonderful women all around the country and all around the world. I may not be there with you in person, but my spirit, I promise you, is there with you. We are all in alignment. Do you know why? Because I'm here to inspire. That's one of the affirmations. I'm here to empower. That's one of the affirmations. I am here to recharge, hallelujah, I'm just a church girl from Detroit, and I'm here to connect you with women all over the country, such as myself. I am Dr. Missy Johnson, and my piece is called Fearless Faith. I know I said hallelujah in the beginning. If you offended, I apologize. But I'm just a church girl from Detroit, born and raised, and all I know is church. And what I'm going to talk about to you today is how to have fearless faith. Shameless plug, that's my book that's coming out. Fearless Faith. Life After Cancer. How to Survive a Life Tsunami and Win. Let me tell you a little bit about that. See, one of the words that they have of information that the Success Women Conference has embraced is called recharge. You have to recharge yourself. But I'm going to come back to that in a minute. I want to tell you a little bit about what I'm doing, who I am, and what I do. I am Dr. Missy. I am your reinvention strategist. I am your break free coach. And I am your lifestyle architect. What does that mean? That means that fearless faith, life after cancer, I had to do all three of those things. So I'm not in that place anymore because you can't talk about something that you are in. You have to talk about something that you have overcome. Overcome. Take a look at me. When you see this beautiful face, when you see this beautiful smile, I ain't trying to be fake. I'm just trying to be real. But it took me a while to put this smile back on my face because I had to recharge myself. I had to reinvent myself. I had to break free from some things and I had to redesign my life. That's why I'm a lifestyle architect. Because, see, on April 17th of last year, I was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer, slipping into stage 4, stage 3C cancer. On April 17th, I was announced as Barack Obama Lifetime Achievement Award. President Barack Obama, our former president, Lifetime Achievement Award on the 17th. On the 18th, 24 hours later, I was diagnosed with that cancer. And when they talked to me after having my mammogram, going on my lunch break, I'm asking them why they're taking so long. I have to go back to work. They said the doctor is looking at your x-ray. I'm like, in my mind, okay, he's looking at my x-ray. Okay, whatever. Then they said we need to do an ultrasound. That means take a deeper dive. Have you had to take a deeper dive in your life when you try to reinvent yourself, when you try to recharge yourself? They had to take a deeper dive. But when they took that deeper dive, they said, we need for you to go to the breast cancer center immediately. And I said, why? Do you think I have breast cancer? There's a high suspicion. My question to you, what's a high suspicion in your life that you're going through something where you have to have your fearless faith to step in and take over because you just couldn't see the forest from the trees? What in your life that you had to take a deeper dive in your life as a woman entrepreneur, as a woman business owner, as a women solopreneur, to look at your life, to look at your business, to see what's really going on? Well, that's what I had to do with my life. I was building a business. I have my business today. I was also working with clients. I have clients today. But reinvention and recharging was a big step that I had to take myself and turn myself around. So after they said all that, they said, well, we need you to go downtown. I said, I'm not going no place. They said, why? The reason why is because I was honored to be a recipient of the President Barack Lifetime Achievement Award. My family and everyone was going, and I want them to have that experience because I never knew what type of experience they were going to have when I came back. So when we cut back from that beautiful event, that's when I went to see the breast cancer specialist with my husband. And when I went down there, they gave me a whole plan on what I needed to do. But my oncologist also said, we really need for you to go into the chair today. And I said, what chair? They said the chemo chair. Those are two chairs I don't want to ever see in my life again. The chemo chair, and God forbid in the Green Mile, the electric chair. The electric chair ain't one place I want to see, which I never do nothing for the electric chair. But the chemo chair felt like the electric chair for me. So I said, why do I need to go so quickly? Because you're slipping into stage 4. Okay, let me get myself together because I'm really about to cry. The reason why I'm about to cry is because I was still in the midst of fighting a 47-day being in the hospital just 2 years later in 2016 of being in the hospital from having a 3% chance of living. I'm going to say that again. Prior to me being diagnosed with cancer, I had a 3% chance of living because I went into the hospital and I was in the hospital for 60 days. I know everything is about numbers, but let me throw some numbers at you. I was in the hospital for 60 days. I was in a coma, a medicated induced coma for 47 days. While in that medicated induced coma for 47 days, I was cut wide open from my breastplate to my pelvic 10 different times. During that time, I was in ICU for 31 days. Now, you may be trying to figure out how in the world did Dr. Missy survive all that? Well, ask yourself this. Let me take you back 2 more years prior to that. A 60 miles an hour head-on collision that I survived. So yes, so when I talk about fearless faith, you better have some fearless faith, not just in your life, but you better have some fearless faith in your business. Success Women's Conference. I may be talking about my story on how I had to survive life after cancer, but cancer wasn't the only thing that I had to survive. I had to survive my marriage. I had to survive my family. I had to survive my business that was just being built. And my business, I'm telling you the truth, my business went down because of all my health challenges. I also had to survive friends leaving me. I had to survive myself. So when you see this pretty little face right here, and you see this little short haircut, I'm not trying to be like India Ari. I'm not trying, no shade on India Ari, so don't get it twisted. I ain't trying to put no shade on her. But my hair was a 28-inch long weave with 30 inches, and it was down to my back. And I can wear it straight or I can wear it curly. That's just how I was. And what you see today, I'm not Afrocentric. I'm not trying to be everybody take off their hair and be free. That was not me. I'm wearing this hair is because I had to reinvent myself. Because guess what? I had started defining myself with my hair and I didn't even know it. So my business question to you and my personal questions to you, how are you redefining yourself in your personal life and in your business life? I'm going to tell you a secret. It's parallel because what you do in your business is going to carry over into your personal, and what you carry in your personal is going to carry over to your business. I was not incongruent. I was not in alignment. And because I wore that weave so much, I didn't even know it. We're talking about the Successful Women's Conference. See, I know we got some C-suite people. I know we got some executives. I know we got some solopreneurs. I know we got some entrepreneurs. And I also know that we have women that in the next 10 to 15 years, they're going to be retired from their job. And you're going to come up against a tsunami in your life. You're going to come up against a tsunami in your business, and you need to know what to do about those things. Well, what I had to do when my five senses failed me, my sight, my hearing, my taste, when my mind, when I was forgetting things, touching things, when I was losing the taste in my mouth and the touch of things, I was out of touch with reality. I was just tasting things with chemo, and I wasn't even tasting my food. So what happens when your five senses leave you? Your sixth sense, baby, got to kick in. I'm telling you the truth. So hold on to your horses because I'm about to tell you what your sixth sense is if you haven't figured it out yet. Your sixth sense is your faith. I don't care what religion you are. Oh, let me say this because it might offend some people. I care what your faith is. Yes, I do. Or your religion is. Let me say that. But what I really care about is your faith. What I really care about, what is your belief system? What are you believing in for you? Well, I had to reprogram myself. I had to reinvent myself. And like the affirmation for the Success Women's Conference, I also had to recharge myself. And in my book, Fearless Faith, Life After Cancer, How to Survive a Life Tsunami and Win, I give you 12 strategies on 12 different events in my life that took place before cancer, during cancer, and after cancer, where I had to recharge my life, where I had to reinvent myself. And I'm not gonna give you all 12 because you can get the book, but I'm going to give you a few today because you know I only got a certain amount of minutes and I can't just tell you everything. But what I'm going to tell you is some things that you need to do to reinvent yourself. As a successful women's conference, you are a C-suite woman, you are an executive, you are professional, you are a solopreneur, and you're entrepreneur. And these are things that we all have in common. Even though the dollars might not, I might have five zeros, 4 zeros, 6-figure zeros, 7-figure zeros. But one thing that I do know for the first strategy is you're going to have to release some things. Aretha Franklin talk about respect. That's one of them. But the first thing I'm going to talk about is release. Well, Dr. Missy, what do you mean by release? I had to release the people. I'm talking to you, professional woman. I'm talking to you, C-suite woman. I'm talking to you, solopreneur. I'm talking to you, entrepreneur. In order to grow, if you don't go and start to release some things, then you're not going to grow. You're going to have to release some people, some things, some places. You might even have to release the environment that you are in order to grow. Well, Dr. Missy, what did you release? I had to look at me. Oh, okay, wait a minute. And when I did that, I almost cried. The tears almost fell out of my face. Let me get myself together. Because I had to release my hair. I had to release my weave. Matter of fact, I didn't even release my weave. My weave released me. Because I had my weave for so many years, even when I got married. And I didn't know it was attached to me. Oh, okay. I'm getting myself together. I had to release the weave because it was so hard for me to release it. But somehow, this cancer thing, when I couldn't release it, the hair just fell out. The braids just fell out with my chemo. My hair just fell out. And guess what? I didn't even have no hair to connect no weave to. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you're going to have to release some things. And some things you're going through in your life is going to release you. So you may be at the position that you don't know how to release some things. And sometimes that thing comes to release you. And all I want to say, that where you at and that thing you need to release or what needs to release you is that it was necessary. Even though you might not see, I'm keeping myself together. Even though you might not thought at that moment, because I didn't think it, that it was necessary at that moment, I couldn't release it on my own. And I needed help. So whatever you're going through in your business, Success Women's Conference, professional woman, entrepreneur, C-suite woman, release the things, the people, in the situation that no longer serves you. That's the first strategy in the book. But it's another story behind that. Another strategy that I'm giving you, there's 12, but I'm giving you another one. Another strategy that I'm going to give you is called respect. You have to respect the people around you. But more than that, you have to respect the position that you're in. Because what happened, I disrespected cancer. I was mad about that thing. I was mad about cancer because what was going on is that I said, how can you disrespect me? I just came out of a 3% chance of living. I just was in a 60 miles an hour head-on collision. I felt disrespected. As a matter of fact, can I just keep it a little bit real? I felt, this might offend some people, but I'm telling you how I felt. I felt that God disrespected me. Because when I came out of that coma and I came home to all of this work at the hospital, my hospital came home to me. And when I was getting well, when I was in rehabilitation, I said to God, what is it that you want me to do? Where is it that you want me to go? And what is it you want me to say? So I thought me and God was good. So when I got that cancer, I felt that God disrespected me. And I never said anger about it. I never said that I felt that God disrespected me. And the reason I felt that is because I felt like I came through all this. I'm team Jesus. I'm team God. No, we won. But you know what? I wasn't ready. But I didn't know I wasn't ready. So what I'm saying to you, respect the position that you are in. It might not look like the thing you want to be in, but respect the place that you in. My arms is too short to box with God. So my question to you, who are you disrespecting or respecting? What is the thing that you felt disrespected you? If you felt this disrespected you, let it go because it no longer serves you. You need to respect where you at. Respect the people around you. Respect the people who's going to help you in the situation. Sometimes when we get so mightily high, I am not so heavily bound that I am no earthly good. Sometimes we got to ask for help. But because of our pride, because of everything that we accomplished, bachelor's, master's, doctor's degree, John Maxwell, international certified professional coach, because I got all these titles behind me, sometimes I feel like I ain't got to ask nobody. So I was disrespecting myself because I wasn't asking for no help. But you know what I did? I reached out, like Dana Ross said, I reached out and touched somebody. I reached out and demanded my respect. I reached out and asked God to, if I offended you in any kind of way, to forgive me. That I repented for disrespecting God or saying that God, you disrespected me. I just didn't know which way to go because I was just tired of being sick. So now what I want you to do, one more time, is that strategy is called respect. Respect the place where you are at. Respect your position because it's necessary. The last one that I want to give you is called reinvention. I told you I'm a reinvention coach because guess what? I had to reinvent my life. Well, Dr. Missy, what did you have to do to reinvent your life? If you don't think after 60 miles an hour head on collision, if you don't think after 3% chance of living, 3% chance of living just 2.5 years ago, if you don't think that having breast cancer, stage 3, going to chemo, having 18 months of all of this, if you don't think I had to reinvent myself after all these degrees, see, I worked in the automotive industry as a manager for 20 years. I traveled all over the world, Germany, UK, teaching logistics and planning all over the world. But with all this cancer going on, I just couldn't do it anymore. But I know I have a skill set. I had to reset my mind and I had to reinvent myself. What did you do to reinvent yourself? There's a strategy in the book to reinvent yourself. But the first thing I had to do is I had to reset my mind because I had got so comfortable to where I was at in the place I was in. Reinvention is a very uncomfortable place to be. It is not easy. It is not for the average person. People always say, Lord, I'm waiting on the answer from God. I'm trying to tell you, you already got the answer. Just reinvent yourself. You have to have accountability. You have to have mentorship. You have to have a coach that's going to walk you through reinvention, because accountability is the key. You have to walk with somebody that's 5 steps ahead of you. A coach always has a coach. If a coach don't have a coach, then I question that person, because how do you get to your next level? Right now, Success Women's Conference, I am at the next level of my business. I am at the next level of my life. Oh yes, my other hair coming back. But guess what? I'm learning to accept the place where I am at right now. Is it easy having this short hair? I'm going to tell you the truth. It's not. Is it easy going from a 44G to I don't even know what size I am now? I can't find the right bra. Is that easy? No. I have pains in my body. I can't even have another surgery in my stomach because of all the surgeries I have had. But I know that God knows that He saved me and kept me for a time as this. And the time He has kept me for is for you. He has called me to be a break-free coach to help the professional woman, to help the entrepreneur, the solopreneur, that C-suite woman that sits behind that desk, that hides behind that mask to show them how they can reinvent their life. Because guess what? You're not going to always be sitting in that seat. You're going to need a foundation to build up your business, your next level of life, whether it's a business, whether entrepreneurship, whether it's living in your dreams, your goals, and your vision. You're going to need to have some reinvention. You're going to need to have some empowerment. I'm going to empower you because guess what? I'm a gangster about what I do. I am an empowerment coach. I'm going to break you free. There's a lot of breakthroughs because I had some breakthroughs and the breakthroughs is good. But guess what? I had to break free from that here. I had to learn to start respecting myself and respecting my position where I'm at. And I had to start reinventing my life. Those are some of the things that has happened to me when you have life after cancer, how to survive a life tsunami and win. Has it been an easy road? No. Entrepreneurship is not easy. But I tell you one thing, if you step into your dreams, as you step into your goals, and you step into your vision, I tell you everything is going to be wonderful. Everything is going to be beautiful, but get the right accountability, get the right coaching that you need. You can contact me if you need that coach. I am Dr. Missy Johnson. You can contact me at Ask Dr. Missy, AskDrMissy @gmail.com. You can also find me, drop an email in, fearlesswomenrockconference.com, fearlesswomenrockconference.com. You will get emails from me finding out the tips, tricks, and strategies that you need to build up your business. Am I perfect? Do I get my I's dotted, my T's crossed? Is everything perfect and all that? No, because guess what? I ain't trying to be perfect. I ain't trying to do all that. But what I am doing is reinventing you to be your next best in your next life. This message is for the professional woman. This is for that C-suite woman. This is for that solopreneur. This is for the entrepreneur. Remember, I am your break free coach. I am your reinvention strategist. And I am your lifestyle architect. Meet me, Dr. Missy, on the other side of fear. And remember, just don't have faith, but have fearless faith. Life after cancer and life after anything that's set up and designed to kill you. Get those 12 strategies. My book can also be found on Amazon. Much love, much peace, and remember, your faith makes you fearless.
Hey, amazing you. Welcome to the 2018 Success Women's Conference. I am so honored to serve as a digital ambassador this year. And for those of you who do not know me, maybe I'm new to you, my name is Ty Miles. I am the founder of Fiercer Woman. I'm also a speaker, coach, and author. And I'm just super blessed. I feel super blessed to share on today's lesson where I'll be teaching from Charge Your Worth, Not Your Self-Esteem. And I tell you, this topic is such a passion of mine because I can truly remember when my personal self-esteem, my personal confidence was crippling my success and the way that I showed up in life and my business. And I tell you, since being a coach, I meet so many incredible, amazing women I know just like you who have these huge ambitions. You're doing great things and you have the capacity to do even bigger things, but inside of your mind, the things that you tell yourself, or maybe your past situations, your past experiences, your past disappointments, your past failures, are keeping you from moving forward the way that you know you can. It's causing you to take those extra precautions when pursuing your business instead of really getting out there in the world the way that you know you can. I can remember when I first started my first business. I was 22 years old, so about 15 years ago, I launched my first business. I'm a former hairstylist and salon owner, so it's my first time getting out there, renting my first chair, and I put all my money into it. I mean, all my eggs were in one basket, and the first 7 months, I failed. I failed horribly. I failed horribly because it was my first time launching out there doing something new. I really didn't know what I was doing. Although I had researched and, put together a business strategy the best way I knew, I really didn't have the confidence. I was leaning on and trying to find everybody else I knew that could really show me the ropes, really boost me up and be my cheerleader, pat me on the back and hooray me along the way. And I thought that would be enough to get me out there in the world the way that I needed to be. But it simply didn't. I ended up not making enough money to make ends meet. I found myself negotiating my prices. I found myself serving clients that, really did not bring me passion and joy. And it was just not working out. So long story short, I found myself going back to the drawing board. And this was at the place where I was about to go back to a 9-to-5. It doesn't matter if you're a corporate leader or if you're an entrepreneur and you're attending this conference this year. I really just want you to listen with the ear for how can I use what Ty is teaching to help me right now, right where I am in my situation. So when I share, I may not preface it toward corporate or entrepreneur. If you're a woman in business, then this lesson is for you. So when I went to the drawing board and I looked at the actions that I was taking, I looked at the results that I was getting, and the underlying factor was not the actions I was taking, but the thoughts I was thinking that kept me from doing my absolute best. I hope you're really getting this, because I want you to understand from the very beginning that we are psychophysical units. And what that basically means is that there is a mind-body unit working together. And so the same thing, so it is in the natural, it is in the spiritual first, or the intangible or the invisible first. So before whatever it is that you are doing, before your business became a business, it was first a thought. It was a concept. Before you graduated with your degree in whatever you have, or before you got the job at whatever company you work for, it was first the thought that led you to taking the action that led to the physical manifestation or the result that you have. So we are psychophysical units, mind, body, spirit, body, working together to get a certain specific desired result. Okay. And so what I realized when I was looking back through my actions, I was looking back through my results, the big deal was not the actions that I was taking. I was taking the right actions. The truth of the matter is my self-esteem was low. The truth of the matter is my confidence was not what it should have been. The truth of the matter was that my past traumas from childhood, past failures, past disappointments, all these things were showing up in my business life. All those things that I thought were in my past, all the negative things the naysayers were saying, although I was telling myself it didn't matter, when it came down to me taking the actions, when it came down to me getting out there in the world and doing what I know it would take to get the results that I wanted, those thoughts came back to haunt me. They were showing up in my self-esteem, and they were showing up in my confidence, which was affecting my business, which was affecting my bank account. It was affecting my life. And I know some of you listening in, this is really resonating with you because you are in the same place in your life. So I just want to really validate for those of you who are still tuning in that you are in the right place. If one, you're wanting something new in your life, you're ready to go to that next level, and you know that next level is going to require a boost in your confidence. It's going to require you to not really depend on the validation or the approval of others. It's going to require you to know that you are worthy, to know that you know what you know, to own your brilliance, and to really promote yourself, to really position yourself to get out there in the world, doing your thing the best way that you know how, the way that you know the Creator gifted you to. Okay? And so if that's you, if you're doing something new and you know you need a new level of confidence to really support where you're going, this is for you. If you are ready to truly face your fears, to face your doubts, to face your insecurities so that you can unlock limitless possibilities, so that you can unlock new levels of potential, then this is for you. Also, if you're ready to give yourself a raise right now today, yes, I said it, right now today, my notebook dropped, right now today, then this lesson is for you. I'm going to cover 3 areas. I'm going to talk a little bit real briefly about what self-esteem is, what self-confidence is. I know that you all know this. I'm just going to, give a really short, abbreviated version of my definition of it. I'm going to talk a little bit about why it's important. And then I'm going to share 13 key tips with you, 13 things that you can do that I want you to think about so that you can increase your confidence, so that you can increase yourself energetically and financially, while at the same time increasing your potential clients and your clients' confidence in you. Okay? Sounds like a good deal. So in today's lesson, I honestly just want to bring to the forefront of your mind, I want you to be consciously aware of how your self-esteem is affecting how you show up in business, how you show up in life, okay? And so you're in the right place, and I really do thank you for giving me your time and attention, for giving me a huge listening, because it's always my blessing to share just how my personal life has changed since thinking positive, since practicing, and I call it practical spirituality, since practicing the intangible things and seeing the transformation in my own life and how I've experienced my own personal quantum leaps from taking that business that I launched that failed in 7 months to in the next 7 months after I recreated, a new plan, after I really focused on resetting my mind and resetting my self-esteem through positive thinking. The next 7 months, I broke 6 figures. I went on to earn millions in the beauty industry, which led to 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I left the beauty industry. I walked away from it because I felt this higher calling to share with passionate women like you that have big, bold visions that really just need to get out of their own way so that they can own their brilliance and start taking those calculated risks that are necessary to manifest the life and business that they love and desire. Okay? And so 2 years ago, I walked away from a highly successful business that was bringing in big bucks because I felt this call of a higher purpose on my life. And so once again, with this new call, I needed new confidence. I needed to reset my confidence to a new level, to increase it even the more so that I can pour into amazing women, so that they too can enjoy like the full benefit, the full manifestation of everything that they have been carrying around in their heart. And so God has just been using me to do that. And I thank God, because in 2 years, I'm on a speaker circuit. In 2 years, I worked for a Fortune 500 company. In 2 years, I worked for a multi-million-dollar coaching mastermind that I am the personal development coach. I run all the inner work labs. So I get to talk about this good stuff all the time. So I'm excited, and I just want you all to use some of the things that I'm going to share with you today to start transforming your own life, because I am a firm believer that positive thinking is all that you need to really start taking the positive actions, and also to get you past whatever negative obstacles, whatever adversities may come up along your journey. With positive thinking, that stuff become invisible. That stuff it's only a matter of time before you get past it and on to the next level that you and I both know is predestined for your life. Okay? So the first thing that I want to talk a little bit about is what exactly is self-esteem and self-confidence. Self-esteem, in a nutshell, is how you feel about yourself, how a person feel about themselves. Now, your self-confidence, because I use those words interchangeably, but they are different. Your self-confidence is how you feel about your capabilities, how you feel about your gifts, how you feel about your talents. Okay? So self-esteem is how you feel about yourself overall, and self-confidence is how you feel about your capabilities, your abilities, your gifts, your talents, the things that you can do. Got that? And so why is this important to your business? Why is your self-esteem and your self-confidence important to your business? Well, easy. In my life, I shared my story about when I first started out in business. When your self-esteem and your self-confidence is there, first of all, you're not going to promote yourself the way that you need to. You're not going to speak up about your services, your business, or your talents, or your brilliance, your genius that was gifted to you. You're not going to own it and rock it. You're not going to share it openly without shame or without fear or without, the fear of being rejected or not accepted by someone. That's what happens when your self-esteem and your confidence is not where it should be, when it's not vibrating at the frequency that it needs to be. Those things happen. Some other things that happen when your self-esteem and your self-confidence is not where it needs to be. Maybe you want to take your business to the next level, whatever that is, whether you're starting or whether you're truly going from, say 40,000 and you want to make 60, or maybe you're making 60 and you want to make 100,000, or maybe you're building this team or building this company and you need to develop people. Well, when you have a weak confidence level, or when your self-esteem is not where it needs to be, competition and jealousy comes into play. And so you won't be as willing to develop other people and delegate, because it's possible that you may feel this person will replace you, or this person will get some type of honor or glory that you really want for yourself. I know I'm speaking to somebody. And so you can't allow your confidence to stay lower. You have to always consistently, intentionally, and consciously raise yourself energetically, raise your esteem, and raise your confidence, because it's going to show up in your business. Another area that when your confidence or your self-esteem is not where it should be, you're going to take yourself out of certain conversations. You will look at other people, you will see another company that's doing the same thing as you, and what you will do is assume that you don't have what it takes to be as successful as you think that person is, and so you will just take yourself out of the conversation. Instead of, really putting yourself out there on social media, instead of submitting the proposal, you'll say they'll rather have, sister so-and-so or miss so-and-so or the number one so-and-so instead of you. Because you're looking at their qualifications, you're looking at their credentials, and you're diminishing your own qualifications. You're diminishing your own credentials. You're diminishing your own experience. That's because your self-esteem and your self-confidence is not where it should be. And you can't afford to have that. You can't afford to have that in life or business, because you won't ever truly walk fully into the life that you and I both know that you deserve and that you desire. Okay? And so that's why this work, charge your worth and not your self-esteem, is so important. So now let me start with these 13 key areas, these 13 key tips that I want to share with you. And I want you to write down, check yourself. The first 4 keys are going to fall under check yourself. Check yourself. And because we only have a limited amount of time, I'm going to move through these fairly quickly, but you can watch the replay. The number 1 is assessment. I need you to go and do an assessment. You know better than anybody else where your confidence is. You know where your level of self-esteem is. So I want you to do a true face-to-face, look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself the ugly truth. Look at your business, look at the results that you have been experiencing and say, how has my lack of confidence or my lack of self-esteem, or maybe you don't lack it, maybe you can say, how can having an increased level of self-esteem, or how can having an increased level of confidence help me experience greater results in my life and in my business? Okay? So you need to do an assessment, because you can't change what you don't know needs to be changed. So in what areas are you doubting? In what areas do you have fears? In what areas, are your insecurities? Because in your doubts, your fears, and your insecurities, when you face them, that's when you can change the results that you're getting. Okay? Number 2, acknowledgement. Once you do an assessment, now you need to acknowledge that your doubts, that your fears, that your insecurities, that your self-esteem and your self-confidence has been causing a specific result, or the specific, triggering a specific emotion, or is triggering a specific action or non-action in your life. You have to acknowledge that. And once you acknowledge that, because, let me see, can I give you a real time example? You're procrastinating for some reason. You're supposed to write a talk or write a proposal to receive a speaking opportunity, and you're procrastinating on it. Well, is it possible that you're procrastinating because you really have a fear, or because you're doubting yourself in an area? And because you're doubting yourself, or because you're fearful of something, you're getting a certain result. You're experiencing resistance, and that resistance is showing up in the form of procrastination, keeping you from just getting the dang on proposal done, submitting it, so that you can have an opportunity to receive that speaking opportunity. Okay? So that's just an example, but you have to acknowledge. You have to acknowledge first. Okay? Thirdly, release. Release. You have to release yourself from negative thinking. You have to release yourself from past fears, past doubts, past failures, past experiences that are showing up and wreaking havoc on the results that you want in your life right now. Okay? You have to release yourself from the past. Maybe someone told you that you weren't good enough. Maybe someone told you that you weren't qualified, and you're carrying that thought around. It's in your subconscious mind, and and consciously you are acting a certain way, or you're walking a certain way because of what someone else said, that negative seed that was planted. You need to release yourself from that negative seed. Okay? Now, the next thing, number 4, the fourth key tip that I want to share is redefine. Redefine. It's as simple as this. Once you make that list of areas or things that are showing up negatively in your life. So say, for instance, if it's doubt, write it down. If it's fear, if it's low self-esteem, if it's low self-confidence, if it's an insecurity, whatever it is, I want you to write it down. And then I want you to redefine it. So whatever the negative label, whatever the negative thing is that is showing up in your life, right beside it, I want you to redefine yourself. So maybe you say, I doubt myself because I don't feel like I have the credentials that I need to be successful in this area. Then I want you to go back and redefine it. I doubt my doubts. I have everything I need to succeed within me, and therefore I am going to succeed in this area. That's how you redefine. So you take the negative thought or the negative pattern or the negative habit, and I want you to replace it with a positive thought, with a positive pattern, with a positive habit. Okay? So that's the first tier is check yourself. And the first 4 key tips, I'm going to say them again. 1 is assessment. 2 is acknowledge. 3 is release. 4 is redefine. Now, the second area that I want you to write down is justify the investment. I really love this part. Justify the investment. Now I want you to write down number 5. This is number 5. Number 5 is simply know your worth. You need to know your worth. Now, it doesn't matter that a million other people may be doing exactly what you're doing. Your worth is specific to your DNA. The Creator has innately gifted you with talents, with gifts, with abilities that are unique to your DNA. Can't nobody do it like you. Nobody can replace you. You are irreplaceable when you know your worth, when you know what you are bringing to the table. So you have to know your worth. And you need to know your worth is separate. It's not attached to anything you've done in the past. Your worth is not attached to your past success. Your worth is not attached to your past failure. You are worthy just because the Creator gifted you with a certain specific skill set, with certain gifts and abilities. So number 5 is know your worth. Number 6 is own your brilliance. After you know the gifts, the talents, the abilities, your qualifications, your credentials, your experiences, I want you to own them. It's one thing to know you have a certain skill set. It's a whole nother beast to own it. I know how to write, but when I say I own my writing skills, I will go toe for toe with anybody. You'll have to prove me that I'm not as good as I am. And that's not a boastful statement. That's just a level in which I have to walk in my brilliance, because I don't know what another person's skill set is. I can only assume it. But what I do know is the level of experience that I have. I do know the results that I have received with whatever gifts, whatever talents, whatever abilities that God has gifted me with. I know what I have experienced. I know what my track record is. And the same for you. You know what your track record is. Even if you're just starting out, you know you help someone with what you offer, with your gifts, with your services. You help someone. Whether they paid you or not, you help them. You have a track record. Own your brilliance. Own it. It's yours. And nobody's going to own it for you. Nobody's going to promote you more than you promote yourself. No one's going to believe in you more than you believe in yourself. So you have to own your brilliance. That's number 6. Number 7, invest in yourself. And I already know that you're a woman that invests in yourself, because you're listening to this lesson now. You are attending the Success Women's Conference. So I know that you are one who value investments. You have to invest in yourself, not only professionally, but personally. It's very important that you take the time to holistically attend to yourself, mind, soul, body, spirit, okay? So you need to feed yourself mentally, intellectually, emotionally, physically. You need to, in every area, socially, every area, you need to feed yourself. Every area is important. It is so important. So you need to invest in yourself. Keep investing in conferences like this. Invest your time into people that can really, help you get to the next level, and people that you can help get to the next level. We'll talk more about that in a minute, but you have to invest in yourself. Invest in training. Invest in extra courses that really cultivate and support whatever area of expertise or whatever industry that you're in. Never stop learning. Never stop learning. Always have an open mind to learn something new from the universe, from everything in the universe. Keep an open mind. And so, let me reiterate those 3. So under the justify your investment, number 5 is know your worth. Number 6 is own your brilliance. Number 7 is invest in yourself. Okay. Now let's move on to the next area. The next area that I want you to write down is charge your worth confidently without compromise. Now, this area is important because a lot of time, I know me, I'm a very generous person. I love to give. And sometimes I find myself giving away so much that people don't invest in the product that I have. They don't, invest in bringing me on their team because I've already given them so much. They feel like they have the whole answer. Okay. And so you have to find a way to charge your worth confidently. However, you need to find a way to do it without compromising. You need to still give value, but leave enough gap so that it invites pursuit. So that now, you left them with enough of a gap that they need to bring you on the team. that they need to invest in your services and products because you have exposed, you've given them value, and you've kind of shown them that, what I've given you is not enough, and I still have XYZ to offer. This is the benefit of bringing me on your team. Okay, I hope this is making sense. So then number eight is going to be set a standard. You need to set a standard. So what is it that you want from your career? What is it that you want from your business? What is it that you want from a partner? What is it that you want from your ideal client? Now, you also need to ask yourself, what is it that I don't want? What you don't want in a partner? What you don't want in your business? What you don't want in your life? What you don't want in your ideal client? I don't like to work with an ideal client that thinks they know it all. You're on the call with me because you clearly need my help in the area. But everything that I say, your response is, oh, I know that. Oh, I know that. Oh, I know that. Well, if you know it all, you're not going to have the open mind to receive what I have to give you that could really, support and add positive momentum to your life so that you can get better results because you already know it all. So because I know that I don't want to work with a know-it-all, when certain people come into my life, it's easier for me to see clearly that I'm not going to compromise my standard. This person is not a good fit for me. And I can move on, okay? So you have to set a standard. Know what you want and know what you don't want, okay? So then number 8 is choose your charity. I mentioned being very generous. I'm a heart-centered individual. My business is based around give, and the getting comes later. And with that mentality, I have to remember that I don't want to give away everything. People will try to abuse you, misuse you, take advantage of you because at the end of the day, they either just want to be out of pain, whatever pain they have in their life, or they see your value, but they want to use your value without compensating you for it. You all know what I mean. People try to negotiate your prices. They want to nickel and dime you. They want you to come speak for free and offer you a basket or a boot or a edible arrangement. Well, you already know the value that you provide, and you don't want to be a disservice to your brand or a disservice to, the caliber of value that you bring. So the best way to handle this is to choose your charity. And let me share with you how I do it. One way that I choose my charity is that 4 times a year, I publicly, promote an opportunity for your organization, a company, a church, an event to bring me in. I do 4 pro bono speaking engagements a year, and I publicize it. And then I give people an opportunity to qualify and apply for it. Those are my 4 charity opportunities. They're already out there. And so the people that work with me in past years, they know about the same time of year I'm going to put the application out there. So they're waiting in line. They're waiting for me to release the date that I'm going to open up the applications for those charity opportunities. So this way, I can walk around without feeling guilty about sharing my gifts and my talents. And there's a way for people to that cannot afford, to work with me or cannot afford to hire me to come in and speak. I've created into my business plan a way for them to work with me. So I don't have to feel guilty. I don't have to feel like, I'm not, giving because I'm a giver. And so that's just one way that I choose my charity. So choose in advance the ways that you're going to freely give, but everything else people pay. Okay? I hope that is helpful. That was a big one for me. And so number 9 is connect with the transformation you offer. When it comes to charging your worth and not your self-esteem, if you truly, hone in on this one, connect with the power of the transformation you offer. In other words, what does it cost a person not to work with you? For me, because I work with women who have big visions, but they need to increase their confidence, because without the increase in their confidence, they're just not going to have what they need to move past needing the approval of others. They're not going to have what they need to really confidently move forward and take those calculated risks that are necessary to get the results they want. So if they don't work with me, then they're going to stay in doubt. They're going to stay crippled by their past. They're going to always find themselves blaming others. They're going to always find themselves making excuses for why they can't do what they want to do. They're going to always find excuses, and ultimately they will never, ever have the life that they know that they can. Some of you may work in the medical arena. So guess what? The cost of that person not working with you could literally be their life. The cost of a person not working with me is that they can continue to diminish themselves and continue to be depressed to the point that they may, have suicidal thoughts. I've worked with clients that way. So when I really think about the power of the transformation I offer, it makes me want to get out there in the world in a bigger way. It makes me want to step up and learn as much as I can so that I can help as many women as I can, as many girls as I can. It makes me want to do it. So when you connect with the power of the transformation you offer, it helps you to really promote yourself and put yourself out in the world the way that you need to be. So that you won't have to be, waiting for people to find you. You put yourself out there so that you can be found, so that you can influence the world, so that you can impact the world, so that you can change the world the way that you were predestined to do. Okay? And so you have to really own the transformation that you offer. And so then next, the fourth and last area that I want to speak with you about is position yourself to continuously prosper. Position yourself to continuously prosper. Number 11 is going to be promote the solution. And what do I mean by promote the solution? A lot of times, a lot of the women that I meet, they have this fear that people will judge them about promoting themselves, will judge them or think they're bragging when they talk about themselves or talk about their services or speak highly of themselves. I'm a firm believer that you have to pat yourself on the back. You have to promote yourself. You have to be your own biggest cheerleader, not from an egotistical place where you're just bragging on yourself, but it is your responsibility to keep yourself elevated. And so if you're concerned about other people thinking that you think you're higher than others, if you are concerned about coming off as bragging, then I want you to really grab hold to this key. Promote the solution. What do I mean by that? Learn how to share the transformation that you offer or what you do or the service you provide in a way that adds value to the person, the organization, or the audience you desire to attract or you desire to serve. Okay? What do I mean by that? I could say, this is just an example. When you're meeting someone, just think about in a networking situation. When you meet someone, hi, I'm Ty Miles. I am a coach, a speaker, and author. I have a degree in metaphysics. I'm pursuing my PhD in holistic life coaching. I've been in the business for about 15 years. I've made, millions of dollars, and I really would love to work with you. That's one way to do it. And can you see how that can really sound like a lot of self-promotion? Those are all true facts. Those are my credentials. Those are my qualifications. But it may come off a little presumptuous, right? Well, what do I mean by promote the solution? I can say, hi, I'm Ty Miles, your name, nice to meet you. Well, tell me a little bit about what you do. So I give them the opportunity to share with me about what they do. So now I'm learning about their audience. And I say, wow, this sounds incredible. Well, I love the opportunity to add value to your audience. When I teach, I teach women how to increase their self-confidence in very practical ways so that they can implement immediately and start getting the results that they desire in their life and business. Can you see the difference? I made that second introduction about how I can add value to their audience, not about promoting all of my credentials, my certifications, my degrees, or any of that. I hope this makes sense. I know it makes sense. So number 12 is connect up. Connect up. You want to connect with people that are ahead of you. You want to connect with people that you admire, whether they are virtual, whether it's on certain social media or whether it's live. You want to connect with people that have a proven track record of having success in an area that you want success in. So this is like, maybe it's being mentored. Maybe it's attending more conferences like the one you are attending today. Maybe it's in taking an online course. Maybe it's reading a book. You want to connect with people and ideas that elevate you. And then number 13, lift as you rise. Lift as you rise. As you grow and as you go to the next level, I want you to reach back and I want you to impart in someone who's coming along the way. So as you continue to go forward, I want you to reach back and I want you to bring somebody else along the way with you. All these things, when you do something good, this is why, sometimes we get addicted to other people needing us. This is why sometimes, we want to do good because it makes us feel good to bring a smile to someone else's face. It makes us feel good when we can, make someone else feel good about themselves. I know it does to me. And so this whole concept with lift as you rise, it's increasing your confidence in yourself. It's increasing your positivity at the same time while you're increasing someone else's. And so it is just a way to consistently sustain, a positive mental attitude, a positive thinking, positive thoughts about yourself. And so I hope with these 13 key areas, and I'm going to repeat them one more time. The first area is check yourself. Number 1 is assessment. Number 2 is acknowledge. Number 3 is release. Number 4 is redefine. The second step is justify the investment. Number 5 is know your worth. Number 6 is own your brilliance. Number 7 is invest in yourself. The third area is charge your worth confidently without compromise. So then number 8 is going to be set a standard. Number 9, choose your charity. Number 10, connect with the transformation you offer. The final step is position yourself to continuously prosper. Number 11 is promote the solution. Number 12 is connect up. Number 13 is lift as you rise. Now, it's truly been my blessing to really share with you all today. And I want to leave you with what I call a practical programming thought. A practical programming thought. And so some people call these affirmations. And so whenever I'm feeling in a funk or whenever I'm feeling resistance or when I'm feeling that internal negativity that may come up and make me think all crazy, there's a certain affirmation or programming positive thought that I say that helps reset my mind. And I'm going to share it with you now. It is, I believe my Creator has already richly supplied me with everything I need to succeed in this life. I am confident. I am one with abundant provision, financially, spiritually. And so that affirmation, whenever I'm feeling down, whenever I'm feeling disappointed, whenever I'm feeling any type of internal resistance in my business specifically, I say that affirmation. I hope that you have found today's lesson informative, inspiring, and if you did, I would love to hear from you. All you have to do is email me at ty@tymiles.com, and I'm going to spell this out, TYE@TYEMILES.com. And I also have a gift for you. And I love giving free gifts. And this totally, validates the investment that you've already made in being here. I want to give to you my free ebook. The name of this ebook is called Breakthrough Your Own BS. BS simply stands for belief system. I know you all thought about something else, right? Breakthrough Your Own BS. It's a very simple book where I share some very practical tips on how you can begin to reset your own belief system, because what you believe is what you will receive in life. So once again, it has been my blessing to share with you all. I speak many blessings over your life. Enjoy the remainder of the conference. Bye for now, and I'll talk to you all later.
let's just go and get started. I mean, it's okay for them to be behind the scenes. I'm cool with that. I'm really okay with that because I want to make sure that as folks are arriving and they're walking in and so forth, I want to make sure that people know that they're at the right place. And you know you're at the right place right now if, as a business owner, you are frustrated and you're stressed because you got to make all the sales. And as a business owner, entrepreneur, if you don't work, the money doesn't come in. And you're sick and tired of that. Or you've reached the point where there's no more time for you that you want to give. You're like, you know what? For me to expand, then I've got to build a 7-figure sales team. Like, seriously. No, seriously. Like, if I want to stop and do some things with my son or with my family, I don't want my business to come to a halt. Then you're definitely at the right place. Or maybe right now you feel like the customer always has to deal with you before they'll sign a contract, before they'll write a check, before they give a credit card. And I want to let you know that's not the case. I want you to know that the time has come for you now to build your own 7-figure sales team. It's time for you to automate the processes and the tools and resources, and for you to be paid more for what you know by taking this knowledge and passing it on to someone else. Because really, look, it's time for you to expand into other markets. It's time for you to reach more folks. It's time for you to do more good, and you've got to do it with a team, and you can't do it by yourself. Like, say, I've got to build a team, not just any team, but a sales team. Not just a sales team, but a championship sales team. And that's the case. You know that's you. But when the question is asked, how do you build a 7-figure sales team? What is the step-by-step process to do that? Your mind draws a blank. And why is that important to you? Because intellectually that you've got to have this team in order to do more, but it's just not happening. Or maybe you've got a team and they've got going, but they're not generating 7 figures. Or you've hired an assistant, or you hired a business development person, and they're just not producing the results. For whatever reason, it's not your fault. It's not a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It just is what it is, what it is, what it is. Hey, congratulations. You're at the right place. We're going to talk about how to build a 7-figure sales team, and this is the conversation you've been searching for. You wanted to be in, but it just never showed up in your life. Congratulations. For those folks that are participating all over the world, and all of you that are here, I'm so excited. And here's my promise to you. Here's what I want you to know. It will be a good use of your time. It will be a good use. And I like to get started. If it's the business owner, you can look right below. You can look right below the video. Put your first name, put your last name, tell us who you are, and tell us that you're here as we get ready to kick off how to build a 7-figure sales team. We're going to show you step by step how to do that. So as I always like to say, I start off the same way every single time. Matter of fact, you already know what I'm going to say, but I love to say it anyway. It's a great day. My name is what? That's right, Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. And I believe the results that show up in your life are just as important as the results that show up in your bank account. So today, we're going to talk about how to generate some results that show up in your bank account. Again, my name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur, and I'm really excited to share this message with you at this time. And we work with some of the best folks in the industry, and it's not about them, but we've had an opportunity to help them in their business, to help them in what they're doing. Let me just show them. Can you guys show them that? Let's make sure they can see that the folks that we've had an opportunity not only to work with, but to be with. And I want you to listen very, very carefully because we've developed some of the top brands around the country, and one of the reasons people hire us is because, follow me here, we don't get paid unless they make a sale. Let me say that again. We don't get paid unless they make a sale. And we're really blessed because our sales systems, again, the evergreen revenue model, has allowed us to earn millions of dollars. And at this moment, we're packed out. We have no open slots for new clients. What I want to do today is I want to teach you, this is what I want to do today. I want to teach you our step-by-step selling systems that we've used to generate millions of dollars in sales for our clients and for our company. Millions of dollars in revenue is no small number, but it was no small feat to get here. And may I be honest with you? We didn't get up and go as hard as we do every day for the money. We don't do it for the money. We do it for our clients. We do it for the people we've come to serve. We do it because they trust us with their dreams, their desire to make a difference and make a dollar at the same time. And that's why we do what we do right now. And I've got to tell you, I've only got really two outcomes for our time today. Two outcomes. My number one outcome is to provide value. That this is a good use of your time. To change your life, then to change your business, and for you to change your community. Let me say that again. That's my number one outcome. Change your life, change your business, so you can change your community. And I'm confident we're going to achieve that outcome. And then my second outcome is to show you the step-by-step system on how to build a seven-figure sales team. That's got to sound good. Seven-figure sales team, Shay? Yes. 1 and then 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. You got it, a seven-figure sales team. But it's not about the money. See, when I got started, what I learned when I got caught and got going is that a number of folks I was working with, they had the I sales approach. Shay, what in the LL Cool J is the I sales approach? The I sales approach means that I had to do the sales. See, this is me. I'm going to talk to Shay Brown right now. This might not be you, but look, I had to do all the sales. I had to make all the phone calls. I had to run all the appointments. I had to show up and follow with the customer. And I had to make the sales. And if I didn't do it, maybe you like this. If I didn't do it, you follow. Close that sentence for me. It didn't what? Didn't happen. The deal didn't go down. And that can be very limiting because now I'm missing what's going on. I stop, the business stop. I go to training, the business stop. I take a lunch break, the business stop. That's the I sales approach. But today, this morning, this evening, this afternoon, whatever time it is for you in the world that's watching, welcome from all over the world. I'm excited. We have the we sales approach. And the we sales approach means that when Shay decides he's taking off and he's going to go to his son's baseball game, guess what happens? The business keeps going because we are moving along. When Shay has to stop, which I do, and recently I had to stop and go to the doctor. Now, I had a doctor's appointment. Now, in the past, let me tell you something. In the past, I would have felt guilty. Like, what? I got to stop to go to the doctor? You know what that means? Things slow down. This time I stop. I go to the doctor. I feel good about going to the doctor because I know we have the we sales approach. See, the we sales approach means that we as a team, we're working together. We're moving together. We're going to operate together. And so the company goes, even when I stop. And so what I want to teach you now is at least the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. And I want you to know, here's what you need. So I'm going to lay it out so you know, here's what you need, and here's the role that they're going to play. So I'm going to say it again. You need a blank to build a 7-figure sales team, and here is their role. Now, right now, you fill in that blank, that might be a bit of a challenge. And it's okay. Again, it's not a good thing or bad thing. It just is what it is. And so I told myself, I said, you know what? I'm going to find a way to work and partner with other folks and build this sales team with no money. What? Did he just say no money? I got your attention, didn't I? I got your attention. That's exactly what I said, with no money. And we're going to make that happen. And so what's the system, Shay? What's the process? What's the structure? What's the sequence? Can you walk me? This goes A, B, C, D, E. But first, let me ask a question. What would it mean right now for you if you were to build a 7-figure sales team? Now, I'm going to give you the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team. Raise your hand if you even know the 5 components. What even pops in your mind? Okay, first, let's just imagine. You generate 7 figures. Your sales team makes money and you're not there. Let's say it's $20,000, $30,000 a month. You're not there. You were not involved. Your labor was not involved. And the number one addiction we have is addiction to our labor. So now you can take back your time. You can take back your life. You can generate more revenue. You can do good. You can feel good. And you can do well at the same time. What? Walk in my purpose and have profit? Let me say that again. Walk in my purpose and have profit when I build a 7 figure sales team. It's going to release that valve. It's going to take off the pressure. But Shay, no one's ever told me this. All right, but you're here. See, part of life is showing up. I like what Jim Rohn used to say, wherever you are, be there. So be here with me. Be present for me. Let's do this together. Let me walk you through the 5 components of a 7-figure sales team, and I want you to jot this in your notes. So let's start off with component number 1. No, seriously, let's start with component number 1. So go ahead and get your notes out right now. Get your notes out right now, and I want you to put this in your notes so that you have it in your notes. And there isn't a, oh, I wonder what, Shay. I got the major challenge. Entrepreneurs want to earn more revenue and reduce their labor. Now I'm going to do it. Why? Because you're going to hire a salesperson. Now, Shay, tell me what a salesperson is. Tell me what a salesperson is. A salesperson is someone that works on 100% commission, and they understand 100% of your products and services. Okay, let me say this again. A salesperson, they work on 100% commission. Yo, Shay, did you just say 100% commission? Yeah. Okay, break that down for me. That means that I don't pay them unless they make a sale. Yeah. But I have to give them a percentage of whatever revenue they bring in. Yeah. They understand 100% of my products and services. They represent my company when I'm not there. Yes. They're out there talking to people when I'm not talking. Yes. So they operate when I'm not operating. Yes. They understand 100% of your business. Now, some people say, Shay, I can't afford a salesperson. You understand? Money is tight. I was talking to someone recently, and they said, Shay, money is tight. And I said, look, let's break this thing down. I'm going to do it just give me 60 seconds, okay? And take out a pen or paper or put it in your notes. And let's just imagine for a moment that you hire someone on 100% commission. Can I just do that for a moment? And they go out and they generate $20,000 revenue. Now, for purposes of this conversation, they generate $20,000 of revenue. Your labor was not involved. Your time was not involved. They were in areas you weren't even in. $20,000. You agree you're going to pay them a 20% commission. $20,000, 20% commission. 20% of $20,000 is how much? $4,000. Okay. Now, I don't know. I'm putting that number up for now. Don't hold me that. As many of you are different places, different spaces, different industries. I get that. I'm with you. I'm feeling that. But I want you to know, and you've got to feel me here, $20,000, 20%, $4,000 you pay to your salesperson who works on a 100% commission. You got how much money left over? $20,000 minus $4,000. Get my calculator out. 20% minus $4,000. $16,000. Let me ask you a question. What could you do with extra $16,000 every single month without your labor, without your time? So the first component we know is that we know that we need a salesperson. So let me tell you once again, a salesperson, they understand all of your products and services. Note, put this in your notes, they work on 100% commission. Now, one of the challenges you might have as you're thinking through that is, all right, Shay, I got it. I have the salesperson. I understand that. But how do I pay the salesperson? How do I train the salesperson? How do I hire the salesperson? How do I interview the salesperson? I'm going to give you a website, boardroominterview.com. Because one of the things I believe is get yourself a coach if you want to do the work, but get your business aboard. If you're out there right now, you're like, look, I need a place that my salespeople can get training. I need a place they can come to every single week. I need them to be in the conversation and learn how to generate leads. I need them to learn how to set appointments. I need my sales team to be trained because I can't stop to train them, Shay, because if I stop, my business stops. And that can't happen under any circumstances. You go over to boardroominterview.com. Let me give that to you again, boardroominterview.com. Get yourself a board to grow your business. And we're going to teach in this process, we're going to teach how to hire, how to pay, how to train. And there's also a training mechanism for your sales team. And my promise to you is your sales team can show up every single week and be trained by people just like myself as the chief operating officer. Really? On how to make more sales with less effort. All right, www.boardroominterview.com. Go check it out right now if you need a salesperson and you need that person to be trained. Okay, component number 2. Component number 1 was a salesperson. Component number 2 is a sales affiliate. A sales what? Affiliate. A sales what? Affiliate. A sales what? Affiliate. Now, Shay, tell me, how is a sales affiliate different than a salesperson? Because you got to break this thing down. I'm showed up. I'm here. I'm in this conversation because I'm an entrepreneur. I'm in this conversation because I'm a speaker, an author, a coach, a trainer, and it's time for me to build my 7-figure sales team. A sales affiliate, they only understand 1 or 2 of your products. I'm going to say it again. They only understand 1 or 2 of your products, and they're only in it for the money. They're only in it because they get paid a commission. And so, check this out. They're mercenaries, okay? But here's what's cool. They bring traffic to your website that you couldn't do. Got it? Check that off, Shay. Number 2, they're working without your labor. What? Check that off. They're in communities and circles you don't even know about. Got it? And what they do is a good fit to what you do. And so they're able to take your products and services and share it with their network. See, a sales affiliate. So it would make absolutely no sense. I'm going to tell you, I was having a conversation with someone, and I was teaching them one-on-one, 1-to-1, about how to build a 7-figure sales team. And I shared with them about a salesperson. And I asked this question: how much revenue have you generated just from having a salesperson? You know what the answer was? 0. No, seriously, 0. That might be your answer. That's okay. And then I said, well, let's talk about a sales affiliate. Now, you only pay them when they bring in revenue. Got it. How much revenue do you generate from a sales affiliate? You know what they said? 0. No, seriously, 0. And they said, well, Shay, if I bring on a sales affiliate, that's more work. I've got to track what they do. I've got to give them the materials. I've got to make sure I'm paying them a commission. Shay, this is a lot of work. You're creating a job for me, and I don't want a job. I said, whoa, 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 whoa. Slow down. Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. I promise I'm going to teach you how to automate. I promise I'm going to teach you some tools. Let me go ahead and do that right now. Let me give you a tool that you can use in your business, because I don't want to just give you what you need for a component. I want you to have the tool. The tool you can use up there, and it's right there up there, and you can see that right now, and it's called Lead Dino. Now, Lead Dino is an amazing tool because I know that first you got to recruit salespeople. I know you've got to be able to work with salespeople, but you got to make sure that you're getting the revenue and you're tracking the revenue. So you're like, wait a minute, Shay, if I got to track the revenue, if I got to show it to them, how do I do that? Tell me a little bit about the sales affiliate, because they understand 1 or 2 of your products or services. Note, the sales affiliate gets paid a percentage of the deals they close. So now I'm giving you software that you can use where you can put your sales affiliate in the software. The software is going to track it for them. The software is going to pay them, and you only get paid the money you're owed. What? Get out of here. No, and as an entrepreneur, as a speaker, as an author, as a coach, as a network marketer, every one of us should be working with sales affiliate on a continuous basis. Although most folks, they don't work with one at all, because they think if I work with a sales affiliate, there's going to be more work. No, let me show you why. Let me show you now why. Because with the sales affiliate, with the Lead Dino system, now you have an affiliate network. And there's an affiliate of networks that are out there working on your behalf. No labor from you. No labor from you at all. Now, if you're out there and you're thinking, Shay, I got to get Lead Dino. Shay, I need training on setting it up. Shay, are there other systems that are out there? The answer to that question is yes. But let me share with you the benefits of Lead Dino, because I want to make sure that you understand that when you leave this conversation, whether you work with me or not, or you take that next step, that you understand the benefits. One of the benefits is, 1, they can sign up right online. You ain't got to worry about that. Secondly, they can share it on social media. Now, what I like most about it is it allows for easy integrations, which means it can integrate with your CRM, your customer relationship management system. It can integrate with other tools, but more importantly, it pays the affiliate automatically. No, seriously, automatically it pays them. And this takes the headache away from you, and there's a dashboard where they can log in, and they can see that. Some of you say, I need to Lead Dino. I need more information. Look, I need to be in this conversation. I need to get myself aboard. Let me give you something that you can do. I want you to go ahead and text. Let me give you the special number. The number you can text, let's give this to you, is going to be 202-270-1662. And text the word 7-figure sales team. Take a moment, because you're like, Shay, I need a sales rep. Got it. Shay, I need to build a sales affiliate team. Got it. And just give me the blueprint, and I'm ready to rock and roll. I ain't got to hear the other 3 components. I got 2. I'm not even doing those 2. Those 2 might be an extra $250,000. For some of you, it's $100,000 or more on a monthly basis that's being left on the table just because you don't have the blueprint. And imagine if you had the blueprint. Imagine if you had just one salesperson. Imagine they were just bringing in $20,000. Imagine you had someone that was a sales team and you're a realtor and they're out there doing it as a loan officer. You're a speaker. They're out there sharing your coaching program. You're a wellness person. They're out there teaching and sharing what you're doing on wellness and they're giving it to their community. Text 7-figure sales team to this number, 202-270-1662. Let me give it to you again, 202-270-1662. Get the 7-figure sales team blueprint, the guide, step by step, no cost, my gift to you, and a one-on-one session so you can understand how to implement your sales affiliate system. See, this is your time. Today is your January 1st. What? Today is your January 1st. Someone say that with me. Today is my January 1st. Today is my January 1st. Do you remember how excited you were back on December 31st? You were writing down your goals on the back of a napkin after a couple drinks, of course, and you were excited. You couldn't wait. But you know what? We're going to reset the clock. Today is your January 1st. Today is your January 1st. Today is your January 1st. Text 7-figure sales team to 202-270-1662. Get the 7-figure sales team blueprint and let's take your business to another level. So I've already given you 2. I gave you first component was a salesperson, 100% commission, understand 100% of your products. The second one was a sales affiliate. They only understand 1 or 2 of your solutions, and they get paid a commission. And they're only motivated by money. They do it for the money. Let's go and show them now the sales ambassador. The sales ambassador is component number 3. Now, I love the sales ambassador. Of course, I love them all. They wouldn't be here. I love the sales ambassador. Let me just share with you if I can. Let me just share with you why I love the sales ambassador. The number 1 reason I love the sales ambassador is they're not in it for the money. Someone go and jot that down in your notes. They're not in it for the money. No. They're not in it for the money. They're in it for 2 R's. Put this in your notes, 2 R's. Rewards and recognition. Put this in your notes. Rewards and recognition. So they don't do it for the money. They're not motivated for the money. They're in it for rewards and recognition. They want to be part of the VIP. They believe in your mission, your goals, and your objectives. They believe in the organization. And many times folks don't have a home or a place or a space to put these folks, so they're just out there wandering around. And I know I told you earlier about my person I was working with, and I asked them about a sales ambassador. Didn't have one. Didn't have a salesperson. Do you think they had a sales ambassador? No. No salesperson, no sales affiliate, no sales ambassador. They were generating 0 revenue, yet they told me, Shay, is it possible to have a 7-figure sales team? Can you help me? Well, absolutely. You start at 0. Let me go ahead and give you some details. This is important because sometimes you need a system to be able to track all this stuff. So with the sales ambassadors, a member of your tribe, they're a member of your community, it might be a mentee, there's someone you've identified that you're going to nurture in your network. And sales ambassadors, they're just not in it for the money. So one of the sales ambassador systems you can use is called UpViral. It's called UpViral. And UpViral is a reward system. So I want you to imagine that sometimes you go to the store and you use your card, and every time you use your card, you get points. And when you get points, you can redeem them points. Well, that's what the reward system is. Every time they're sharing it on their network, every time they're sending an email off, they're rewarded, and it unlocks bonuses and gifts they have. So they love rewards and recognition. They love rewards and recognition. And you might reward the person who has the most number of referrals. They're going to get a gift card to Starbucks or a gift card to Best Buy, or they're going to buy dinner for the family, or whatever it is for you. But I want you to have a system because I'm not creating a job for you. We're going into the we work, not the I sales approach, the we sales approach. And that's what that's about. Let me give you another system. Let me break this thing down for you, because I don't want you to be thinking I've got to work harder. I want you to think I got to work smarter. The benefits of the Up Viral system is it's easily to run. So you can set up multiple campaigns in there. So some of you are doing webinars. Some of you are doing live events. Some of you are running appointments. And so now you can build certain campaigns based on what you're doing, and you can have viral product launches. Because now when you launch a product, you're not launching it in the dark. You're not launching it by yourself. You're launching it with your sales ambassadors. They go out there and they fight for you. They're in it to make sure you win it. And that's very important. Now, it's very important to mention that this tool is cloud-based. That means it's in the cloud. So you don't even have to worry about where it is. You can access it anywhere, any place, no matter where you are. And then the second system I want to share with you is the Sales Ambassador System. You can use. It's called Contest Giraffe. Contest Giraffe. Now, sometimes you're running a reward, and sometimes you're running a contest. And people like contests. Let me tell you some of the benefits of having the contest. Let me tell you some of the benefits of having the contest, because sometimes you want to make sure that everyone is pushing toward the goal. So it could be the person that has the most number of folks who buys tickets to this event. They're going to win an Apple Watch. Remember, they just like to be recognized. You're going to bring them up on the stage, or you're going to bring them up on a podium, or you're going to come to their table, or the person who sells the most number of tickets, or whatever it may be, maybe they get the VIP seating for their guests. See, they love to be recognized. They love a certificate. They love a trophy. They love someone to say, look, they want them to be acknowledged for the effort that they put in. They already believe in your movement. They already believe in the tribe. They already believe in what you're doing or what the culture has been established. Now they're just looking for a home. They're just looking for a place. And now you have the software that allows you to have these type of contests that rewards people who want to be rewarded, who recognize people who want to be recognized, and yes, they're going to bring more cash flow in. So you're building a 7-figure sales team. That's the significance of the conversation that we're having right now. And if you're thinking, what? I got to learn how, I've got to learn. I cannot go another day and not understand really how to build my sales ambassador team. I'm going to give you a number. You're going to text 7-figure sales team to this number. Now, do it now. When is the best time to take action? The best time to take action is now. So I want you to go over to your phone, take your phone out right now, so pull it up, go over to the mobile area, text 7-figure sales team to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. Get the 7-figure sales team blueprint. Work directly with my team. Make sure that we customize it for you, your industry, your product, and your service. Let's work together. Let's do this as a team. Success is a team sport. You can only get so far by yourself. And now, you got the We Sales approach. I get so over the moon, giddy, happy, not because I am, but just because I know what it'll do for you. I know that you may have laid awake at night just wondering, how can I? What's next? I can't do this alone. Send me some help. Well, not only are we sending you some help, we're sending you some revenue. Why? Because the results that show up in your life, oh yes, they're just as important as the results show up in your bank account. But tonight I'm talking about some results in your bank account this morning, this evening, this afternoon, no matter what time it is for you. And to me, that's important. So I've gone over 3 of the components already. A salesperson, they understand 100% of your business. They're paid 100% commission. Everyone should have a salesperson. Before you hire an assistant, hire a salesperson. Number 2 is your sales affiliates. Well, these are our mercenaries. They're in it for the money. They only understand 1 or maybe 2 of your products, but that's okay. They just want to share it with their network. They want to be able to share, to be in a network and say, here's a resource, a guide, and they pick you and your products. And yes, they get rewarded. Yes, they get paid, but it's not about the money. It's about the difference. It's about the reach. It's about the change that occurs because of the problems that you're solving in the world. You're amazing. You're incredible. You're one of a kind. But I can't stop there. I said I'll give you 5 components. I've only got so much time. I wish I had more time. Number 4 is the digital sales solution. Now, I want you to be thinking for a moment when you think of the digital sales solution, and this is very important. And the question I want to ask you is, what is the purpose of a sales page? And most people think the purpose of the sales page is to collect money. And that's not the purpose of the sales page. The purpose of the sales page is just to get their information. See, most folks, when they go to their sales pages, one of their digital solutions, they put the price up there and exactly what they need to buy. And what they don't understand is if someone goes to that page and they don't buy, you don't know who they are. Your web developer may call you and say, bro, I got good news. What's the good news? You want to know what the good news is? Yes, I want to know what the good news is. The good news is you've had 2,000 views that went to your website. Okay, let me check my bank account here. 2,000 views. That actually equated to $0. Yeah, but that's okay. They still went. But what if the web designer came to you and said you had 2,000 views? You had 1,000 people that opted in. They gave you their first name, their last name, their email, their phone number because they wanted to go to the checkout page. See, the purpose of the sales page is just to collect the information. The biggest problem people make is they put the price on the sales page. Don't do that. No. Collect the information. Make sure they're interested. Now they go to the checkout page. Yeah. Now we have the information. If they buy, congratulations. They go to one campaign that we know about. If they don't buy, they go to another campaign. And now we can follow up with people who went to our website, who had an interest, want, or desire. Isn't that why you got into business? An interest, want, or desire that solve the problem that you're out there doing. Oh, yeah. Yes. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. This is a game changer. This is a difference maker. This is for the world thinkers out there. They're like, it's my time. But I'm willing to be on a team. And not just any team. You're looking for a championship team. Yeah, you're a winner. You're a champion. You've got so much potential inside of you. And I know the best is yet to come. And as I say that, I'm thinking to myself, whoa, Shay. Can you show it to me again, Shay? Let me go and show that to you. Digital solutions. We talk about what is the purpose of the sales page. And we understand now that the sales page is just there to collect the information. So what is the golden rule of the checkout page? You have an abandoned cart sequence. That means if they don't buy, there's a whole sequence they go to remind them, and allows you to be able to follow up with them. Abandoned cart sequence is very important because imagine they went to your page. They don't buy. You drop in a retargeting pixel, and I'm showing something a little advanced for you guys, but a retargeting pixel. That means they went to your page, they didn't buy, but now you're following them around social media. You're following them on the internet. Just like when you go to Amazon, and you look at those shoes, like, wow, I think I might get those shoes. I've done that. I get distracted. The phone rings. I get distracted. I don't buy the shoes. I go log into my Facebook account, and there are those goddamn shoes. I go read an article on the web, and there are those shoes. Well, you could do the exact same thing and more as part of your abandoned cart sequence. And some of you out there are thinking, you know what, Shay, that's what I need help with. I need help with putting together my digital sales solution because when I look at my revenue from just online revenue, that means my labor was never involved. They went online and made a purchase. The revenue, it ain't zero, but it's doggone close to zero. If that's you, I'm going to give you a special number to text. The special number to text. The special number to text, let's give this number to them. It's 202-270-1662. You're going to text the word 7-figure sales team. Again, 7-figure sales team to 202-270-1662. Again, 202-270-1662. Text the word get the 7-figure sales team. Blueprint. The guide. Shay, walk me through this digital sales solution because I'm ready for a change. I'm ready for something different. I'm ready to make a difference, Shay. Oh, yeah, I'm ready. Component number 5. Let me do a quick recap so y'all are clear. Component number 1 was a salesperson. They recognize 100% of your products and services, 100% commission. Number two was a sales affiliate. They're only paid on commission. They only understand 1 or 2 of your products. And then number 3 was the sales ambassador. They believe in you. They're already there. They're part of the tribe. And then number 4 was the digital sales solution. I want to go into more detail, but I only have so much time. But I know that I can help you for those folks that are texting in the word 7-figure sales team to 202-270 1662 and at least having a conversation after they get the 7-figure sales blueprint, right on. I'm there with you. And if you're not, it's okay. You don't have to do this. It's not required, but I'm highly recommending you build your 7-figure sales team. So let me go ahead now and give you the next one. And the next component is a sales cheerleader. Now, a sales cheerleader is really, really important because what the sales cheerleader is, we heard this before, nothing sells like success. Nothing sells like success. Facts tell, stories sell. Let me say that again to you. Facts tell, stories sell. But that's not the question. The question is, do you have a systematic way to go about collecting sales conversations from folks who are satisfied, because nothing sells like success. And you want to weave more successes in. So I'm going to introduce you to a software called Voice Stack. Put that in your notes. Voice Stack. And Voice Stack is a system for turning a website into an engagement, trust building, customer retaining. Oh, I know you like that one. Trust building and what? Customer retaining sales boosting machine. And what I've found out is that many times those are not integrated into conversation. If we can just take that step and we now can make sure that we go do it, and I'll show you here, then now we have a systematic approach. We got a system, a structure, and a sequence. Go ahead and show it to them so they can see it and they understand that a couple of things I like about it. Number one, the benefits of a voice stack is it can capture voice and video messages. Oh, did you say voice and video messages? And you can customize it. It integrates with your text system. It even integrates with YouTube. So now when people are posting videos on YouTube about you, you can take those videos and repurpose those videos to help accelerate the sales approach, So with that being said, there's a couple of things that I want you to know. I want you to hear me. First, I want you to go over and text the word 7-figure sales team. Let's show it to them. Text the word 7-figure sales team to 202-270-1662. Get the blueprint. Understand what the blueprint is. And then I want you to do something else. As they come to me, I want you to understand that we've given you the 5 components. I'm going to do a quick recap of the 5 components, and here they are. Component number 1 was what? A salesperson. Component number 2, component number 2 was what? A sales. I should give some gifts away. You're right. You should get some credit for this. You're right. Okay. Number 1 was a salesperson. Salesperson knows 100% of their revenue, and they're only paid on a commission. Got it, Shay. And then there was the sales affiliate. They get a commission based on what they bring in. Got it. And I gave you software you can use, Lead Dino for that. For the sales rep, I talked about boardroominterview.com. And then for some of you, you're like, I need a sales ambassador. And then some of you I need a digital sales solution. And some of you said, I need a sales cheerleader. Some of you said, give me all 5 components, Shay, while I'm here. Give me all 5 components, because any one of them at any one point in time can take it to another level. I get it. I feel you. I'm with you. I'm walking down your street. Hopefully you're smelling what I'm cooking in the kitchen over here. Because you get a 7-figure sales team, you part of the we sales approach. Your business doesn't stop. It keeps on going. It keeps on serving. So if that's you, just text the word 7-figure sales team to 202-270-1662. Get the 7-figure sales blueprint and get the bonuses that I'm going to release, trainings that's going to help you build a 7-figure sales team. So with that being said, let me go ahead and share these words that you're incredible. You've done so well. You're going to be successful with or without a 7-figure sales team. I mean, there's a hard way and there's an easy way. The hard way is keep doing what you're doing. There's going to be some struggles. That's always there. But here's what I know is that you still will be successful. And then for some of you, you're like, Shay, if others have done it, so can I. There we go. If others have done it, so can I. And so as you see up here, the 7-figure sales team is really about making sure that you have the automation, the tools, and the resources. The automation, the tools, and the resources, and you're able to see that. And that makes a huge difference for you. And I want you to imagine, what would you do with an extra $10,000, an extra $20,000, an extra $30,000 or more coming into your business without your labor? Let me give them that. Let me tell you what to text again. Text 202-270-1662. There we go. Let's keep that there because I know that $20,000 can change your life a month. I know $40,000 can change your life. I get it. $100,000 or more without your labor on a monthly basis. Some of you, that's a whole mindset shift. here's what I do know. It's possible. Here's what I do know. If others have done it, so can you. Here's what I do know. I've given you the 5 components you need to build your 7-figure sales team, and let's build it together. Let's do it together. Let's take where we are to another level. Worst case scenario is you text in, get the blueprint, and you do absolutely nothing. That could happen. Best case scenario, you text in, you get the blueprint, you have a conversation. And the next time you and I meet, the next time we're in this setting, the next time we all come together, you say, I got me a 7-figure sales team. Yeah, baby. And every day it's getting a little bit better. And we are a team. They're not selling for me. We are servicing together, because selling equals service. Selling equals service. Selling equals what? Service. And with that being said, you're going to serve more people. You're going to make $1. You're going to make a difference. You're going to make more money, but you're also going to motivate more folks. You're going to have more income because you have more impact. And you'll walk in your purpose, and you're going to enjoy the profits. With that being said, make it a great day, everyone. We're going to make some good things happen when we connect next time. You've got greatness inside you. You're a winner. And I know with 100% certainty, the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. Once again, my name is Shay Brown, the Happy Entrepreneur. Talk to you again soon. I'll see you over there with that 7-figure sales team. Bye-bye. This is so much fun. Love hanging out with you guys.
Hello and welcome. My name is Sheila Reynolds, and I'm the founder of Wake Up, Rise Up, Live Up movement, where we help progressive-minded women of faith awaken to their power and possess the life they desire, deserve, and are destined for. And for the next 15 or 20 minutes, I want to speak to you from the topic, birthing the dreams that God gave you. Can I ask you a question? Why are you here? Not why are you here at Success Conference 2018, not why are you watching this video, but why are you here? We often find ourselves in spaces where we don't fully understand what it is that we're here for. We're moving through life so quickly that we don't stop to consider what we need, and we forget why we're here. All we know is something has got to change, and we've got to do something different. And for many of us, that's why we're here. About 1.5 years ago, I lost a really good friend of mine. Actually, she was my best friend. Have you ever met somebody where when you meet them, you have this instantaneous connection? It's like you've known them your entire life. They go from being a really good friend to feeling more like family. That's how it was with me and my best friend, Susan. And just like best friends, we talked all the time. When I would come and visit, we get in our pajamas, we jump in the bed, we kick her husband out of the bedroom and say, you have to sleep on the couch tonight because we're going to be talking all night long. And it was one of those conversations where it was a deep and an intimate and a into me you see type of conversation. It was actually one of the last conversations that we had. And she was just sharing with me about the dreams that God had placed in her heart and in her life that she knew that she wasn't yet fully living out. And she just began to say to me, Sheila, I know that there's more to my life than what I've been living. And I'm ready to start really living my life. Have you ever felt that way? Where you're ready to start really living your life? There's so many of you. You have dreams, you have ambitions, you have goals, you have callings that you have yet to step into and to really move into that. And it's my desire today, it's my mission today to help you, to position you with the right mindset and to equip you with the right resources and tools to help you to begin to start really living your life. Not tomorrow, not next week, not next month, not next year, but right now. Can you say now? That's right now. So, what does it mean to start really living your life? I think what we have to do is we have to stop and begin to seriously take a look at our life. I think we have to begin to take inventory and ask ourselves some questions. What is my life producing? Am I getting out of life all that I can? I think we have to be like Dr. Phil. And we have to ask the question that he always asks. How's that working for you? How's life really working for you? And I think if we're honest, we would have to admit that there's more to our life than what we've been experiencing. And for some of you, you're beginning to believe that all there is to life is this middle of the road, mediocre kind of existence that's full of stress, that's full of struggle, that's full of stagnation, disappointment, defeat, disillusionment, unhappiness, unfulfillment, and uncertainty. Now, the thing that my friend Susan did for me is she woke me up from a lot of that because her sudden, untimely death really shook me up. It shook me to the core. And it caused me to say, I must live my life now. It awakened me to help me to see that tomorrow it's not promised to us. The purposes and the plans and the cause and the destiny that we have, it's time to live it and it's time to move out now. You know, there is a saying that says, friends don't let friends drive drunk. I say that friends don't let friends sleepwalk through life. Friends don't let friends give up on their dreams. And friends don't let friends have a life that is less than what they deserve. So just like my friend Susan was to me and she helped me wake up, I want to be that same friend to you and to help you wake up and help you to be able to see the life and the destiny that lies and that awaits you and awaits you to take hold of. So I am here today to help to wake you up. So not tomorrow, like I said, not next week, not next year, but right now. So the best friend I can be to you today is to help to wake you up. So I want you to repeat after me. Wake up. I want you to say your name. Sheila, wake up. Dorothy, wake up. It's time to wake up. So after I woke up, I had to begin to rise up and to rise above the fears and the insecurities that caused me for many years to play small and to allow myself to be diminished. At one point in time in my life, I was married. And if anybody knows anything about me, they know how important being married is to me. So when I got married, I did whatever it took to make my marriage work, even so that it became like an idol. I ended up sacrificing aspects of myself by playing small and allowing myself to be diminished in order for another person to feel valuable. I'm going to just park that right there. I'm going to let that sink in and holler if you hear me. You know, I think I really believed that being a good wife was playing small, and playing small was a good thing for my marriage. But I was wrong. You know, Nelson Mandela says this, that there is no passion found in playing small, in settling for a life that is less than what we are capable of living. And I think if we're really honest with ourselves, we've been playing small. We've learned how to mute our voices, to diminish ourselves, and to deny the things that are important to us. And you know, some of us, when we think about ourselves and when we start considering ourselves, sometimes for some of us, it makes us feel like we're being selfish. So we continue to play small. So, where are you playing small in your life? Is it your relationship? Is it your job or your business? Is it your finances? One thing that I didn't know then that I know now, that once you begin to play small in one aspect of your life, you'll wake up and you'll realize you have been playing small your entire life. You know, Marion Williamson in Return to Love, this is what she says in her book. She says, our deepest fear is not that we're inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We are all meant to shine as children do. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It is not just in some of us, it is in everyone. And as we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. I just love that. So, when we're talking about rising up is about not shrinking. It's about having the courage and the willingness to take a stand. So in a moment, I'm going to ask you to take a virtual stand with me. And before I ask you to do that, I'm going to help you to understand what it is you're taking this stand for. First, you're taking a stand for yourself. Second, you're taking a stand for women around the world. And third, you're taking a stand together, united together. So first we take a stand for ourselves. And second, we stand with others. And third, we stand together. So everybody, let's take that virtual stand together. And I want you to repeat after me. I matter. My voice matters. My contributions matter. I am enough. Say it again. I matter. My voice matters. My contributions matter. I am enough. I matter. My voice matters. My contributions matter. I am enough. So my charge to you is to rise up in your purpose, to rise up in your passion, to rise up in your power. Rise up in purpose, rise up in your passion, and rise up in your power. Why? Because you matter. Your voice matters. Your contribution matters. You are enough. So as we are rising up, as we are taking a stand for ourselves, no longer willing to play small, as you do, my sisters, we have a responsibility for the life that we've been given as phenomenal women, as world-changing women, as powerful women. We have this responsibility for the life that we have been given. And we have to be able to stand up and to live up and to rise up and simply say, yes, I will answer the call. What is that call? That call is to live up to the purpose that we have been given. The great Dolly Parton says it like this: find out who you are and do it on purpose. We have the responsibility to live up and to give back to others. I believe Mother Teresa, she said it the best. If you can't feed 1,000, feed just one. And the final call, the call that I want to drive home to you today, tonight, or whenever you're watching this video, is the call to live up to your dreams. The dreams that God has placed on the inside of you. The dreams that you desire, that you deserve, that you are destined for. We have a responsibility to live up to our dreams. Oprah Winfrey said, the greatest adventure that you will take in this life is to live the life of your dreams. So it is time to live your best life. It is time to live up to the promises that you keep making yourself. It's time to start living up and start fully living your life. before there is no more life to live. If you're ready to start waking up, rising up, and living up, and you want to connect to the #1 accountability network in the nation that's full of progressive minded, purpose filled, powerful women, I invite you to join the movement. We would love to connect with you. And if you want to connect and you want to find out what it is that we're doing to help women to get to the next level of their life, I want you to text your first name and your last name to area code 678-631-9218. Again, that's area code 678-631-9218, and begin to start really living your life, and begin to allow the dreams that have been placed in you to be birthed out and to make an impact, a powerful impact in the world in which you are living, and be able to make an impact for that which you have been born for. So thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for watching. This is Sheila Reynolds, founder of Wake Up, Rise Up, Live Up Movement, where we help progressive-minded women just like you to awaken to their power and to possess the life they desire, they deserve, and they are destined for. God bless you, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Hello and good evening. My name is Patricia Miles. I am the founder and acting managing director of Image by Design LLC of Accokeek, Maryland. I am an author, I'm an ordained minister, and a counselor. And this presentation is for women of all ages who are ready to receive your inner healing and move forward in your purpose and pass along your legacy to the next generation. The problem we're facing with being able to pass the baton is that we're not ready to pass the baton because the baton is broken. And we are facing a generation who is not forward facing with the future. And so what we need to do is begin to address the spiritual brokenness inside of all of us that has inhibited our ability to thrive. So let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm 48 years old and I'm a product of the 70s. I was born at the end of 1969 and I was raised in the 70s with 4 siblings, 2 boys, 2 girls, a mother and a father in the household in Cleveland, Ohio. We are what they call PKs, or preacher's kids. So from the time I was in my mother's womb, I was in somebody's church. Church was the foundation of us. We were taught how to live a certain type of disciplined life. However, like most households in the 70s, our household was full of secrets. That was the big thing back in the 70s. What goes on in this house stays in this house. Our parents raised their daughters and loved their sons, meaning we were taught certain disciplines that our brothers didn't have to have. So on Saturdays when we were doing chores, the boys were outside playing in the backyard, and the girls were on our hands and knees scrubbing scuff marks off of our mother's kitchen floor. So a little bit about my mom. She's a bishop, Bishop Winnie Hamilton out of Cleveland, Ohio. Wonderful, wonderful woman, an example of God's love in this earth and his benevolence. She was the product of a very violent first marriage. From that marriage, there were 4 children who were stair steps. So I'm the youngest of those 5 children, and I was raised thinking that we were all a product of this same broken marriage, and that this man who was in our household was actually everybody's father. And so what I learned as I grew older, and I mean older as in adolescence, I learned that this man was actually our stepfather, and my 4 siblings were the product of her first marriage, and that I was actually a love child that came along somewhere in the middle. And so, like any other child, you want to know who your biological parents are. So I subsequently found out that this man, who was the best friend of one of my babysitters, was actually my father. And I used to daily sit on this man's lap. He would give me money and everything. And he knew that I was his child, but never revealed himself to me. And so that was one of the biggest secrets in our household that I found out later in life. The second thing that happened was, as my siblings got older and became teenagers, they began to reject the notion of being raised by a stepfather. So those relationships took a downward spiral, and there began to be some level of domestic violence in our household. So every time these situations would break out, the family would send me over to the neighbor's house. And so I found myself as a child standing behind that closed door, fellowshipping with fear and wondering, like, when they open this door, what am I going to encounter? What's actually going on over there? And so as from my adolescent years all the way up to the age of 28, I fellowshiped with that same spirit of fear. And it would just hover around me. Sometimes I would be afraid and not know actually where the fear was coming from. But it would come in the form of almost like a panic attack. And it would cause me to freeze. And I remember as an adult, my husband and I had a house built. It was a beautiful home. And one day he went to pick up the children from daycare. And I remember opening the door and standing there crying because I was afraid to go into my brand new home. And so those types of incidents that happened in my childhood really played into who I became as an adult. I remember being a part of the Me Too movement before there was a Me Too movement, being sexually assaulted by a family friend and being told to shut my mouth or something worse would happen. And so, you know, we grew up and we put all of those little secrets into a little pea pod and crammed it down on the inside of us and built this world around ourselves and presented this facade of a person to the world who appeared to be confident and strong, and you came from a great background, you're educated, you're smart, and you got all of this going on for you. But for me, honestly, as a full-grown vetted adult, I can remember those days when I would put on my makeup, get dressed, I'm ready to go to work, and I'd look at myself in the mirror and just burst into tears because memories would start flooding my mind and take over my emotions at that moment. And I would tell myself, like, you're not beautiful. You can't do this. You're not smart. I ended up, actually, I used to be very smart. I was very book smart growing up. I was a straight A student. I was in Who's Who in 1988 amongst American high school students. I was honored by the Ohio Board of Regents and some more stuff because I was just very book smart. My mom was a operation room nurse, and she just didn't play with us. She would tear your report to shreds and make you do it over. We went to Catholic school, so we learned how to read and write. The communication skills were real big, in Catholic school. And so I subsequently gained a academic scholarship to Ohio State, which was the first college on my list of colleges. But unfortunately, I lost my virginity when I turned 18 years old, and I lost my virginity to a drug dealer. And that drug dealer sucked me into his world. I don't know how many of you ever saw that movie, New Jack City, but we were living that life in Cleveland, Ohio, back in the late 80s at the introductory phase of crack. And so there was a lot of money exchanging hands. There was a lot of material gain. And also there were a lot of losses. I lost my academic scholarship to Ohio State University. I lost my virginity and lost my mind, honestly, for a couple of minutes where my family was like, who is this child and where did she come from? I subsequently moved out of my parents' house at 18 and shacked out with this guy for a couple of years. And then one day I realized that I'm going down south really fast. And so I reached out to God. I'm like, as a child, we were preacher's kids, so we learned how to pray. That if we didn't know how to do anything else, we knew how to pay our tithes and how to pray. And so I dropped to my knees and prayed, and I promised God, if you get me out of this situation, I will take off running and never look back. And that night that I prayed that prayer, we were pulled over by 15 police officers, rifles to the windows, hands in the air, boots in the back, face to the pavement. And we were all on our way to jail that night. And suddenly my parents appeared out of nowhere and came and got me and took me back to their house. And I didn't know at the time what happened, but I knew that God had sent an angel to rescue me and to honor that prayer. And so in exchange for him rescuing me, I had to honor that vow that I made to him. And so I took off running into Uncle Sam's Air Force, and I never looked back. I never looked back. I made good on that promise, and I found out that a friend of mine who was on the police force happened to be driving through the McDonald's drive-through that night and saw me and talked to the police, and they allowed him to call my parents. And so if you want to know if I believe and trust God that he can salvage you and that he can put you back in right standing and set you on a course to the future, yes, I believe absolutely. I know that it's him. I know that it's his ultimate plan, and all we have to do is acknowledge that it's his plan and not ours, and then we can go in the direction of our purpose. I did author a book called Butterfly Encounters, and the premise behind this book is to address the issue that I'm addressing right now. Let's look at the spiritual brokenness that is inhibiting our ability to thrive, to pass the baton to the next generation, to pass a whole, not a broken baton, to the next generation, to take our hands and turn someone in this generation in the direction of the future, to have them put their hands in the runner's stance and receive that baton and run freely and wholeheartedly in the direction of their future. In order for us to do this, we all have to be healed and made whole. We all have to have that encounter with the Most High God, or and have our belief system adjusted, and to release that little pea pod that we have with all of our secrets and all of our cares, release it to him and acknowledge that, yes, these things did happen to me. The name of this book is Butterfly Encounters, or Transformative Moments. They are the moments in our lives that have the ability to shapeshift what's in our belief system. Most of these things that we're holding on to happened in our childhood, when we were involuntarily exposed to transformative moments that shaped and molded the way that we think, the way that we believe. And so we start down a path of using those negative experiences as the reason why we behave a certain way. And as we get older and our types of encounters change and become more intense, and we're faced with opportunities to make full-fledged adult decisions on our own, absent the voices of our parents, then we start to realize that I'm not doing so well as an adult. I'm not really thriving. I'm growing older, but I'm not growing in wisdom. I'm not growing in stature. I'm not building a legacy that could be passed on to someone. You find a lot of us in my age group. Like I said, I'm 48 years old. I've encountered a lot of women who said they don't want to get married. I don't want to have any kids. They didn't like the way that they were raised or experiences they had when they were children. And so I wouldn't bring a child into this crazy world. You know, you felt like the world was out of control at some point in your life. And so you don't want to bring a child into a scenario that you can't control. You've probably met people that are control freaks, or they're living their lives inside of this box. A lot of them have a string of letters behind their name because those accomplishments have validated them. But at the end of the day, just like me, they're standing in that mirror with tears flowing where nobody else can see. It's just a moment between you and God where you have your confessional, saying things that you wouldn't dare say in front of other people. About 15 years ago, I went to a women's workshop with one of the elders in our ministry. And during that workshop, I was talking to God about, I need more. Like, life has to be more than this. Like, I'm tired of just being a wife and being a mother. I want to know who Patricia is. I want to know why you sent me here. And I know that this is not it, because I got this emptiness on the inside of me. I have to know. And one of the things that God started talking to me about was the junk that was down on the inside of me. And a lot of it had to do with my resentment of how I was raised. I resented not having a voice. I resented being looked at as the runt in the pack because I was the youngest. I resented all of the secrets. I resented all of the hostility in the household and being told to shut up and stay out of grown folks' business and go sit down somewhere. And then all I get to do is just go to school and be yelled at because I brought home a B instead of an A. So God was like, you have to, forgive your mother. So it moved me to tears. I was like, I love my mother to pieces. I think I'm a pretty good daughter. And I've always been very compliant. So I don't know what you mean. And God just started rolling back the tape and showing me all of the resentment that was in my heart and all of the things that I packed down on the inside of me. And I had built this world around my little pea pod that, was allowed to fester on the inside of me. And so that day I chose to confront my mother, and I talked to her about everything that I had held on to from childhood. And I also shared with her some things that she didn't know. And she looked at me basically like I had 10 heads and said, wow, I thought that I had done a good job sheltering you. She never apologized. Her final words to me on that day were, I hope that you'll be a better mother than I was. And it broke my heart because my intention was not to tell her that she wasn't being a good mother. I really wanted to talk about me and how I felt about you as my mother. not my perception of you as a good or bad mother. And for me, there's a difference. I think that, you know, in terms of the set of circumstances and the hand that she was dealt and fleeing an extremely violent marriage, my mother created a great life for us. She, at any given time, was known to work 3 nursing jobs at one time. And she was determined to be a homeowner and, you know, to demonstrate to us that there is life after tragedy. And so I think she did a pretty good job. And additionally, she demonstrated God's love to us. We were always sharing our space with other families. She would clean out our freezer and our closets and give freely to folks who lived in like the projects or anyone who's disparate. We learned how to love, and we love hard. And the sometimes unfortunate part of loving unconditionally is that you end up getting hurt. And so I've personally experienced that hurt in marriage, you know, in the workforce, in the military, and in raising my children. However, what I choose more than those types of encounters, I choose to love the way God told me to love, and that's unconditionally. That's opening up my space, my time, my resources, my heart, my mind to other human beings that have a need. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm starting a movement amongst women, particularly African American women, because we tend to be the backbone of society. When I look up the totem pole and see the pecking order in society, you have white men, white women, black men, and black women laying on their stomachs with everyone couched upon their backs. We are the ultimate multitaskers. We cry ourselves to sleep at night, and we wake up in the morning and go on a rinse and repeat cycle. I've personally experienced this, and it's not necessarily fun, but we do it without blinking an eye because it's how we were raised. And we were raised to keep our mouths shut and keep working. And so today, I want to provoke you to begin to look at these encounters as transformative moments. Don't despise the way you started out. Don't despise the family you were born into. Embrace it. Open up that little pea pod. Go digging. Go on an excavation mission and pull up that pod and open it up and see what's on the inside. See what's been eating you. And make a decision to destroy it. It's got to die. It's like the butterfly. In order to become a beautiful butterfly, a caterpillar has to subject itself to a death, meaning that it goes into a certain position and it begins to spin a cocoon around itself, and around itself for a certain period of time. And then once that time is over, that caterpillar is no more. It arises as this beautiful butterfly that sets out on a mission. And specifically the monarch butterfly, it will sustain through repollination and going through the metamorphosis process over and over again, 5 generations of itself. So if you could imagine yourself going through this death, burial, and resurrection process, coming out in full bloom as a monarch butterfly, and then sustaining 5 generations of yourself. That is so powerful to me. That's your reach back capability. You going and you fulfilling purpose, and then you turning around and passing the baton to another generation. Powerful stuff. So I want to offer you the opportunity to get a free copy of this book, Butterfly Encounters, Mastering Life's Transformative Moments, so that you can go on a soul-searching mission and you can get rid of all that old stuff that's holding you down and begin to embrace this beautiful you who has reach back capability. Let's repair that baton. Go get someone else from a younger generation turn them in the direction of the future, coach them along through their healing process. Because we want to get these girls before they become broken remnants of themselves, to where you're now don't even recognize who you are. We want to catch them early and turn them towards the future and put them in the runner stance. People that run relay races, the person you're passing the baton to is already facing the goal, the finish line, and they've got one hand extended in front of them, their feet in the runner stance, and that other hand is backwards, facing you and ready to receive that baton, and they are already running. They're not standing still with their arms folded or their hands in the air or like this. They're in a runner stance, ready to receive that baton and run full throttle towards the future. We need to get some kids excited about facing and embracing the future. They are our future. We're not going to be here. Most of us in my age group have parents that are either aging in place or they've passed on. I've heard about a lot of passing over the past few years. And so we're that next leg. We're the next leg that's going to be passing the baton to those that are going to go and embrace the future and affect positive change in the future. We have to recognize transformative moments and be willing to recreate those moments at every opportunity. Learn how to engage with other human beings. We don't live life on social media. But because people are on social media so frequently, you forget that human engagement is a real thing. Like, there's a time when you're going to have to talk on a telephone or sit across the table or communicate something in writing, not in text acronyms, or other cryptic languages we use online. Social media doesn't have a traffic guard or a traffic light. And so you have to learn how to engage other human beings along life's path. We're going to have these moments all the time. Let me introduce you to my daughter. My daughter, Jasmine Miles, is who I like to call my little Punky Brewster. Punky Brewster was a little girl from a 1990s sitcom who had long pigtails, and she wore all these rainbow colors. She was very persnickety. But she was funny and cute, and my daughter's always been that girl. So when she turned 16, she lost her virginity, and like most of us, you lost your virginity and lost your mind. And so from 2009 to 2016, she was dating the same guy. Well, we subsequently found out that the relationship that she was in was abusive, that he would take things from her, he would hit her, he would mainly degrade her and make her feel inferior and insecure. And so in 2016, so she got pregnant in 2015. In 2016, she gave birth to twin boys, one of which was born dead. During this experience at the hospital, the doctors were able to revive the twin A. Twin A was shipped off by medevac to Children's National Medical Center, and his brother, twin B, was admitted to the nursery in the hospital where she gave birth. So during the course of, they're 2 years old now, so during the course of these 2 years, the baby that was born dead and was resuscitated spent the first 5 to 6 months of his life in the hospital in the ICU, the neonatal ICU unit, while his brother was home bonding with his mother, and while she was at home bonding with her son, she lived in fear of her other baby not thriving. We prayed, we visited the baby, did everything we could to support her. The baby was subsequently discharged about 5 to 6 months later, but he came home with a feeding tube, with a band on his esophagus, and with the fear that he wouldn't be able to hear, see, think, smell, taste, etc., etc. Well, what's in our belief system is that God can do anything. I felt like if the point of the exercise was for him to be dead, then he was already dead. But God saw fit to bring him back. And so we needed to know what was to be gained from all of this. What lesson was to be learned? What was this encounter about? So over the course of the past 2 years, my daughter worked in tandem with my sister, who's a level 3 case manager, to learn and understand what information the doctors were relaying to her. She and the children's father are not on good terms, so they, she didn't have support from him or his family. She was the sole provider and caregiver for these children. I would listen to my daughter at night crying herself to sleep because she was suffering from sleep deprivation. She was up all night with machines and buzzers going off and wondering if this is it, is this it, is this it? She's feeding the baby through a tube. As his brother's getting older and doing certain things, you can begin to recognize the delays in the other son. However, even though this is a situation that could have stopped her in her tracks and made her give up hope, I watched her dig her heels in deeper and be determined that you are not going to do anything differently than your brother. And so I watched her make him eat through his mouth. I watched her stand him up. I watched her reading to him and talking to him, and putting her face in his face and saying, listen, you are going to make it. You're going to do exactly what your brother's doing. And I can testify to this day, they're 2.5 years old. This young man is walking. He's trying to talk. He's recognizing colors and sounds. He loves music. He has great table etiquette. We always call his brother the Devin the Barbarian because he'll go ham with his hands, and Dylan likes to eat with his fork, and he has his napkin on his neck. His grandmother, I call him my foodie. He likes good food, good music, and grandma. At any rate, he's progressing nicely, and the doctors and the daycare providers are attributing that to the work that she did with him at home. So a situation that could have taken her down actually pushed her to say, you know what, I'm going back to school because I want to be a nurse. Now, if I take you on the journey backwards to 2011 when she graduated high school, she started going to school for clinical services. She initially wanted to be a psychologist, but she was entangled with her children's father at the time, and that was more important, and so she dropped out of college. So here we are 7 years later after having this encounter, this moment that could have stopped her in her tracks, that could have killed her, that could have made her lose her mind. Matter of fact, she did have a nervous breakdown at one point and had a little 1-week stay in a mental health facility. But the determination that she had to push forward and to come up and to remember how she was raised and to pull on her family at her time of need was so phenomenal that this baby is thriving. He's walking, he's laughing, he understands, he can see, he can hear. And it's all a credit to her taking that butterfly encounter, that transformative moment when her son died and was resurrected, and ownership lied with her to help him progress to the next level. She took that moment and utilized it as the platform to make a major life decision. So next month, this August, she's going to be going back to school, and she wants to be a registered nurse. And so we support that. So I said all that to say, take these encounters that you have and seek after more. We want to find out the meaning of these encounters. As a matter of fact, I trademarked the term MORE. I turned it into an acronym that stands for meaningful, opportunities, relationships, and experiences. That means that every encounter that I have in life has a meaning, whether it's negative or positive. We can take it and spin it any way we want to. But at the end of the day, it all points in the direction of our future and our purpose. So I challenge you, women, to get your healing and your wholeness and turn about and reach back and grab someone in the next generation to pass your baton to. If you're interested in receiving a copy of this book, Butterfly Encounters, I'm giving away 3 of them today. Just text Butterfly Encounters to 301-257-2947, and then you and I can inbox, and I'll get your address and send it out to you right away. I thank you for listening, and I'm excited about the future, and I hope you are too. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Luciana Turner of the LTNA Group, bringing you the strategic planning for government contracting, knowing what's in your toolbox. Let's kind of start this conversation off with, in 2017, the government spent $3.9 trillion with a T dollars in government contracting. That's contracts, grants, loans, subsidiaries, all of that. 3.9 trillion. Approximately 5% of that was assigned to small businesses. So that's a great amount of money. But what I want you to think about also for FY 2017 is that the audit firm of the government, DCAA, audited about $281 billion of that, and then determined that $7.1 billion of that had to be returned to the government. They called it exceptions. That's just a nice way of saying the costs were unsupported, and the contractor had to refund that money to the government. So while government contracting is a very lucrative and a very profitable way of growing your business, keep in mind, if you don't take the proper steps, the government does ask for its money back, and they like to tack on penalties and fees. So this conversation right here is to keep you from falling in the trap of, I want my money back. So let me tell you a little bit about the LTNA Group. We are a consulting and training firm who assists small businesses, small business owners, in proper entry into government contracting. You know, some people think you can just write a proposal, you win the contract, and it's over and done with. There's so much more to it than that. There's the proper way to write the proposal. There's even a way to find the work that is a fit for you and your company. And then there's different methodologies for ensuring that you stay, as you'll hear me say quite often, compliant in performing the work. That's where the LTNA group come in. We are your partner. We are your friend. The LTNA group was founded by myself, Luciana Turner, and that comes from my years of government contracting. I used to work with one of the top 5 contracting firms. I never say their name, but they're one of the top 5 firms. And in the audit process, we kept running into these issues with our small business partners. And in talking with our project managers and looking at the audit support and what was there, what should have been there, the constant reoccurring theme was there was a lack of understanding and a lack of proper training going out to our small business partners. And while we were under mandate, primes are under mandate to share a certain portion of work with small businesses, the constant conversation in the office was these small businesses are costing us time and money because they don't know what they're doing. And after years of hearing this conversation, it's something was just born in me to say, well, let me step in to fill in the gap. Let me come out here and help and partner with these small businesses who honestly don't know they're doing things wrong, so that they can then become a more viable partner to these primes, grow their businesses, and alleviate headaches on both sides of the fence. Because primes hate partnering with small businesses, let's just tell the truth, because they don't have the time to educate and, for lack of a better term, bring them up. And their small businesses are not benefiting from these contracts they're being awarded because they don't know what to do. Therefore, they're not positioning themselves as the power partner that these prime organizations are seeking. So LTNA was born. Luciana Turner, your compliance specialist, came in to fill that gap so we can become power partners and we can do a win-win in this conversation. So today's conversation is around what's in your toolbox. And use the toolbox metaphor because in government contracting, you have to have a strategic plan. You have to have that blueprint, that thing which is going to guide you in this process. And what's a part of that strategic plan? Your capacity and capability. Knowing your customer, your capture and development processes, and certifications. Now I'm going to go through these kind of briefly so that you can understand where I'm coming from, but the majority of this conversation is going to be around that one particular tool, and that's certifications. And it's a very, very powerful tool, but understand it is just that. It's a tool in the toolbox, not the toolbox itself. Capacity and capability, the 2 C's of businesses. That basically means you're going to sit down and say, how much work can I take on currently? That's your capacity. Can I perform a $200,000 contract? Can I perform $1 million contract? And it's very important to establish your capacity when you sit down to write to these proposals, because that will help you build out your resources. It will help you properly allocate your current resources, and it allows you to set yourself up for success versus failure. Far too often, businesses go after these large multi-million-dollar contracts, and it's very tempting to do so without the capacity, the manpower, the tools, the back-end integrations to perform at optimization. And while people get caught up in the headlines of company XYZ won $1 million contract, when you go and do the research, you'll see they only billed out 100K of the million. Why? Because there was something lacking in their capacity, more than likely, where they could not fulfill at the level in which they were needed to fulfill. So they won the contract and, as I call it, lost the award because there's this additional $900,000 they cannot bill or work to because the customer is saying this isn't working. We're going to have to go a different way and look to get the work done. And capability. is basically saying, what services do I offer? What services am I going to offer the government? And those are not necessarily the same thing. Understand that you do not have to sell the government everything you do, and understand that there are times you're going to be selling the government a hodgepodge or a mixed breed or a rework or remix, if you want to use that term, of what you do. So while I offer acquisition support, financial management, I have a contract as DB support services where I help these firms become sustainable. The way my services are offered on that contract are not the way that I offer those contracts as a consultant. So even though on my consulting side, I have a step-by-step, my contract required me to remove some steps, augment some steps, and move some things around. So when we're talking about capability, are you capable to be flexible enough to spin your services so that you are meeting the needs of your customer? Understanding who your customer is. When you set out to create your strategic plan, understand you cannot sell everybody. And that is so true in government. So when you're creating your strategic plan, we need to get there. We're going to do that fine weed tuning. Who is your customer? I'm going to sell to the Department of Defense. Well, the Department of Defense is comprised of over 80 different areas. So which of those 80 areas are you going to service? Because obviously, as small businesses, we do not, even large businesses, do not have the capacity to service all 80 areas. So you have to come down into my customer in the government is not Department of Defense. My customer in the government is not Navy. My customer in the government is not the Department of Commerce. You're going into deeper. You're saying that this is a very hot topic right now, so that's why I'm using this analogy. My customer is the Department of Homeland Security, Border Patrol, to provide training on sensitivity and how to deal with the people that are being brought in and processing. Or my customer we're talking about getting down into the weeds, because the government is this huge entity that is compartmentalized. So therefore, your services must be directed and focused in on which sub-department or which sub-compartment of that government agency that you're servicing. So I know somebody is saying, I never thought about it like that. But your government customer is not the agency, it's not even the department. It's that sub area that's dug down into the various ways they break out their work and how they do work. So if you're looking to do training, managerial training for the Department of Commerce, then that managerial training can go across to transportation, it can go across to aviation. And then even in that, there's very different sub-compartments. So understand your capacity. What can I do? How can I do it? My capability, what are my services? How am I offering these services to who is my ultimate customer, which sub-department or sub-compartment of that agency that I'm looking to do business with? Capture and development. So we've got our capacity, we know what we can do, we have our capability, we know what we're selling, we have our customer, we've gotten down into the weeds and we're into the root of the matter, we know who we're targeting specifically. Now we're going to do what we call capture and development. In the B2C world, and even in the B2B world, this would be called your marketing and your proposal development. In government, we call it capture and development. And there's a reason for that. The capture part is where now you know who your customer is. Now we're going to do some research. What type of services have they bought in the past? How much of that service have they bought? How are they categorizing that service? That gets all into your NACE codes. And that's a conversation. I don't want to kind of dilute this conversation with NACE codes, but NACE codes is just a numerical representation of a service or duty that or function that the government purchases. So we're going to do all of those research. That's your capture. That is you're going out there and securing the data that is currently available in order to target your services to that agency or that department or whomever your end customer may be. Now, here's the development part. That's where you get out there and you meet your officers. That's where you meet your procurement officers. That's where, if you can, you meet your contracting officers. Because before the RFP hits the street, and this is a tip that everybody needs to know, every agency puts out their forecast. These are the services that we believe that we're going to be securing for this year. These are the contracts that are ending this year, and we intend to rebid for these services. So in your capture part, you've gotten all that information, and it also gives you the name of your procurement officer and your contracting officer. Before the RFP or the request for proposal, the request for quote, whatever vehicle they're using to obtain industry information hits the street, in your development stage, you are to get in front of these people. That's to go through the small business liaison's officer. Every government agency has one. Utilize them. They are your mouthpiece within that agency. So contact that small business officer. Introduce yourself. Introduce them to your capacity, your capabilities, the fact that you have researched and you know who your customer is, that you have done your capture and that you understand that their pain point is this, and you're coming in to offer that solution, whether it's penicillin or whether it's Tylenol. You are the cure to their pain. They then, in turn, can then advocate on your behalf within that agency. And a lot of times in your capture and in developing your customer, that small business officer can then direct you to an area that you either did not know, or that is newly developing, or there's a new need that hasn't even hit the street in any of the forecasts yet. So that's the benefit of, in your development stage, becoming friends and becoming partners with the small business liaison's office. In your development or in your marketing part, you also want to attend the industry events. There was a large event in June, American Express Open. Every government procurement officer was there. And they actually had it set up where you could do I call it like the speed dating of government contracting, where you could sit down for 3 minutes with any procurement officer of your choice, choosing to say, hello, I am here. I am your pain solver. Attend the GovCon. Is a big event coming up at Walter Reed in July. These events occur yearly, and these events are the events where the contracting officers and the procurement officers are actually there for you to talk to. Don't ambush them in the bathroom. That's not good. But if you can't make the speed dating, or you didn't get an opportunity to speak to everybody you want to, they're wandering the hallways. They're wearing their name tags. A casual introduction. Hello, I am, and here's what we do, and here's how we can help you. Can we set up an appointment to meet and discuss? That's part of your development. And far too often, and I want to say this tip number 2 in all of this, you can't market the government the way you market businesses or consumers. You cannot. You cannot bombard these officers with 200 emails. They will blackball you. They will put you on the do not talk to this person list, because they don't have time to read 200 emails. then they feel like you have done no research or no capture development in your organization to understand they're not going to respond to 200 emails. So while you have this beautiful email sequence that you utilize for your B2C and B2B, it's going to need modifying for your B2G marketing. And that's all a part of that capture and development. When you create that plan of who am I talking to, why do I want to talk to them, how am I going to contact them, how do I follow up? We all understand there's a touch system, but we're going to really have to kind of modify and mix and match the touches that go on. And I'm going to tell you, your first 10 phone calls most likely will go unanswered. It's okay. Especially in contracting offices, probably not going to call you back at all. I'm just being real. They don't talk to people unless they have a long, extensive relationship with you, or unless you have been introduced to them in such a way that the urgency has been developed for you to talk to you. So don't be discouraged if the contracting officer doesn't call you back. It's okay. If you get the procurement officer on the phone, you're doing a great thing, because even some of them get kind of hoity-toity and don't want to respond to you. But just make sure in that strategic plan that your capture, understanding what services they're looking for, understanding what contracts are ending this year or within the next 18 months, understanding how to get in front of these people utilizing small business liaisons officer, attending these networking events to get in front of these people so they can put a name with your face, understanding the benefit of a hello, how are you? Can we set up 5 minutes to talk over coffee, over breakfast? Can I come to your office? Understanding that there's a certification person in every agency, in every department, to ensure that they're hitting those goals. You need to know who they are. You need to become their friend. These people, the small business liaisons officer, that procurement officer, that certification tracker, all of these people then become advocates if you work in capture and development for your company, so that when your proposal comes across that desk, they can say, yes, LTNA, that's Luciana. We met her here. She seems capable and knowledgeable, and she's done her research, so that they will then put your proposal to the front of the line. Tip number 3, when they review proposals, they do quick scan through for compliance. If that RFP tells you that they don't want to cover, all they want is your name and a table on the front, and you put this pretty bedazzled cover on it and it's real sparkly, they will toss your proposal. If they put in there that they want to see your logo prominently displayed, we love our logos, we put a whole lot of money in it, but there are RFPs that are hitting on the street, and I've seen it more and more, they don't care about your logo. So instead of it taking up a third of the page, how about we put it in proper perspective and put it in the corner, we make it small, we still have our branding there, but that we give them what they need so that they recognize name, brand. We've talked to her, she's knowledgeable, she's already compliant, she can follow directions. Government contracting tip number 4, follow directions. The government does not want you to tell them what they want. They've already told you, just do it. It doesn't matter. Once you win the contract and obtain the award, then you can go in there with your suggestions or modifications, but get in the door, just follow directions. So as they go through and they met you and you've done your proper capture and development and you made friends with the small business liaisons officer, when that proposal hits their desk, they can say, we've met her, we know her, we trust her. Now let's see if she can deliver what we need. All of these steps, I know it's like, Luciana, you keep browbeating us with capacity and capability. You keep telling us about this capture and development. All I want is the contract. And what I'm telling you is all of this leads to the contract. This is the unpretty, unglorious work that goes on before the $1 million win. All of these things, doing your homework, laying that foundation, ensuring that your back end is what it needs to be to perform. All of these things lead to the contract award, but it's the steps in the process that you must follow when you're creating that successful government contracting firm. So now we're going to talk about one tool in particular in the toolbox. And we're going to delve into this a little more, and that's certifications. Now, there are different types of certs. They all serve the same purpose, but you still have to create a mindset around how do you utilize them. FAR 19702, I thought I would throw in a little regulation for you, governs certifications. Now, FAR is the Federal Acquisition Regulation. If you have insomnia, go pick up a copy of it. You'll fall asleep instantly. It's about 2,000 pages if you print it. And the type, you're going to need a magnifying glass plus some bifocals and some more stuff because the type and font is really, really small. But within that acquisition regulation, they actually lay out certifications and the purpose that they're used for, and where it comes from. And all the FAR clause is a result of years of small businesses bidding on contracts and not being able to win. Let's be real. LTNA Group, actually my contracting firm is Elturn Associates. Elturn Associates cannot compete head-to-head with General Dynamics, Lockheed Martin. We need a little help. And it's not because we're a minority firm. It's not because we're a woman-owned firm. It's because, quite frankly, our capacity, not capabilities, does not meet that of a GD. And if you don't know who General Dynamics or Lockheed is, you need to stop the strategic planning and go learn about the industry. Those are two of the largest players in government contracts. And if you can get in with them as a subcontractor, that's an awesome way to rapidly grow your contract base, because they go after multi-billion-dollar contracts. So when they're meeting their 3% set aside of that $17 billion contract they just won, I don't know. I like 10% 1.7. We're talking about, I like to have an $800,000 contract. I think it would do wonders for my company. I think it would do wonders for any small business. So don't scoff at 3%. That's so small, but 3% of a multi-billion with a B contract is so much different than 3% of a $10,000 opportunity. So kind of get that mindset there. But back to FAR. This FAR clause came as a result of small businesses clamoring, saying, hey, we can be of service to the government, but we can't get our foot in the door because we cannot compete head to head with these larger firms. So due to some extensive lobbying and some extensive conversations on the Hill, they created these set-asides or these certifications. And there's a difference between a set-aside and a certification, even though you hear it used interchangeably, that gave small businesses the opportunity to get our foot in the doors, to perform, and to prove that, hey, we're innovative, we can service you, we are your best partner of choice. So I just kind of went into the purpose that they serve. The Small Business Administration views certifications like professional certs. It's like a documentation of capability or status. That's the SBA's viewpoint on certifications. However, let me tell you the deal with certs. There are tier 1 contractors, and tier 1 contractors are your larger contractors. They have the larger contracts that were never certified. And these are women-owned firms. These are minority-owned firms, veteran-owned firms. They just never went the route of getting certified. Now, there are some other backstories that go along with that, but let's just keep this conversation clean. You can bid on a contract and never be certified. So don't think, oh my God, I've got to get registered. I got to do this. Then I got to get all these certifications. No. Certifications is just a tool in the toolbox. It is not the whole toolbox. So don't feel that while you're doing your research, trying to see which certification will best suit you, which certification is used the most by your customer, which area your customer is falling short, because every agency is under mandate to award a certain percentage per certification type. While you're doing all that research and figuring out which way you're going to go, you can still bid on contracts. So don't ever feel I'm not certified, I can't bid. I actually suggest do a couple of bids not certified. More so to, one, get the practice of how the process goes. Secondly, it will get your company name in front of these officers so that they can get to know you and become accustomed to seeing you, because you are a new player in the field, so that when you do become certified, it's just that extra icing on the cake. I don't know, I'm going to use this analogy. You know, you have the beautiful lemon cake, but you know what? That scoop of vanilla ice cream on top of it is just the creme de la creme. You want to submit your proposals while you're figuring out your cert, because your certification is the ice cream on top of the cake. You can eat the cake without the ice cream, but it just makes it taste so much better with it. I know that was a food analogy. So we're getting to that mindset. There are tools. And as long as you recognize that certifications are tools, then you can rock this thing. You can go through this process of applying, maintaining your table work, and understand that this certification that you're getting, whether you pay for it or you go through one of the federal certs or you go through a state cert, it doesn't matter. Once you recognize and you keep that mindset that it's a tool that enhances my services, then you can really do things. And it gives you access to the clubs. And we're going to talk about that in a second. Now, there are multiple types of certifications. There are certifications on the federal level. That's if you're deciding your client is DOD, Senate, House, and then the Senate, the House of Representatives, even the White House. They all have RFPs that they put out there. Whether you're looking at working with Homeland Security, Department of Treasury, whomever, everybody on that federal level is guided by the FAR and is guided by these certification types. Then on the state level, there are certifications. And just because you're certified within the state of Delaware, within the state of Virginia, within whatever operative state, those certifications do not always translate to the federal level. So understand what area or arena are you playing in or you're operating in, and that will help guide you to which types of certifications that you should be looking at. I'm going to discuss primarily the holy grail on the federal level, is what I call it, and that's the 8A certification. And then I'm going to talk about the DBE certification, which is a federal cert that's utilized on the state level. So we're going to delve into those the most. But as you see, there are so many other set-asides. And a set-aside program is where they're saying, if you're a woman or service disabled, these contracts are only for you. Now, there was recently an audit performed that showed that most of the contracts awarded in these set-aside areas, women-owned business, veteran-owned, there's a new designation coming out for the LGBT community, were not properly awarded. So be on the lookout for changes in the certification process and certification types. There's getting ready to be a major sweep in that realm. And I just want you to know, because they audit these things to make sure that everybody that's playing in the field belongs in the field. The definition of small business, I'm going to get in there real quick with this, and then we're going to kind of bounce off of it. I spoke about NACE codes. The Small Business Administration has decided, they go through the NACE codes and they determine what is a small business. Depending upon what service you offer, where you max out or graduate out as a small business. Here's a couple of examples. If you're a computer programming firm, you stop being a small business at $27.5 million. If you do media, if you're a media agency, you max out at $15 million for that particular NACE code. So in your strategic planning and that capture development, you want to keep an eye on your revenue in terms of, am I still small? And at 27.5 million, there's a couple of NACE codes. You can have 100 million and you're still considered small business. So just want to keep in mind what your NACE codes are and that definition as we jump into the 8A certification. The 8A is the granddaddy of them all on the federal level. This certification gives you access to a group of contracts that nobody can bid on unless they're 8A. These are total set-asides, no exceptions. You have to be certified to get through, or 8A certified to get access to those contracts. And the 8A certification basically takes historically disadvantaged firms. These are firms that were founded by women, minorities, Native Americans, who have historically been discriminated against. We have not been allowed in the club. The 8A certification allows us exclusive access to the club so that we can scale quickly. And you're telling, well, why should I care about that? Why should I want to scale quickly? The 8A certification lasts for 5 years. So that is 5 years of exclusivity. That is 5 years of, and the 8A cert has a higher set aside per department. So that's 5 years of getting in there, getting these additional contracts, learning the lessons, and performing the work, so that at the end of the 5 years, you should be, 1, graduated from small business totally. 2, you become a mainstay or staple in your customer's eye or in your customer's department. And 3, you now know how the game works. You have become a veteran contractor, and you should be able to take your firm to the next level. Keep in mind, the 8A certification is a tool. It gives you access to these contracts. It gives you access to a dedicated business development coach from the Small Business Administration. This person is there to help you. You're going to redevelop a new business plan specifically to grow through 8A. They're going to help get you through some more doors that you cannot get through on your own, but understand this. And I throw this caveat out there because it can't be taken lightly. You've gotten 5 years of this of exclusiveness, access to procurement officers and contracts, but 80% of the firms that graduate from the 8A program fail within 1 year graduation because they did not take advantage of everything that the program has to offer. So if you're thinking, I'm going to go 8A certified just so I can get all these contracts, I want you to change that mindset. I'm going to change your mindset to say, I'm going to leverage my 8A certification so that I can train up, grow up, so that at the end, when I no longer have that certification to rely upon, I can still scale and grow my business as a government contractor. Don't be the kid in the candy store grabbing at all the candy. be the kid in the candy store who says, I like this particular kind, but I'm going to savor and build up. It's sort of like going from chews to fireballs. You want to be a fireball when you graduate from the 8A program. You don't want to be a part of that failure statistic. And then even at that, understanding that your 8A firm can then do more joint ventures. You can be a vehicle to be a come up for your next small business partner, because guess what? As an 8A, now you're a prime. You're optimal. You'll even see GDs and your Lockheeds coming after you, because quite frankly, they want access to those contracts only the 8A firms have. So if you understand the value of that cert, and if you understand how to rock that cert and integrate it into your plan and make and build that value, so that you're not only an 8A firm, I have access, but I'm an 8A firm that is value, and I am a powerful partner and a powerful leader in this thing, you can really grow your business. There's so much opportunity in 8A. I wish I had time to really delve into ways that you can utilize it. But that 8A is just the holy grail of the federal level. Now, the DBE program, that's the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program. This certification is offered through the Department of Transportation. So it's a federally mandated, federally legislated certification that is utilized on the state level. Anybody looking to do business with the Department of Transportation, whether you lay asphalt, you're an engineer or architect, you provide professional services, you're an OSHA certification specialist, you're a leadership developer, anything along those lines, this DBE program gives you access to contracts or larger set-asides, because most DBE set-aside goals are along the lines of 15 to 20%. And in the Department of Transportation, they are adamant that that goal is met. They will revoke a contract if that prime does not award those DBEs out. And I'll tell you what I'm seeing now as I'm out here writing proposals as well. They're not even allowing proposals without a DBE firm already identified. So if you're looking to do work with the Department of Transportation on the state, and if you're looking to do state work, because a lot of states are using the DBE cert to fulfill their small business goals, that I would tell anybody the first certification you should get as a business in government contracting is the DBE one. It gives you access to so many things, and it makes you a hot commodity. But keep in mind, like in the state of Maryland alone, there's 351 active DBE firms. In the state of North Carolina, there's 278 active DBE firms. So understand the certification by itself is valuable, but the true value or the true wealth of it is in how you utilize it. And that goes back to that capture and development we talked about earlier, how you're going to present yourself as the DBE. I use this a lot. I am the penicillin to your infection, whatever that pain point you have may be. And how do I cure your pain? I can solve your problem. I am your solution. And by the way, I know you're under mandate to award a certain amount of work to small businesses. And I'm a DBE. So I help you on the federal level. If you're using federal funds, you can say, I have this DBE firm. If you have your state goals, I'm a DBE. I help you. So not only can I do the work, not only am I curing your pain as that problem that you're soliciting for, I'm curing the pain of becoming compliant with all of these set-aside regulations where you're under the whip. You're not rewarding the small businesses enough. I'm a DBE firm, help me out. I'll tell anybody, take the time, do that certification first. It's just so much power in it if you learn how to utilize it in your capture and development process. So the DBE goals, basically the DBE program is just to create that level playing field once again. All of these certifications are legislated because small businesses have gotten together and said we are unfairly being blocked. We are innovative. Small businesses are more innovative than the larger guys anyway. We can turn on a dime where they cannot. They need a quarter to turn around. A program manager can come to you with a change, and there's a change process you need to follow. A small business can meet those changes quicker than the larger guy. But we just needed to get our foot in the door. And that's where all of these certification programs come from. And the DBE one is actually, the DBE program is actually the result of a lawsuit. So there's a really big emphasis on making sure that that goal is met, you know. And we talked about the purpose, you know, result of the lawsuit. So in close, that strategic toolbox, your capacity, your capability, that's who you can serve, how you can service them, and how are you going to fit your services to meet their needs. That's developing that capture and development, looking what are they buying, what have they bought, what's coming on the horizon. That's getting under that developmental office, that small business liaisons officer, that contracting officer, that procurement officer. That's ensuring that they know who you are. It's ensuring that they know you solve their problem. And it's ensuring that they know that you are the best choice for their problem solving. And it's also bringing in that certification so that you can say, I can solve your problem, but I also check your compliance box of I am 8A, you make that goal. I am a DBE, you meet that goal. And by the fact of being 8A or DBE, I'm also all of these other things, and they can just start checking the boxes. And you know, in government, sometimes checking the box is just as valuable, but you need to be sure to present yourself as that valued power partner. When they partner with you, they are partnering with a firm that can solve their current problem and any future need. This is Luciana Turner of the LTNA Group. Hope you found some value in this. That strategic planning for contracting success, understanding that the certification is a tool in your toolbox for strategic success in government contracts. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Katisha Jean-Baptiste, and I am the founder of Single Moms Entrepreneur Network. And I want to say thank you all for tuning in today. Thank you for joining me. I want to thank everyone in the room. Woo hoo, thank you for being here. I want to give a big shout out and thank you to all the folks who are tuning online all across this great nation, around the world. I want to give a big shout out. Let's see who's tuning in. I see folks from New Orleans, my hometown. I had to give them the shout out first. Thank you, 504, the Crescent City. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for joining on this session online today. So glad to have you. I see PA is in the house. Philly is in the house. My Philly family, thank you for joining. Glad to have you here. Sunny California. Glad to have you here joining us today. Bring some of that nice sunny weather over to this side of the world. Thank you for joining us. And of course, DC, the 202 is in the house. So glad to have you. The nation's capital, where I currently reside. So glad to have you all and so many others who are tuning in from across this nation, from around the world. I know we have folks from London tuning in. We have folks from South Africa tuning in, from the Caribbean. So welcome, welcome, and welcome. So thank you all for tuning in. So let's get started. So I want to make sure that I'm connecting with the right people in the room and the right people online. So I want to tell you, who is this message for? This message is for the single mom entrepreneur and you're feeling overwhelmed. I know what it is to be a single mom. So you're wearing all these different hats. You have so many responsibilities, so many things to be accountable for, and you're starting to feel overwhelmed. This message is also for the single mom entrepreneur that's saying, can I really do this? Can I build a profitable business? Can I really do this? This message is also for the single mom who's feeling frustrated. If it's not one thing, it's another thing. If it's not this, then it's that. Every time I get this picture frame straight, another one goes crooked. Well, I'm here today to talk to you. It's also for the single mom who is not happening fast enough. It is not happening fast enough. You need this business to take off. You need this idea to fly. You need to bring in revenue. It's not happening fast enough. This message is for you. And really, this message is for every single mom entrepreneur who's ready for a big breakthrough. You're ready for the breakthrough. You're overdone ready for the breakthrough. Well, I'm here with a word for you. Now, who am I? Again, my name is Katisha Jean-Baptiste, but let's leave all that out and just call me Kat. That's like a meow, but with the K. So I'm Kat. I'm a single mom. I was married. Now I'm divorced. I'm a minister. My faith has guided me, has shielded me, have opened doors for me that no man can shut. And so loving and serving in the kingdom of God keeps me going, keeps me grounded. So my faith, I'm a veteran. I've served this great country for over 18 years of service. And so it's been one of my loves to serve in the military as well. And then most of all, I'm an entrepreneur, okay? This is my way to provide for my family. This is my way to spend time with my family and be there for them. And not only for my children, for my two wonderful children, but also for my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. I'm building something. So glad to have you all. I love to travel. I've traveled the world. I've been to Brazil. I've been to Japan. I've lived in Hawaii. So I love to travel. And I love to just take a risk, take the chance at life. So let's get started. Let me tell you the day my life changed. I was married. I had a beautiful home. I had two beautiful children. Well, I still do have two beautiful children. But we had two beautiful children. And that's when I learned what I thought was forever, ever came to an end. Everything that I thought it would be, everything, those childhood dreams of the home had that. Adult 2.5, yes, I had a Doberman. Huge front yard, huge backyard. But those things came to an end. And here's what I learned. For everything, you have to learn something. So here's what I learned. You can be a single mom and you can make it. But not only can you be a single mom and make it, you could be a single mom entrepreneur and build something great and raise your family. You can build a profitable business. You can grow a business. You can raise your family. And at the end of the day, you can live your dream. You can do it. So I was able to be an entrepreneur. I have time for my children. None of my children are malnourished. They're all stable. They're excelling in school. They're doing well. I was able to keep a roof over our head. I was able to keep food on the table. I was able to do that as a single mom entrepreneur. And guess what? You can do it too. And I want to share with you some steps, 4 steps that every single mom entrepreneur needs to be successful. So let's jump right in. Okay, let's jump right in. So what does success require? Okay, the first thing that success require is mindset mastery, your belief. You may be asking yourself, can I really do this? Can I really do this? Can I really, after maybe I was married and now I'm single, raising 2 kids, can I really build a profitable business? Yes, you can. Can I really learn how to sell? I never sold. I was never a salesman or a saleswoman. Can I sell? Yes, you can. Um, can I understand branding? Can I understand marketing? Can I understand all the nuances that comes with building a business? Can I really do this? My answer to you is with the right mindset, yes, you can. So you have to master your mindset. Napoleon Hill said, whatever your mind can conceive and believe, it can be achieved. So if you can conceive it, if you can believe it, then you can and you will achieve it. So mindset mastery, okay? You have to master your mindset and your belief system. 2, you need to know your numbers. Kat, what does that mean? Okay? Most single mom entrepreneurs don't know their numbers. They don't know how much revenue they need to bring in. So they need to be able to do that. So let's start there, okay? Because you have to pay your bills, you have to pay your mortgage, you have to keep the lights on, you have to pay the car note, you have to pay child care, you have to pay car insurance. So you need to know what amount of money do I need to bring in, what amount of revenue do I need to generate, not only to keep the lights on, keep us in a home and feed us, but also to enjoy the finer things that life has to offer, to be able to take a vacation, to be able to do special things for your children and with your children as well. And so let's talk a little bit about setting revenue goals, okay? Because what gets measured gets managed, okay? So what gets measured gets managed. So setting a revenue goal. So how much money do you need to be successful? Okay, how much money do you need to be successful? So really think about that. What do you need a month? So let's go with an example. You need to make $10,000 a month. Okay, what would $10,000 a month do for you? Okay, would you be able to pay the rent, pay the lights, take care of the kids, enjoy a few things with them every month? Great. So let's just say $10,000 a month is the mark. Okay. Let's say you have a product that is $100. So you need to have 100 sales a month to get to that $10,000 a month revenue goal. Okay. So the question becomes, how many sales do you need? So you know you need 100 sales a month. Now let's break that down even deeper. So the question becomes, how many sales do you need a week? Okay, so you need to make $2,500 a week to hit your $10,000 a month revenue goal. Okay, so now you're seeing how you know what your monthly goal is, you know what's the key amount, key product amount, the value of the product that you're going to offer, how many sales you need for that month. Then we're breaking it down even further, how many sales you need a week to get to $2,500 a week. Then we want to break that down to how many sales you need a day. So you need 5 sales a day to be able to equal that $2,500 a week, to be able to equal that $10,000 a month revenue. So you have to know your revenue goal. Now, when thinking in numbers, I often find the problem that business owners have is they don't know their numbers. So yes, you know what your revenue, now that you know what your revenue goal is, you know how much you need every month. Now you need to be able to know, what do I need to do to be able to reach that goal? So we have the right product. We know what our goal is. Now we have to put some work behind that. Okay. I wish building a business was easy. It's not easy, but guess what? You have the drive, you have the tenacity, you have the strength, you have the resilience to make it happen and to be able to achieve that goal. So now we want to go into, what do we need to do to get that? So I want to share with you the 20-10-5 system. 20-10-5. So you're going to need some leads, and we'll kind of talk more about that in another step. But you want to set 20 appointments. That means you need to talk to 20 folks. You need to set on your calendar where you're talking, having a conversation with 20 folks. Okay, so you want to set 20 appointments to share with them about the great work that you do, your company does, your brand does, and what you do. So you set 20 appointments. Now, when you set 20 appointments to talk to 20 different people, you're going to have to run at least 10 of those appointments. Well, you say, Kat, what happened to the other 10? Well, we have this thing called life. And so you may have folks who miss their appointment, who don't show up, who have to cancel, who have to reschedule. You know, life can bring a whole myriad of things. And so you want to run at least 10 appointments. And then you want to close 5. That means you want to close the deal. You want to say thank you for working with me at the end of the day with at least 5 of those appointments. That would help you reach your revenue goal. So you want to know what your revenue goal is. You want to think in numbers, okay, as well. Now, the other thing I want to share with you is something that's huge, is technology is your friend. Okay, technology is your friend. So what system do you need to support the results that you want? So you know what result you want, you know what your revenue goal is, you know how you want to achieve that, but you need a system in place. So how are you going to collect information? That's key. How are you going to collect those leads, those folks that you're going to be able to set those 20 appointments with? How are you going to be able to communicate online and offline? That requires a system. That requires technology. How can you track client activities? Okay, so you want to be able to track the client activities. You also want to see if they clicked open your email, if they clicked open your advertisement, if they clicked on your website or your product. Okay, what did they do? You want to know. So you need a system to build a campaign to track, and also to guide your client through the experience with your business and your brand. So you have to know that technology is your friend, because it's going to help you meet your revenue goals. So those are some real powerful steps you need to be successful as a single mom entrepreneur. Okay, those are the beginning. Now, let me throw in a bonus for you, because something that is very important. Appointments are key. Appointments are key. We talked about the set 20, run 10, close 5. But you need an appointment setting system, okay? So you have to have an appointment setting system. You need a system to sign up folks online for appointments, to talk, so you can talk to people about their problems. You can share with them how you can help them solve their problems or be the solution to their problems, or to their challenges as well. So you have to have an appointment setting system. So let's go back just a little bit so we can recap. So one, you want to have the right mindset. You know that you could do this. If you didn't know, then I'm telling you, you could do this. Why? Because I've done it. I've done it successfully. I've built a business. I've been able to provide for my family. I've been able to take care of my children well, and so you can do it too. And I want to be here to help you do that. So mindset mastery, your belief, you can do this. Know your numbers, know your revenue goal, okay? Think in numbers as well. And then make sure you know that technology is your friend. It's a way to help you meet those revenue goals as well. And so I want to be able to help you. So I want you to, if you want to stay in this conversation, I would love to continue this conversation with you. So I want you to text the word success. Text the word success to 202-750-5199. Again, text the word success to 202-750-5199. I want to stay in this conversation with you. So when you text in, I'll be able to connect with you. And from one single mom entrepreneur to another single mom entrepreneur, I want to help you grow your business. I want to help you set your revenue goals, and I want to help you achieve the success for you and your family. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to text the word success to 202-750-5199. Thank you all for joining. Thank you for those who are in the room who went through the presentation with us. Thank you, everyone. It's been a great conversation. I look forward to connecting with each of you. Thank you so much, and enjoy a wonderful and have a wonderful, wonderful, amazing day. Thank you.
Good day, ladies. I'm Kim Warren Martin, and I am truly excited to be here. And even more than that, I am excited that you are here. I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the information that I have to share in the next few minutes. And we're going to be talking about you didn't fail, you just forgot who you are. Finding your success in a sea of failures. So let's go ahead and get things started. Now, you may be wondering, who is this presentation for? You could be wondering, if you're in the right place. Well, this presentation is for you. If your dreams are a moving target, if you're constantly in a space where you're saying, I'll go after my dreams when this is done or when that is done. For example, when the children are out of college or when the mortgage is paid off. Anytime you're putting your dreams off to the future and not living a life of fulfillment or even preparing to pursue your dreams, yes, your dreams are constantly becoming a moving target because there's always something else to put in front of them. So if that's you, you're in the right place. You're in the right place if you're saying to yourself, there just has to be more than this. I went to college. I got the degrees. I got the job. I got the promotions. And now you're in a place where you're looking around saying, is this it? Is this all there is? There has to be more. If that's you, you are in the right place. If you find that things are compounding for you, your dreams are constantly a moving target, and you're constantly asking, is there more? Then it's very likely that those two things have impacted your relationships to where your relationships now are unfulfilled or at least not as fruitful as they could be, whether it's personal relationships, with your spouse, with family members, or it's with coworkers. Life is all about relationships. But if your relationships are unfulfilled because of you yourself being in a state of fulfillment, yes, you're in the right place. And if after all that, you're putting everyone and everything else first and yourself last, so much so that at night you literally fall into bed, and even though you're absolutely exhausted, you find that you can't sleep, at least not well. Well, if that's you, you are absolutely in the right place. And yes, this is for you. You see, career success doesn't necessarily equal success in life. You can achieve great things and still not be fulfilled. And while it may appear to others who are on the outside looking in that you're living the dream life and that you've made it, you know that success without fulfillment is empty. Research shows that the number one regret people have on their deathbed is that they lived the life they were expected to live, not the one they wanted to live. They lived in a state of emptiness, doing what was expected of them. And while they might have been successful, what they yearned for was fulfillment. You see, life, we often say, is too short for this or that. Fill in the blank with whatever you might have said that about. Well, the average lifespan of a woman in the US is reportedly 83.3 years. So for me, when I think about that, what I see is that life is too long to live it unfulfilled. Now, the good news is you don't have to sacrifice your success for fulfillment, nor do you have to sacrifice your fulfillment for success. You can have it all. You haven't failed. You've just forgotten who you are, and we're going to talk about that. So who am I and why do I care? Well, I'm Kim Warren Martin. I'm the founder of Undeniably You and the creator of the Successful and Fulfilled Academy. I'm a wife, and I love being a wife, especially to my amazing husband. I'm excited, and he's a blessing from God. I am an author. I am an investor in real estate, in stocks and currencies, and more importantly, in myself. I love traveling. And another thing I absolutely, absolutely love is the arts and theater. And so my big why is that I want to help women in the world not only be successful, but to be fulfilled, to not only do, what you're expected to do, but to do the things you want to do so you can fulfill your purpose, your calling, and you can live out your destiny so that when you get to the point of transition that we talked about a few slides earlier, you're not plagued by that number one regret that we talked about, that we're not disappointed, but that we were able to live and not just exist. So let me share just a little bit more about me. I spent 27 years in a career in technology. I'm an engineer. I did some amazing work, made great money, had some successful experiences. Oh, and my goodness, I worked with some brilliant people who helped to create, some world-changing technology. But even with all of that, I was still unfulfilled. I was looking for more. I was happy, Yes, I appreciated the perks. I was happy about the money, but most of that time I was unfulfilled. I felt like what Steve Jobs called a round peg in a square hole. I was doing what I was expected to do, but not what I really wanted to do. And the longer I stayed, the harder I felt it was to leave. And the more, the question, is this all there is, came up and really began to keep me up at night and screamed out for an answer, because it wasn't really what I wanted to do with my life. I had a hole in my soul. I was happy. Yes, happiness is an emotional state, largely driven by external circumstances and environment and situations. But what I longed for was fulfillment, which is a soulful state. It's a deep state of contentment. It's a place where it doesn't matter what you buy or where you go or who does what. You're in a place of peace, purpose, and destiny, and you know where you're headed. In fact, you might not even know how you're going to get there, but you have assurance that you're in the right place, and you can have that. We can all have that, literally, without sacrificing our success. I've discovered that in life there are 3 journeys. First journey is a primary journey, and that's the time, when you're under your parents' care, and ideally their goal is to help equip you for life and help you to be a good contributing member of society. That should be their goal. That's number 1, the primary journey. Number 2 is the professional journey. This is when you start to take control of your life. You may have a job, you may have started a business, or you're growing it. You may get married, buy a home and a car, you have children. And literally what you're doing is with your family is the same thing your parents did with you. You're helping to raise children and help them to become contributing members of society. But a lot of times, I have found when we are doing that, we're doing things that we may not even want to do because we didn't really have an opportunity to ask, what do I want to do with my life? We were following familial norms, societal norms, and just, going through the motions, literally. And when we're doing that, we can often land in a place of unfulfillment. Yes, there can be happy moments. There can be a lot of money. There can be great vacations, but there can also be disappointment, regrets, restless nights, and unfulfillment. So that's a professional journey. Journey number 3 is the journey to fulfillment. And all of us come to this place at some point. We get here. In fact, even billionaires like Bill Gates and Oprah Winfrey, who made lots of money, have everything a person could possibly want, and even then some, right? In fact, they're at a place where people are likely giving them things, but both of them are now in journey number 3. And I love talking about Oprah, not just because she's Oprah, but because she continues to push beyond her comfort zone. And we have seen Oprah transition into her journey to fulfillment as she left her daytime talk show to start the own network. So that is absolutely amazing. What a great example of the journey to fulfillment right before our eyes. Now, I have experienced that a lot of times when we get to this space, we've called it a midlife crisis. We've termed it negatively, that transition point from journey number 2 to journey number 3. But the more I've lived, the more I've realized it's not a midlife crisis. It is actually a midlife correction, because we're moving away from the place where we've been expected to live to the place where we want to live. And this place, you see doctors often leaving their careers and becoming teachers, engineers, leaving their careers, becoming photographers, etc. Again, we've negatively termed it a midlife crisis, but again, I see it as a midlife correction where we start to correct ourselves and get on the journey we were originally intended to be on. So I have a question for you. Which journey are you on? If you said yes to any of those descriptions at the beginning of this talk, then you're on the journey to fulfillment. And it's time to make yourself a priority. Can you have success? Absolutely. Can you have fulfillment? No doubt. Yes, you can. But do you have to sacrifice one for the other? Absolutely not. And the reason is because fulfillment is not a fantasy, it's a formula. And how exciting is that? And formulas work. They can be repeated over and over and over again. So, and we're going to talk about that in a second. But before I do that, what I want to do is offer you a free gift. So pull out your cell phone and text the word fulfill to 408-913-6963. This will give you access to the Undeniably You assessment, which is going to give you an indication of where you are or your readiness to begin your journey to fulfillment and mastering your life. Again, text fulfill to 408-913-6963. One last time, text fulfill to 408-913-6963. So let's move forward and talk about this fulfillment formula. So the formula is M plus R squared plus L equals F. And while it may, look a little complicated because yes, I love math and I love science and engineering, it's not. It may sound like something mathematical or scientific, but it is pretty simple, actually very simple. M is for master, R squared is for rewire and redefine, the L is for launch. So when you do these three things, you can have fulfillment. So let's talk about M is mastering your relationship with disappointment. This is mastering your relationship with the things that cause you regrets, that left you unfulfilled, and moving from a state of regret to rebirth. So that is the M. The R, the first R is for rewire, and that is rewire your affirmational memory. So what's affirmational memory? Well, I have termed it affirmational memory. It's the space that holds in your mind where you hold the beliefs about who you are. They may be your own beliefs, but oftentimes they're not ours. They come from parents and teachers and the TV and magazines and newspaper. But literally research shows we have anywhere from 12,000 to 70,000 thoughts a day, and 70% of them are negative. So it's rewiring those beliefs, that self-talk, those agreements that lead to actions that you take in your life. That is the first R. The second R is redefining success. Because after you have moved from regret to rebirth and you rewired your affirmational memory, you're in the right state and place to redefine success on your own terms, based on your own dreams, your own desires, and your own goals. So that is the second R. And the L is for launch or liftoff into the undeniable you. So this is the place where you literally give yourself permission to go after the success you redefined in the second R. It's where you put together a plan in place, you prepare, maybe there's classes you need to take, a new skill you need. So you do everything you can do to be able to perform and to move into your purpose, your destiny, and your calling. So that is what the L is for. So again, that formula is M for master plus R squared, rewire and redefine, plus L, launching into the undeniable you, equals fulfillment. And can you have that? Absolutely. Again, because it's a formula, not a fantasy. And remember, formulas work over and over and over again, and it's up to you to work it. So what I want to do right now with the last few minutes that we have in this presentation is to walk you through the M in the fulfillment formula, mastering your relationship with disappointment. Now, we won't have an opportunity to do this for every part of the formula, but I do want to take the time to just go through this part in a little bit of detail, given the limited time that we have. So here's what we're going to do. Take out a pen and paper, and I should have told you that earlier, but take out pen and paper and draw a line down a vertical line down the center of the page and a horizontal line across the center, because you're going to create 4 quadrants. And the first quadrant is the top left one, and label it go through. And in this quadrant, you want to list down the things that you had to go through in your life. Anything that caused you disappointment. You see, the number one cause of disappointment is misaligned expectations, which literally means you expected one thing, you got another. And I know that we've all had those things occur in our lives, large and small. But it's the small things that in a lot of cases tend to hold us back. So what you want to do is write those things down. It can be anyone, anything, or any situation that caused regret, that caused misaligned expectations, that caused unfulfillment in your life. So take just another maybe 10, 15 seconds and write down the top 3 that come to mind, the top 3 or 4. And then what we're going to do is move on to quadrant number 2. So again, write down the top 2 or 3 regrets that just come to you top of mind. Those are typically the ones that come to you top of mind, are the ones that are most immediately impacting or affecting you. So go ahead and write those down. And now what we're going to do is move to quadrant number 2. It is going to be the top right-hand corner. So quadrant number 1 was what you had to go through. You want to label quadrant number 2, grow through. And in this quadrant, you're going to look at the lessons or the disappointments that you put in quadrant 1 and identify lessons that you learned and how you were able to grow through those regrets. So that means you have to pull out lessons from a healthy place. Let's just say, for example, you had a breakup in a relationship. Perhaps one of the things you learned was to share my desires or communicate better or listen better or, something like that, or be a better listener. So a healthy lesson, not just I'm never going to date again or something like that, right? So we're looking for ways that you were able to grow through some of the things you had to go through. So go ahead and take another 5 seconds and wrap that up, please. And while you do that, I will say the lessons can be one-to-one or one-to-many. So, for example, in a case like a divorce, there may be many, many, many lessons you learned from that. And in a case where something may be a little bit more simple, maybe it was just one simple lesson that you learned that you can carry forward. So now we're going to move on to quadrant number 3. And quadrant number 3, here, this quadrant is literally from quadrant number 2, what lessons have you put into practice and what can you teach others? What lessons have you put into practice? What successes have you had? And what can you teach others? The beauty of this quadrant number 3 is that when you teach others, you're able to help them go through and grow through with someone who has gone through. So that's the beauty of quadrant 3. And in addition to that, those lessons that you learn that you put into practice and you're now having results that allow you to teach others, those lessons also become a part of your personal success formula. So that if you find yourself in a place of disappointment, regret, or unfulfillment back in quadrant 1, you look at yourself and you say, okay, this is the lesson I've learned. When I experience something like that, I'm going to put it into practice here. But if you decide, to go against one of those lessons of your personal success formula, obviously you do realize, you risk being disappointed and staying there again and having to process through all over again. So that is quadrant number 3. Lessons that you put into practice and can teach others. And that continues to reinforce them in your life and they become a part of your own personal success formula as well. So now we're going to move to quadrant number 4. This is one of my favorite parts. All these parts are favorite because I will share with you, this was literally created out of my own journey as I was leaving my corporate job and stepping into entrepreneurship, there were many regrets, many areas of unfulfillment, from people, from programs, from products, from situations. And literally, I was at a place where I was questioning my decision making, whether or not I really wanted to go forward. So I had to find a way to be able to move from regret to rebirth, because it was my ultimate desire to stay in the world of entrepreneurship and literally be able to make a larger impact on the lives of the women that I was able to work with around the world. So quadrant number 4 is about rebirth. This is the renewed you. What are you carrying forward? How will you, rise? How will you reappear? Like a phoenix coming out of the ashes. How are you revived to flourish because of what you had to go through in quadrant number 1? How you were able to grow through in quadrant number 2? How you were able to put those lessons into practice and teach others and develop your own personal success formula. How are you going to move forward? What are you taking forward with you? Typically, when I do this, I draw a woman in the middle and just write all the amazing things around her. So I wrote down listening to my own voice, belief in my vision, belief in my own mission, because I had lost that. So think about those things for yourself and write down 2 or 3 of those things as we begin to wrap up this session. So again, these 4 quadrants were developed out of my own journey and moving from regret to rebirth. And again, this is only one component of the fulfillment formula. And like I said, we're limited on time. So go ahead and text the word fulfill 408 to 408-913-6963 so that you could take the Undeniably You assessment. And when you do that, I'm actually you'll have an opportunity to schedule time on my calendar for me to give you a call and go over the results with you and talk more about the fulfillment formula. So text fulfill to 408-913-6963. So I am excited to have had some time with you just to talk about the fact that you can both be successful and fulfill. And as I wrap this session up, I just want to say that when we live our lives the way we're expected to live and forego the life we want to live, we're merely existing, not living. And that was fine when you didn't know you could have fulfillment. But now that you know fulfillment is not a fantasy, it's the formula, you owe it to yourself to pursue fulfillment. You deserve to be successful and fulfill. You deserve to be successful and fulfill. So I'm excited to have had this time to share with you. I want to thank you. I know your time is the most valuable thing you have in life. And I look forward to you taking the Undeniably You assessment and being able to go over the results with you. Thank you so much.
I am so excited to be here. This is such an amazing opportunity to be with you just to talk about some money. And we always, always, always love talking about money, right? So today I have the opportunity to come and talk to you about Show Me the Money Blueprint. Who doesn't want to know Show Me the Money Blueprint? Who wouldn't want to know that? I mean, if someone tells me they don't want to know that, I will be very, very surprised. However, today I am Andrea Jack, and I am here to have that great conversation. So hopefully you're going to sit back and enjoy the next few minutes with me while we talk about who I am and what I have to share with you and how it's really going to help you ignite and elevate your business to the next level. So here we are. Show me the money blueprint to a successful business. We have 5 financial steps, 5 steps to financial success. I am representing the CFO Boutique. And let me tell you, ladies, this is a whole different scale for us, and we are excited to share it with you. So I hope that you totally enjoy it. So who is this presentation for? The person that says, you know, Andrea, I just don't know, what am I going to do, right? You're sitting here, you may be in your office like me, and you may be thinking, I'm doing very well. However, there's some things that I'm missing. And it's probably those foundational things that you're missing from a financial standpoint. So that's you. That's that person that says, what am I going to do? The next person would be, you know what? I know what to do. I just don't know which way I want to go. Which way do I want to go? Well, that's another great question, because oftentimes as a business owner, as an entrepreneur, we find ourselves being pulled in so many different directions, right? And so sometimes you have to take a step back and just reground yourself, recenter yourself, right? Put yourself back into the center and say, what is the next thing that I am going to achieve? What is my next goal? These are the questions, and these are important questions that you should be answering, or at least having those questions, right? Here we go. Third, you know, I heard about QuickBooks, or I brought QuickBooks, but you know what? I am at a complete halt. Trust me when I tell you this, look into my eyes, you are not the only one. We see so many people that come into our office, they went out and purchased QuickBooks, they didn't get any help, and now they're trying to do it on their own, that DIY, and now you're at a place where you are a little stuck. If this is you, you are in the right place. You may say, Andrea, no, the top 3 was not necessarily me. However, number 4, you are pulling at my heartstrings. I just started my business. I am brand new to this. I may still be working in corporate America, or I'm going full-time in entrepreneurship. This is some uncharted territory, and I am about ready to pull my hair out. Well, let me tell you, you are in the right place. So if you just started your business, we got some nuggets for you too. This is one of my favorites. I love to talk about this. I teach here at the local community college, and a lot of my students, when I'm done with my class, they come back and tell me, I fired my accountant. However, in your case, you're saying, you know, I just hired an accountant, and maybe I'm giving him or her the side eye. And a part of that is just because you may not know how to go about building that relationship. You may not know how to go about asking the right questions, right? We're going to help you with that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, those are if you've asked any of those questions, you're in the right place. And last but not least, I would be remiss if I didn't mention this. I received a notice from the IRS. And what you're probably saying is, oh my gosh, Andrea, that is me. I feel your pain. However, you received this notice from the IRS, and guess what? You haven't even opened it. Is that you? I'm pretty sure that's probably somebody watching this recording. And it's okay. One of the things I like to tell people off the top, if you have received a notice from the IRS, I want you to open that notice, because the first step is you have to take action in order to find out what it is you need to do. And then you're going to go back to that trusty accountant that you hired, and hopefully they're going to help you. So these are just some of the topics that we're going to talk about today. And I hope that you fit into one of those categories. That way you can kind of go through and you can start envisioning as I'm answering some of this, you're able to say, yes, that is me. And I'm glad she said that. That's something I need to look into. So who am I? Who is Andrea? I'm a business owner, just like you. I've been doing this now, guys, for 12 years. I can't believe it. If you would have asked me 5 years ago, would I have been a full-time business owner, I probably would have looked at you and laughed. Why, do you ask? Well, I was full-time in corporate America. I love my job, actually. And you get to a point sometimes of complacency. And that's where I was. And I also found myself, you know, kind of talking out of both sides of my mouth. I was in one breath, I was saying, okay, I want to go and look for a new position within the company. I've been there for a long time. However, on the other hand, I was building this business up and I was saying, God, if I had more time to work my business, I would be killing the game right now, right? And so I was positioned to be in a place where I was able to walk away from my job and go full time in this business. And let me tell you, ladies, this is one of the best decisions I have ever made, okay? So number 2, hashtag not your typical accountant. That is me. I am not the vanilla accountant that, you know, you're going to walk into my office and you see me in a white and black suit or, you know, a skirt suit, and all I'm doing is getting your information and I bring you back when I'm done. That's not me. Ladies, I want to engage with you. I want to have conversation with you. I want to build a relationship with you, because what I do know and understand is when I am here to talk about money, when I am here to talk about your finances, I want you to be the most comfortable you can be. So that way you are ready to open up and share. And the more you share, the more we're able to help you. But most importantly, I am a Philly girl. Yes, home of the cheesesteaks, the Rita's Water Ice, Will Smith, that is me. I'm a Philly girl, born and raised. And I love my city. And for all those football fans out there, yes, we won the Super Bowl last year. And so we're doing some big things here in the city of Philadelphia. Most importantly, though, I am a speaker and an author. I am fortunate and blessed enough that I get to do what I love, and that is accounting and crunching numbers. Don't ask me why. I love it. And I also get to do what I'm passionate about. And what I'm passionate about is educating people, because oftentimes we don't want to have the real conversation when it comes to money, when it comes to finances. And so I have become very passionate over the years. And I think this is actually something that was ingrained in me from a young child, was to educate people, to help people in any way that I can. And last but not least, I am an author. I am excited to say that. So, you know, I've done a few ebooks. However, I just co-authored my first book. And the book is called Get Out of Your Own Way. Now, ladies, a quick plug. I'm going to be in Biloxi, Mississippi come the weekend of the conference. So I look forward to meeting you, and I definitely look forward to talking to you about this new book. It's called Get Out of Your Own Way, and my chapter is entitled Getting Comfortable with Being Uncomfortable. Let that sink in for a minute. So here we go. What do I enjoy? I love travel. And I know I have some ladies out there who love to travel as well. I've lived in other countries. I've had the opportunity to go to different countries, different continents for 3 and 4 months at a time. I have been blessed. And the more you get to know me, the more I will share how I'm doing it. One thing that I love about entrepreneurship is it gives you freedom and flexibility, especially when you have a good team that is behind you. So keep that in mind. Uh-oh. My big why. Well, false evidence appearing real. That is my big why. That's fear. Think about that for a second. How often do you want to do something, but you may say, I'm scared to do that, or I'm fearful to do that. And you allow that thing to stop you from pushing forward to be able to do whatever it is you want it to do. Help me understand that. That's my big why. I've been using this acronym for so long. Even when I was in corporate, it was on my email. False evidence appearing real. And we all go through a time when we get scared. I remember there was a time I was in corporate. I had just cut my hair and I wanted to have it twisted like this, ladies. And so I remember saying, oh gosh, can I walk into my office with my hair in finger coils? Can I do that? And so for a minute, I had fear. I experienced fear. And at some point I said, listen, you're going to walk into this office and you are going to own it because it's who you are. It's a part of you, right? And I remember that day I walked into the office and my CFO came up to me and she said, oh my God, Andrea, I love your hair. And I kind of looked up at her like, really? You do? Of course you do. Yes, right? So we all experience. I'm not exempt from it. You are not exempt from it. However, what I want to remind you is fear is nothing but false evidence appearing real. Definitely keep that in mind. So what was my worst nightmare? It's interesting because my worst nightmare, I turned into something positive. And that positive was me leaving my job, not having the security of a paycheck every 2 weeks. It forced me to get out and rise up. It forced me to elevate to the next level. It forced me to reach my fullest potential. Now, I'm not going to say my fullest potential, but it forced me to reach some additional potential that I had not even tapped into yet. That was the beauty of me leaving my job, but it was also my worst nightmare because in the beginning, I wasn't taught to truly be an entrepreneur. I knew how to get by in terms of crunching those numbers. I knew how to do what I needed to do. And I even had the foundation. However, I wasn't truly groomed to be an entrepreneur. And the one good thing that I had going for me was I love reading. And so as I started to read different books and make sure that I was constantly in learning mode, constantly doing professional development, I made sure that, okay, what I don't know, I'm going to learn. And the people who I need to be around, I'm going to position myself to be around those people so that I can take my business to the next level. So think about that for a second. I wasn't groomed to be an entrepreneur. So let me tell you how it all started. Ooh, sorry, ladies, wrong way. Here we go. My mother's dining room table, not even my own. I started my business on my mother's dining room table. Can you believe that? However, it's such a humbling experience. It's such a humbling beginning because it helps me remember where I came from, right? So let's think about that for a second. In 2006, so I've been in business 12 years, I had moved back to Philadelphia from where I went to college at. And it was time, I knew I wanted to do something different. And I started this business. And I said, Mom, come tax time, I'm going to clean off the dining room table. And I have a laptop, I have a printer. I'm going to do some taxes. And by word of mouth, we've grown to now I have 7 people that work for me. I have an office and all of these different clients, and we're constantly, looking for new things and gaining new people. And that all started 12 years ago. 7 of those years, I was still full-time in my job. And for the last 5, I've been full-time in the business. It's a process, ladies. It's a journey. It's not a sprint. So that's where I began. That's how I got started. And so now what we're going to do, just for a few minutes, if you don't mind, we're going to jump back into what does it take, the 5 financial steps to a great business. So let's get to it. So what am I going to do? I started this business, I'm ready to go, and I don't know what to do, right? So the first thing is, ladies, you want to make sure, are you in the right entity structure, right? So I encourage you, if you are a sole proprietor, which if you were in Pennsylvania, where I am, you would have only paid $75 to start your business. The first thing I want you to do after you see this video is go and change to an LLC. That is the first and foremost. And the reason is because as a sole proprietor, it's just you, the individual. As an LLC, at least you have some degree of separation. So if I use myself as an example, I'm Andrea Jack. However, DMP Financial Services, which is the hierarchy of the CFO boutique, is a separate entity from me, the individual, Andrea Jack, right? Excuse me. So we want to make sure that you're separate, because you're going into business to make money. You're going into business to grow. And we want to make sure that you are growing. And you can't be growing if you are not in the right entity structure, okay? Then you said, well, you know what, Andrea? I don't know which way to go. Which way am I, like, what do I need to do? I've been in business for 3 years. I've been in business for 5 years, and I'm still trying to figure this thing out. Then the first thing I'm going to say to you is, you need to find a professional that is going to help you figure out which way you're supposed to be going. Because if you're at this point, you're at this point because you've done all that you can do by yourself. And that's okay. But you have to recognize that you've done all this by yourself, right? You have to recognize that you've hit the brick wall or you've hit the glass ceiling, and now you need help to get to the next level. There's nothing wrong with that. And so one of the things that I like to tell my clients is, you're great at whatever you went into business for, right? So if you're a baker or if you own a restaurant and you know for the best fried chicken, you're great at that. Well, let us be great at what we're great at. If rather it's an attorney, rather it's an accountant, rather it's a CFO, rather it's an insurance person, rather it's a banker, let us be great at the profession that we went into. And so we are here to help and guide you along the way, right? So if you're figuring it out, you're on this journey, right? And we're saying, no, it's not a sprint, it's a journey. So you're taking your time, almost like going down the yellow brick road, right? What's her name? Dorothy. Dorothy took her time as she went down the yellow brick road. And as she went down the yellow brick road, she met different people along the way, right? And then she also incurred different hurdles and different obstacles that she had to get over. But because she was bringing these people along with her, and she realized, I can't go on this journey by myself. If I want to get back to Kansas, then I got to bring these people along with me. It's the same concept in business, ladies. As you go along your journey, you don't want to be in it by yourself. It is lonely being a solo entrepreneur. So we want to make sure that, y'all see this, right? This is real. Let me pause for a second. We're just going to be transparent. I've been up working all day, and now I am here recording for you. So I apologize if you guys saw it going, and I'm okay with saying that because I want you to see that I am just in the same position that you are as a business owner, okay? So excuse me if I yawn. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. So we know that you know what you're doing. We know that we're going to help you figure out which way to go because we're going to get you some professionals. But let's talk about this QuickBooks. You said, I got QuickBooks and I don't know what to do with it. Well, here's the thing, ladies. QuickBooks is a very, very robust tool. We love QuickBooks, actually. However, if you are not known, you don't know how to run it, it's not going to be the best tool for you. So one of the things I want to say is here in Philadelphia, which I know a lot of other community colleges do it as well. Go to your local community college. That's a great place to start. They offer a lot of different classes where you can go and take a QuickBooks class and you can learn what to do. Or you connect yourself with someone like me, where we do QuickBooks training online. So you could be sitting in the comfort of your home, and we're going to walk you through how to use it. And if it's something that you're really interested in, then we'll come back and say, okay, you can do a one-on-one with us, right? These are the things that you need. You want to make sure that you have tools in your toolbox so that when you see them, you can reach in and get them, right? That they're there for you to be able to do so. So let's talk about the person that said, well, I just started my business and I'm just so brand spanking new. I'm still wet behind the ears, Andrea. That's okay. Congratulations if that's you. Congratulations on stepping out on faith and saying, I am ready to start my business. However, don't make some of the same mistakes that have already been made by your predecessors. And what I mean by that is, if you just started your business, that means you're still early in the stages. Go and get the right professionals around you. If you feel as though you need to hire someone, even though it's kind of late, go ahead and hire someone. Let me tell you, that is one of the best things that you can do, best decisions that you can make early on, okay? I can't stress that enough. So that's it, right? You started your business. You're in it now. And here's the statistics. In the first 3 years, 80% of businesses fail. Is that you? Is that going to be you? Or are you going to be a part of that percentage, that small part of percentage that gets past the 3-year hump and gets to the 5-year hump or the 7-year hump or the 10-year hump? If that's going to be you, then you have to make sure you position yourself properly. You build a strong foundation that you will be able to build on, and that you get the right professionals around you to help you make it to the next step. But congratulations on starting your business. So you said, I hired an accountant. So here's the thing, ladies. We can be your best friend or your worst nightmare. And that's up to you, whether you choose the right person. So I always encourage everyone, do a consultation. In that consultation, I am interviewing you. I am interviewing you as much as you are interviewing me, right? And I'm looking for some key things. Are you a client, one, that I think we're going to be able to get along with? Because again, if you remember, I said we build relationships. This isn't just give me your paperwork and then go home and then I see you and we're done when the finished product is done. No, we want to know about you, because the more we know about you, the more we understand why you make the decisions that you make. The more we know about you, we understand why you spend the money the way you spend the money, right? So these are the important things. And last but not least, you got a letter from the IRS. And you haven't opened it yet. Well, right? It's so many of us, or not even just the IRS. It could be a letter from your state. It could be a letter from your city or your local township. Some government agency who is asking for something from you. They may not necessarily be asking for money. So let me give you an example. We had a client that came into the office the other day, right? And she was like going, she was on 10. She was going crazy. And she's like, oh my gosh, I just got this letter from the IRS and I don't know what to do. They're saying that I am going to now owe like $3,000 because my mortgage interest that I received, they said it was not reported to them, right? And she's like, what does this mean? I have to respond. I'm like, whoo, take a deep breath, breathe in your nose and out your mouth, right? Calm down. So she's like, okay. I said, first things first, do you have your 1098 mortgage statement? I do. She had already emailed it to us. Great. I pull it up. I take a look at it. I said, okay, great. Easy enough. The IRS made a mistake. And she looked at me and I said, see, the IRS is not always right. Remember, it's humans that is behind the big machine, right? And so they are not always right. And in this case, they wasn't right. So what did we do for her? We put together a nice little letter for her that we typed up. We explained what the issue was. We included a copy of the 1098 mortgage interest statement where it clearly shows that she paid $14,000 in mortgage interest. We let them know that the original tax return that was submitted was indeed correct and that they need to fix it back and communicate with us when this has been done. And we faxed it over, and that was the end of that. And she's just like, oh my gosh, that's it. In this case, ladies, that was it. So I share that with you because sometimes we overreact, we get fearful, right? That false evidence appearing real. And we don't realize that if I just sit down and handle my business, I get the letter, I open the letter. And if you've engaged those professionals around you, when you get the letter, you're going to have someone that you can go to and say, hey, I got this letter. What do I do? But you have to make sure that person works year round. You have to make sure that they're not only open during tax season, right? Once you do that, then you're poised, you're positioned to do everything that you need to do. So today, my job was just to plant some seeds. My job was just to give you some nuggets, touch on, just literally scratch the surface for you to start thinking, for the wheels to start turning. If you like what you hear, I'm going to be at the conference. Come up and speak to me. Come and talk to me at the conference to let me know that that you enjoyed what I said and that you want to learn more. I'm excited to meet you, ladies. I'm looking forward to it, and I will see you in Biloxi. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dorothy Wilson, and I want to talk with you today about some pointers that will help you take the limits off your business. Many of you are walking around and around in circles trying to figure out, how do I get to the next level? How do I make more money? How do I expand? How do I launch a new project? And you're scratching your head, you're overworked, you just need some answers. So how about these 6? Try these on for size. This is about uncapping your success. One of the reasons that many businesses are struggling is because you, the owner of the business, you and your thinking, your lack of strategy, you're too tired to focus, and as a result, you're the one who actually has put a lid on your business. You're capping your business. I love to say this: as a person thinks, so is he or so is she. And so, in order to uncap your business, to take the limits off, you really have to begin to change your thinking about your business, about where you're going and how you're going to get there. And so these six quick tips that I'm going to give you will help you be able to do that. So let's take a look at number one here. First, you want to right size your vision. Well, now, what does that mean? Well, in traditional business, most people start out thinking that I'm going to start small and then I'm going to grow slowly over time, incrementally. Okay, it's been 3 years, so I'm going to project 10%, 15% growth. And you become comfortable, but uncomfortable at the same time, because you're still not making what you want to make, and you're still not being able to accomplish everything that you want to accomplish as you grow at that incremental pace. So what can you do? When I'm coaching business owners, I sit down and I take them through a process. And in that process, I ask them to start with the end in mind. And what that looks like is, let's start with, say, 5 years from where they are. 5 years from now, where do you want to be 5 years from now? What do you want your business to look like? What do you want your team to look like? What about your financial goals? What do you want them to look like in 5 years? I went through this exercise myself, and I found it to be quite difficult, because the first thing I wanted to do when I tried to figure out where I wanted to be monetarily in 5 years is I put down a conservative number for what that would look like. And as soon as I put it down, I knew, it's like, okay, come on, are you going to work as hard as you're working right now for the next 5 years? And that is all that you're going to be able to do. You're only going to be able to move the needle that much. And so I went back to the drawing board and I said, okay, I'm going to try to be a little bit more realistic here. I'm looking at how many years I have till retirement. And based on that, how much money annually do I want to be making when I begin to step aside and only spend 2 days at the office a week instead of working 60 hours? What does that number look like? And so I inched up that projection a little bit more and tried to convince myself, that'll be good enough. But when I really said, get real with yourself, get out of fear, step from behind fear, and really put a number out there that really speaks to where you want to be, that matches how much effort you're putting into your company, and that really addresses where you want to be when you hit that targeted age. And so when I put that number down, it really scared me. I had to pull back. Whoa, I just don't know, how I'm going to make this happen. You almost can get depressed thinking about it. But if you take that 5-year number, that 5-year goal, those 5-year projects, and you begin to break them down in year 1, in order for me to get to where I want to be in year 5, in year 1, these are the 3 or 4 strategic things that I have to check off my list. And so work on those. Year 2, these are the next 2 to 3 things that I have to do to continue to pace and move toward the 5-year goal. And so if you will take those initiatives and break them down year by year, right size them for where you are right now in that next year, and then move forward into the year after that, right size it for that year. And before you know it, you'll look up and you'll say, I can't believe this, but I'm actually moving to where I want it to be at that 5-year mark. And in some cases, you're going to find that you actually outpace your schedule because you were much more focused and you knew where you were going. When you know where you're going, you get a lot of clarity. And guess what? You start taking things off your plate. It becomes a lot easier to say, we don't need to do that anymore right there, because that's not going to contribute to getting us to where we want to be in 5 years. It becomes a lot easier as far as clarity about what it is you should be doing as well. And that will propel you to take more risks, to take a bigger leap than you might be comfortable with. But when you look at where you're trying to get, and you realize, if I'm not willing to take a jump, I'm not going to be able to get to where I'm going, you nudge yourself and you begin to move forward. So you want to right size your vision. And this really is a process that you can go through to get you to that. It's not an undertaking that you want to take lightly. You want to spend some time on it, spend a few weeks, get some other folks who are involved, who you feel are good business people, have a good solid head on them, have some coaching, strategic planning experience, and get them to help you walk through and talk through where you want to go, so that when you get to the end of the process, you can feel real confident about it. Now, number 2, resources. Tap into new resources. Most of the time, especially if you're a small business, you're struggling daily with, I want to move forward, I want to grow, but I simply don't have the human capital in place to be able to do the things that I need to do. And I'm not sure how to go there. I don't have enough cash flow to just go out and hire 2 more people or hire somebody to do sales for me. So what do? You create win-win relationships. You create partnerships. Look around, you do a 360 and ask yourself, who around me that I've already connected to can help me accomplish this leg of the project, that has the skill sets that I don't have? Look around you and say, okay, is there someone who has good core skills, but they don't own a business? They really aren't entrepreneur in spirit, but they have great talent. And if they just had somebody who could give them 10 to 15, 20 hours a week of work, they would be willing to give a really great rate to you in exchange for that steady work. And so now all of a sudden you've grown yourself a team member. You only have to pay that team member on the hours that you need them for. You've negotiated a great rate. And so now you're beginning to move forward, and you're moving forward at a pace that is affordable, because as you take on new projects, you need those resources to help deliver on those projects. At the same time, you're making more money, you're bringing in new revenue, and you can pay for that resource. Win-win relationships. I also love to find other business people who have similar goals. If I decide that I want to put on a women's event, a conference, I'm going to look around and say, what other type business out there might be interested in doing the same thing? And can we pool our resources so that we both are able to accomplish a common vision without us having to have a big chunk of money, a pot of gold to put on the table? That's one of those things that many times we are held back because we're looking for that perfect set of circumstances that will allow us to move forward. Quit looking for the perfect set of circumstances and look for what's around you. You know what real true excellence is? It's making the very best of what you already have. It's making the best of what you can see that's right in front of you. Tap into those resources. That's number 2. Number 3, let's get rid of the dead weight. Remove the dead weight. And so, you're saying, I already need warm bodies. I'm certainly not trying to cut anybody. I'm going to stick with what I have and just suffer through. Well, here's a good process that I've learned that I think is very helpful. Take every person who is on your team, whether they're an employee, contractor, it doesn't matter. on one column on the left-hand side, you want to ask yourself, what value do they bring to your company? What does that look like? Try to quantify that. Then on the right-hand side, the right-hand column, you want to try to put some value, some qualification on what value do they bring to you as the owner of the company. So why do you want to do that exercise? Let me give you an example. You could have just a really, really talented, creative person. They can do just wonderful work. And so on the left-hand column, you got pluses and pluses. But guess what? In that right-hand column, when you ask what value do they bring to you personally as the owner or the manager of the company, you realize that that person is the one person on the team that is sucking you dry. They need continual hand holding. They need a pacifier every day. They come in with a bad attitude, and that hurts the morale on the rest of the team. So when you start looking at that, those are negatives, and they subtract from the left-hand side, those pluses over there, and you have to weigh that out. If you have more negatives in that right-hand column than pluses on the left, even though it may pain you short-term, you may need to replace that person and bring someone in who can put pluses on both sides, both columns. You want people who are on your team who share a common vision, who have a passion like you do. You want them to drink the same Kool-Aid that you drank. You want them to think that it tastes as good as what you think it tastes like. Those are the people who are going to help you excel far beyond what you thought you would be able to do. So get rid of the dead weight. That's number 3. Number 4, money. That's always a complaint. I can't do anything until I get more money. I just don't have the money. I would do this if I had more money. Well, why don't you think about this a little bit differently than traditional resources? You may have gone to some SBA workshops and you realize, hey, I'm going to have to put my house up against this loan, and my spouse is just not comfortable with that, and I'm not comfortable with it, and so that may not be the way that you want to go. You've gone to a traditional bank and they've looked at your cash flow, and they just feel that you're a little shaky. You haven't been in business very long. You may not look as good on paper as they would want you to, and so you can't move forward. You're stuck. There's so many resources that are out there now that are non-traditional. And one of the ones that I love to refer people to is Marcus by Goldman Sachs. And you can borrow $25, $35, I think up to $40,000 without having collateral to put against it. And you can use it for whatever purpose you need to. It may be to pay off some bills, personal bills, or it may be to pay off some equipment so you can improve your cash flow. It may be that you need to hire someone and you need a salary for that first 6 months until you can get them trained and up and going. And Marcus doesn't ask a whole lot of questions about how you're going to use the money. And so take a look at that as one source. And that's not the only source. There are a lot of other ones out there who are looking for small businesses in particular who they can invest in their vision. They can invest in their talents and their skills. So put a good plan together, get really focused, understand what you really need. The answer is not, I just need more money. The answer is I need specifically X amount of money. This is the time that it is going to require for me to pay that money back. And this is what I project. And these need to be strong, well-reasoned out projections. This is what my return is going to be on this money that I borrow. If you're seeing yourself getting a loan just to keep the doors open, to pay the light bill and pay the rent, that's not really investing in your business. That's maintenance. And that's not a reason to borrow money. When you borrow money, it should be an investment into the growth of your company to grow new revenue. So take a look at some non-traditional resources to find capital to grow your business. So that's number 4. Number five, get a coach. Oh man, this is one of the things that I really just, I lay on business people about this. You need to stay in your lane. Know what you're really good at. What are your core talents? What are your core strengths? How are you able to most effectively use those strengths in your business to help it grow, to help it excel? And then know what your weaknesses are. What am I not good at? And once you identify what those things are, if you can begin to adjust your team so that you're bringing in resources that shore up that area where you're weak, that will allow you to stay in your lane. 70% of what you're doing should be tasks and responsibilities that fall into that column of your lane. These are the things that you're good at. They speak to your strengths. Now, of course, there's the other 30% that we all have to do. You might not like mopping the floors and cleaning the windows and all of those things, but everybody has to chip in to do part of those things that they really don't want to do. But if you can spend the majority of your day sinking your teeth into things that you're really good at, you'll be far more effective in your business. You will help your team be able to understand what their lane is and how to be more effective. You all can become better, more excellent at what you do when you stay in your lane, when you know what your lane is. But oftentimes, we don't really know what that looks like, or we haven't taken the time to really think through what our lane is. We're just, hey, it's like, hey, I'm making hash. I'm getting through the day. I'm doing everything I can to stay above water. Pull back, find a mentor, find a coach, have them, beg them, hey, sit down with me for 2 hours. Hey, can you do 3 1-hour sessions with me? I need you to sit down and tell me what you see in me. I need you to help me to understand how I can use what my strengths are to really make my company better. I need you to point out to me what the holes or the gaps are in my company as far as the skill sets. What's missing? When you look at my company, when I share with you what my talent pool is, when I share with you what the company needs to do to move forward, and you look at what my skills are and what the skill sets are my individual key team members, help me figure out what I need to fill in with. What kind of training do I need myself personally? It may be that you just need to get better in an area, but get a coach who can help you to really think this through clearly. Put your finger on what you need to do in order to be able to transition. Stay in your lane. That's number 5. Number 6, develop a strategy. Now, of course, a good coach is going to be able to help you with that as well. But your goal should be to work on your business and not in your business. Let me ask you something. If you're spending 55, 65 hours a week just working, and when you come home, okay, you're getting 6, 7 hours of sleep, and then you're right back on it. You're grinding. When are you having time to see opportunities? When do you have time to really look at your metrics, to understand your metrics, to understand how to capitalize on what your metrics are showing you? If you're not taking the time to strategize, and that's what I mean about focusing on and working on your business and not in it. If you don't have time to do that, then you are the one who is actually putting the biggest lid, the toughest lid possible on your business. Your company can only grow as much as your vision to grow it is, as much as your insights are into what do you need to do next. So you may be thinking that you're doing a great job, you have your shoulder on the plow, you're right there in the line with the rest of your team, and you're pushing as hard as you can, but actually you need to pull back from the plow and you need to look at what's happening as the plow is going forward and what's going to happen when the plow gets to the next hill. So that, and then what's going to happen once that plow goes over the next hill, so that you can plan, you can be strategic, you can begin to make chess moves that are 2, 3, and 4, and 5 steps down the road. That's what's going to help you move you toward what your 5-year goal is. So I hope these pointers have helped you. Thank you for your time.
So I want to welcome you to Purse Power is My Power, Purse Power is Our Power, and Purse Power is Your Power. So let me just introduce myself. My name is Jennifer Harris. I'm a real estate broker, investor, speaker, and author, and I love helping women. I'm also the founder of Purse Power Network and also the founder of a veterans organization called Winning Warriors. So today we're going to be talking about how you gain purse power with you. And we also welcome all the men that support us. So we're not going to leave you out, guys. So ladies, get your pens out, get your pads and paper, because you want to take much notes, or many notes, so that way you can actually gain all the information that we have to share. So let's talk about why we are here, or why you're here. Today, I'm able to help many women gain financial leverage over their lives. But oftentimes they wonder, like, why? Why would you pursue your dreams? Or why would you even maybe pursue certain goals that you have? And I had to take a step back and ask myself, like, why am I doing this? Well, I truly believe it is my God-given purpose to help other women. So that's why you're here. Now, ladies, oftentimes I say we have been playing too small, but you're also here because it's time to play bigger. It's time to open up your mindset and also stop playing small. Many of you have gifts and talents that the world actually needs to see those gifts and talents, but we've been taking a step back and playing kind of small and just minimizing what we actually bring to the world. So ladies, it's time to stop playing small and it's time to play bigger. Now, another thing is gaining financial leverage over your life. Purse Power Network was really created to help women do just that. And when you gain financial leverage over your life, it's one of those things that you have that freedom and that flexibility and just all the decisions that you get to make. And no longer do you have to play small, not only in your finances, but you don't have to play small in your bank account. And when you gain financial leverage, then you can actually do things like put your kids in the best schools, or even, take those vacations that you like to take. And even still, you may even want to just be comfortable and stop living paycheck to paycheck, or maybe you want to take a leap and start that business. But when you gain financial leverage over your life, you have decisions and you have choices that you get to make. So Purse Power Network is also a place, a safe place where our voices are heard. Now, you know, in today's climate and economy, a lot of women have been suppressing their voice. They've just been sitting back and allowing somebody else to speak up for them. So no longer do you have to do that. So when your voice is heard, then that means that you have a say in your financial future. And you have a say in, you know, that business that you want to start and that you are starting. And you also have a say in what kind of legacy that you're going to leave your family. So when I say our voices are heard, know that Purse Power Network is a place where your power is our power, and together we gain purse power. So let me tell you about how you can use Purse Power as your launch pad to financial freedom. Now, many times, a lot of times we may want to save money, or we may want to eliminate debt, or we want that financial plan, but we haven't really sat down and did a plan or launched a particular plan, or maybe even launched a business. But through Purse Power Network, you're actually able to help do that with your launch pad. Now, no longer do you have to live a life that you don't deserve. And as women, we give and give and give so much. So you actually deserve to live the life of your dreams. You deserve to live, you know, financially free. And you deserve to live a life that, you know, is abundant. But when you're strapped for money, or you're strapped for income, or even in a job that you just don't even like, then you're not even living the life that you deserve. But you got to know that you deserve that. So women, can I ask you a question? How many of you have thought about how debt is just driving you, or maybe low self-esteem may be driving you? So what about eliminating that debt-driven self-esteem? Now, I'll tell you a quick story how when I was growing up, I always wanted to have nice things. Most people do. But I also knew that in order for me to do it, I had to actually get into debt. So at one point, I hate to say this, but I had about 23 credit cards. Now, you may ask, how in the world does somebody get 23 credit cards? Well, it's easy to do because this country is driven on debt, but this country is also driven on right now, you know, having something right now, or swiping that card to get those pair of shoes that you know you really don't need, or maybe going to the mall and just eliminate or just piling up debt of things. And I did that in college. So, but I realized after I got the things, it really didn't help my self-esteem anymore. So I had to learn how to eliminate debt-driven self-esteem. Now, how many of you can actually truly say that you have a budget when it comes to your debt, or even getting out of debt? And oftentimes I work with women where their debt is just driving them down. They're stressed and they just don't see a way out of no way. But when you start to eliminate that debt, you can actually start eliminating, you know, those financial ruins that you have. Now, at the end of the day, we are all sisters on a journey. And I say that to say, because at the end of the day, most women, they want to get on the other side of money, or they want to have financial freedom, and they want to have that leverage and not be so marginalized. And also as women and sisters that's all on a journey, together we can achieve more. And Purse Power Network was actually created too for a safe space for all my sisters. Like, I love sharing money-making opportunities with my friends. I love sharing, you know, business ideas. And I love sharing these things with my other girlfriends that I call my sisters, because at the end of the day, we all want to be financially free. Now, one thing that I've learned about my journey is that it does not matter where you start, it matters how you finish. So my mother, she was an educator, you know, one of the best women that I know and knew. So she actually was a school teacher. And you know, you had to get great grades and go to school. But one thing I knew is that my mother also worked multiple jobs. And, you know, my father was in the house as well working. But I've learned from that particular practice was that I also wanted to have my own money. Now she kept her career going, she kept her family going. You know, she is the true definition of a woman with purse power. But sometimes it takes somebody outside of it and you going after what your purse power is. So I tell you, I started off, my first job was at the age of like 15. And I started off working at Kentucky Fried Chicken, or where you know it today as KFC. They still have some of the best chicken, you know, to this day. And I think about my journey, even wanting to get my first job, because I went out and said, you know what, I want to have my own money. And so I went out, you know, applied for the job. I got it, came back home and told my parents, oh, I have this job. So then my dad says, well, how are you going to get there? And I was like, oh, that's a good question. So I actually was planning to ride with some of my friends in the neighborhood that was working at the same place. Well, one thing my dad said, he always taught me how to be independent. He never wanted me to depend on a man for anything. So he took me to get my very first car. And in getting my very first car at the age of 15 or 16, it actually helped me establish debt and credit, you know, the right credit. It actually helped me learn how to negotiate. But I drove that car happily to my first job at Kentucky Fried Chicken. So ladies, when I say I started off working as a cashier in a chicken, you know, restaurant, but I ended up being today the founder of Purse Power Network. And I don't take that lightly, but when you think about where you started off, maybe you were a teenager or in your adulthood, it doesn't matter where you started, it matters how you finish. So take a piece of paper, on your piece of paper, and write down the things that you always have wanted to start. Or maybe something you've started and you've put down because you said life got in the way, or maybe time got in the way, or family may have gotten in the way. But what have you wanted to start? What have you started? And what do you need to continue to finish? Because it doesn't matter where you start, ladies. It matters how you finish. So let me tell you about another journey that I started. So I graduated from high school, and then I went on to, of course, been having a mother that was an educator and a school teacher, you had no option but to go to college. So, okay, she wanted me to go to school, you know, get good grades, and my mother always wanted me to be an engineer. So that's what I did. But while I was going to school at North Carolina State University, I actually wanted more money. And I stayed off campus. So I was like, okay, I have to do something that's going to fit within my schedule. So I started off as a waitress. I also was a bartender, you know, don't tell anybody. However, I ended up graduating and paying my way through school and graduated with my bachelor's in business management and a concentration in marketing. Now, I say that to say I could have looked at myself as just being a waitress or just being a bartender. But I ended up graduating, thankfully, you know, by putting my way through school with my bachelor's degree. So ladies, like I want to mention before, whatever race that you're running for gaining financial leverage or setting those particular goals, you are automatically a winner because you have to run your own race. And like I said, it doesn't matter where you start, it matters how you finish. So if you have gone or always thought about maybe going to school to get a degree or to get, you know, higher education, then do it. If you ever thought about, you know, maybe starting a family or getting married or maybe leaving a toxic relationship, it doesn't matter how you start, it matters how you finish. And we're going to talk about that some more. So I want to be very transparent with you right now. And I'm being transparent because back when I was, you know, growing up, I had the best parents in the world. Both of my parents, my mom and dad, they taught me great values, you know, instilled in me the will to win. But I oftentimes, like I mentioned before, I had a very, very low self-esteem. And I would go to school, you know, study hard, play sports. You know, I was this high achiever, but then I would come home at night and I was just really hurting. I had a lot of pain. And to be very transparent, I had a lot of shame. And I tried to outwork myself when it comes to grades and outwork myself when it comes to the shame. So at one point, I actually just didn't even think life was even worth living. And I found myself at a point where I didn't even know where to turn. Now, I'm pretty sure I could have turned to my parents. I'm pretty sure they, would have always been there for me. But sometimes if you're dealing with pain or even dealing with shame, you don't want somebody else sometimes to even know that that is even a part of your life. So there was a point in time in my life when I was in high school and things got really low. I thought my relationships weren't there. And I just got really to a point where I didn't even think that life was even worth living. And I'm not proud to say this. And I've been helping others, women, teenagers, moms, all over. They have contacted me today because they too have been dealing with a lot of pain and shame. And going from pain and shame can actually cause you to do things that you don't really want to do. And let me tell you.
What you focus on in life is what you get. This is a little Polaroid camera. Takes the cutest little pictures. Now look, I'm going to get whatever I focus on. I can get this pretty lady right down here in the blue. Whoops, there it is. Now, this has to develop, like most things we focus on. You focus on trouble long enough, it will develop into more trouble. Amen? But if we focus on, let's see, who else can let's focus on Dave, because he sure is good looking. Amen. Woo, that's Dave, I'll tell you. Man, there you go. Pictures of where you go. I know you got your selfies, but I'm in the middle place. So it's just an example. You're going to get what you focus on. What you focus on gets larger and larger in your life. It grows, and it can grow to the point where it's just like totally out of balance. It's like if you look at what's wrong with your life, you can actually get to the point where you just hate your life. And you think that you've got the worst life ever, and really somebody else might look at your life and they might actually wish they had your life. Because they're seeing the stuff that you quit looking at a long time ago because you're so busy looking at all the stuff you don't like, you've forgotten what you do like. You might marry somebody and you might get so focused on what you don't like that you forgot what you liked about them that caused you to want to marry them to start with. Come on now. I'm preaching better than you're acting.
So ladies, the thing that I realized is that I didn't want to take my life. Hear me clearly. Most people, when they're in a situation where they feel like or they think that there's no end and they try to end their life, they really don't want to take their life. Like I realized I didn't even want to take my life. The thing I realized is that I wanted to take my life to the next level. And I just did not know how to do that. But thankfully, God gave me a second chance to be able to help others do just that. So my whole purpose for Purse Power Network is all about transformation. I had to transform my mind. I had to transform, just my thought process because of the fact that if I would have stayed in that pain and stayed in that shame, then my purpose for helping other women would not have been about today through Purse Power Network. So what else I realized was that it didn't matter how I started. It didn't matter what someone did to me. It didn't matter that I felt lonely. And it didn't matter that I made many mistakes in the past. The only thing that mattered is that I got back up and to finish strong. So I'm telling you today, if you're in a place where you just don't know like where to turn or what to do, contact me, because it doesn't matter where you start, ladies. I'm truly a witness. It matters how you finish. Because my bank account used to be on E. Now we know a car cannot run off of gas without having any gas. So when my bank account was on E, I felt like my financial car was going downhill, or my financial car was not moving in the right directions. But now I invest in me. I trade stocks, I do foreign currency exchange, I buy and flip properties. You know, today I actually can truly say I have purse power and helping other women have purse power by utilizing their God-given gifts that they have. Now, when I graduated from NC State, yes, I became an engineer, you know, got a great job as an engineer, but even still in that, those jobs got shipped overseas. So I had to do something different. And that's why I jumped into real estate over 15 years ago. But I always learned to invest in like things like, you know, stocks and, you know, flipping properties and helping other women. So let's talk about real quick the secrets to having purse power. Now, no matter what you do, you have to believe in yourself. Number one, if you don't even believe in yourself, then you've already defeated 90% of your goals. So you also have to think it, you have to believe it, you have to receive it, and you have to work it. So you are the it. Now I'm gonna repeat that back because I'm getting a little excited here. So ladies, you have to believe it, you have to think it, you have to receive it, you have to believe it, and you have to work it because you are the it. So let's talk about thinking it. Your mindset is, or the way you think about things is so powerful. And when I say thinking it, you have to think those things that are as though they were not. So you have to call things into existence. So you have to think about you being in a successful career. You have to think about you being in a successful marriage, or you have to think about having, you know, financial freedom. You also have to think about being in a place where you are happy. So are you ready for a mindset shift? It's one question that I always ask women when we're working together. You have to be ready to shift your mindset because it's not easy, but it's doable. And all it takes is a few tweaks. So in other words, you also have to believe it. Now, your doubt is producing your deficit. So a lot of times if you believe or you're doubtful and you don't have that belief, then that is also producing a deficit in your life. Now, doubt was also producing my deficit. But the other thing is doubt was producing my debt because I was in debt, being the fact that I thought that things were going to bring me to the next place of happiness. Or I thought, you know, well, if I can just purchase this, or I'm thinking I'm having financial freedom, but I was only doubting the fact that what true freedom is. So my doubt was producing my debt. So how many of you ladies, how many of you can write down what are your doubts that's producing your debt? So now let's talk about receiving it, because it doesn't matter what somebody brings to you. If you don't receive it and truly know that you deserve it, then you're not going to be successful, or you're not going to get on the other side of money. So I had to learn to receive it. And these are 3 of my favorite quotes. Closed mouths don't get fed. Time waits for no one, and scared money don't make money. So when I say closed mouths don't get fed, how many times have you not spoken up for a promotion that you know you deserved? Or how many times have you just said, you know what, maybe next time? Or, you know, time really waits for no one. Or how many times have you said, you know what, I really don't have the money, or I better hold on to this little bit of money and not invest it? Well, scared money doesn't make money. And when you are scared to take risk, or you think you have all the time in the world, then getting on the other side of financial freedom is time actually really waits for no one. And I can tell you that in a sense, because I've lost 2 of the very people that were most important to me in a matter of, you know, years. So my mother passed in 2007, you know, from lung cancer. My father passed in 2011. But when I tell you that time waits for no one, stop waiting and thinking that you actually have all the time in the world to do, your goals. Because at the end of the day, when you look up, it's another year that's about to start. And scared money don't make money. So one of my favorite quotes by Susie Orman in Working It. Now, you also have to work your financial plan. And no one's ever achieved financial freedom with a January resolution that's abandoned by February. And one of the things that Susie Orman also teaches on is a lot about being financially fit all year round. But think about it, how many times people have gone to the gym? It's packed in January. Come February, March, oh, not so much. Because a lot of times we quit things and we don't continue to work on it. But being financially free is something that you work on a regular basis. So think it, believe it, receive it, and work it. Because you got to know you have everything in you and you are the it. So purse power is not only your power, but purse power is my power, and purse power can be your power. So let's talk about what to expect with Purse Power Network. Now, friends, I often say, friends don't let friends live life with an empty purse. Now, if my girlfriend or one of my sisters knew that there was a way for me to make additional income or, basically put more power in my purse, I would want them to tell me about it. So that's why I say that motto is friends don't let friends live with the empty purse. But first, you have to take some steps for financial freedom. So let's talk about jump into financial freedom. Now, like I mentioned about my dad, I love for you to meet my dad. He was a veteran in the Army, 82nd Airborne, and he was a paratrooper. So my dad always taught me how to take risks, even when I was like young, 5, 6, 7 years old, even at the age of 16, how to take a risk and drive, learn how to drive my first stick shift car. So my dad always taught me that no risk is going to be no reward. So being the fact that he was a paratrooper, he taught me how to jump into the right opportunities or jump into opportunities that are going to make me grow, not only as a woman, but also as a business owner. So purse power women, they jump too. So just know that it doesn't matter like whether or not you let maybe a business opportunity pass you by or, maybe you're a little bit fearful to jump, but you also have to jump into the next opportunities. So let's talk about real quick about taking the jump. I remember when my dad was teaching me how to swim and I never wanted to get on the diving board. Well, one time I was on the diving board and then all of a sudden he just pushed me off the edge of the diving board. Now, mind you, I was fearful, I was angry, but when I got up, he did that because he wanted me to take the jump myself. But sometimes it takes someone helping you to push and jump to the next level. And that's what we do at Purse Power Network. So ladies, you got to stop hesitating. You got to stop waiting until tomorrow to start that business or to learn how to invest in the real estate or to learn how to trade or even learning about stocks and mutual funds and anything that's going to take your family and leave a legacy. We got to learn how to stop hesitating and we got to learn how to take the jump because you not taking a chance does not equal safety. I know many women that have been in a job that's been like 20, 30 years, and then all of a sudden they're close to retirement and they get laid off. Or they're close to, being out of debt and they actually, get even more debt because they didn't want to take a chance. So you have to take a chance on you, number one, but not taking a chance does not mean that you're safe. Because like I said, time waits for no one and scared money don't make money. So we want to tell you about jump and develop wealth on your own terms. Now, Purse Power Network is all about helping women develop what that financial gain looks like for them. But you also want to do it on your own terms so that no one can ever try and marginalize you or ever try and tell you that you can't get to a certain place that you're going to be financially free. So again, Purse Power is your power. Purse power is my power, but most importantly, purse power is our power. So I want to teach you how to be an investor. Now, everyone is an investor. You're a CEO and you are an investor because you invest in yourself. You have to invest in your happiness, invest in your freedom, but most importantly, you want to invest in your future. And doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't even matter if you don't even own a home now. It doesn't even matter if your credit is not good. Always look at yourself as an investor, because the more you pour into yourself and invest in yourself, then the more you're going to gain financial leverage. And that is the reason why Purse Power Academy was created. Now, this is the #1 wealth academy for women in the world. And we all come together, we share wealth ideas, we share just different money making opportunities, and we actually uplift each other and help women within the academy gain that financial leverage. So investing in yourself is one of the biggest things I can tell you that you want to make sure you take away. And that may be investing in a coach, investing in a mentor, investing in maybe some classes, but you want to invest in yourself always before you invest in things, because things may not always get you to a place of your being financially free. But anytime you invest in yourself, then you are banking on you. So also invest in your knowledge of wealth before you waste your wealth. And investing in your knowledge of wealth, that means no one can ever take that away from you. Whatever you put in your mind is going to be put in your heart, but you also put it into action. And that knowledge that you have for wealth, you can pass that down to generations to come. So I have a lot of wealthy friends, and one of the things that I notice about my wealthy friends is that they don't wear their money. And I had to learn this a little bit the hard way. So wealthy people don't wear their money. Wealthy people invest their money. And couple of my really great friends that I've been friends with for 10 plus years, she has one of the same purses that she wears, maybe the same outfit. And I asked her one day, like, sis, I noticed that it was no shade against it. I just wanted to know. So she says, hey, wealthy people don't wear their money. Wealthy people invest their money. So I took that to say, just because you may look at a person to think, oh, they don't have a lot of wealth or they look like they don't have anything going on. No, just know that their bank account could be really, really stacked and really full and have a lot of purse power just because they're investing their money the right way. So I want to leave you with purse power is your power. Purse power is my power, and that's the mantra, but purse power is also our power. So I'm Jennifer Harris, and I want to leave you with a free gift, which is if you text PURSE to 919-355-3909, that's a free gift for you. It's a purse power assessment, and feel free to email me. I would love to connect with you all. Jennifer@PursePowerNetwork.com. Thank you for your time and attention. I'm so excited and so thankful for this opportunity to share just a little bit of my story and a little bit of my journey with you all, ladies, and the men that love us. So I look forward to working with each and every one of you. I look forward to celebrating you. I look forward to hearing from you. And let's grow our purses together.
Hello, everybody, and thank you so much for joining me. My name is Naomi Burrell, and I am the CEO and founder of Be Inspired Global LLC. We are a media and business consulting firm where we take your platform to the next level while gaining global influence. Believe it or not, it all started with a radio show 3 years ago. And this was a divine moment because I had no idea that this platform would turn into a full service business. But I didn't do it alone. It took ambition, passion, and making the right connections. Now the truth is, nothing great was ever built through the work of just one person. It takes a team of people working together to make it a reality. All of the major corporations you see today, like Disney and Pixar, BMW, Louis Vuitton, Southwest, and AirTran, all understood the importance of collaboration. And through their joint efforts, they were able to dominate in their industry. My goal throughout this presentation is to help you to see the importance of collaboration, meaning working together, combining resources, and the benefits from it, so you too can obtain success. I want to take a moment to talk to you about collaboration. It's not just a cliche. It's definitely more than a notion. And it's not just a trend. It is the roadmap for success. We've all heard statements like, we're better together, teamwork makes the dream work, and there's no I in team. All of these phrases were birthed out of the idea that combining resources and energy is better than doing things alone. Collaboration makes the world go round because life is not a one-man show. As I mentioned before, no great institution was built through the work of just one person. It takes a team of people working together to take an idea and make it into a reality. And furthermore, it takes putting a plan in place to get there. Take, for instance, a building or a house. How do you suppose it came to be? Do you think the Washington Monument was built just by one individual? Can you imagine one person, only one person, trying to erect a skyscraper? If it sounds unreasonable, that's because it is. Something of that magnitude should not be done completely alone. It takes focused and corporate manpower to accomplish groundbreaking goals. The key words here are focused and corporate. Focused meaning deliberate attention being directed towards a goal, vision, or mission, and corporate meaning operating as one unit. Take, for example, a well-running machine. Although there are many different parts and various functions, they all complement each other. And that's the beauty of collaboration, to create a synergistic flow where all parts move in harmony for the same purpose. And then if you add to the mix a well thought out strategy that is clearly communicated, that collaborative effort can be virtually unstoppable. And the key to a well-developed plan is that it needs to concisely define what needs to be achieved and the steps that it takes to make it happen. Much like the blueprint for the architect and the engineer. They look to it as their guide for what needs to be built, just like we should look at collaboration as our guide for success. Now, the definition of collaboration is subjective, meaning it can be defined differently by different people. One person's understanding of it could be completely different from the other, and sometimes that's challenging in a team project. But good old communication is the antidote for this. Linking up with others that don't mind putting in the work, receiving help, and making new connections is important. A train doesn't move sitting still. That crew works together as a team to get to their destination. Think about this. The self-serving nature is the enemy to collaboration. That mindset suggests that the only thing that matters is my survival and my interests. The Urban Dictionary says it like this: the self-serving nature is working to benefit oneself at a time when one should be working to benefit others. It's counterproductive to think that you will lose out if you share your platform and resources with others. You stand to gain so much more when you link your efforts with the right connections. And by right, I mean connecting with others who have the same mindset, values, and end goals. And although you may have different attributes than the others, those attributes can be brought together to make something great. So much more ground can be covered together. And if you want to see true harvest in your life, sow into the ground of collaboration and plow. And by plow, I mean work. Bring your goods to the table, absolutely. But be willing to serve with them too. Don't let yourself be outworked. Do all you can to make that joint effort prosper. In the age of evolving technology, there are so many opportunities to join forces with other like-minded professionals. Platforms like Facebook and LinkedIn make it easy to connect because they are collaborative platforms, and they are designed to allow people to connect on a larger capacity. And the awesome thing about social media is that you can transcend borders without even setting foot into foreign soil. This is part of the globalization movement, which is international connectivity. Remember, collaboration makes the world go round. We see this in international trade deals, technology, and business ventures. According to the Harvard Political Review, globalization has increased the amount of goods and services that are available to consumers while decreasing average costs. In other words, the idea of breaking barriers to extend your network allows access to increased resources. The benefit is greater than the risk. In my work as a media professional, I have benefited from collaboration. I was able to partner with a group of women to author a book, and I've interviewed several noteworthy celebrities through my work with the magazine. By using digital media, I was able to develop partnerships both nationally and internationally. The point is, there are positive and trustworthy people out there that want to work with you. Don't close yourself off to the chance to make a connection that could change your entire life. And I know this is difficult for those who have been burned by past relationships, and that's understandable. But the longer you hold on to that hurt, the more you distance yourself from the opportunities that are out there waiting for you. True teamwork starts with you opening your hands to receive and to give help. You can't work well with others with your hands closed. Willingness is necessary. And working with others is risky, but risk-taking is part of the process. I took a risk when I co-authored that book. I took a risk when I developed those international and national partnerships. And I also took a risk when I started that radio show 3 years ago, and now I am an entrepreneur. So, to answer your questions, will there be risk involved with collaborating? Yes. Does it require faith and trust? Absolutely. Will it be beneficial? Well, that's up to you. Collaboration is only worth as much as you put in. Remember, you are planting into the ground, and in order to get a return, your investment has to be great. So, in summary, collaboration requires trust, openness, and focus. Be willing to serve with your gifts and check your ego at the door. Today is your day to start on your road to success. Be willing to work with others, and your possibilities are endless. Collaboration is the blueprint for success. I hope you've enjoyed this presentation. I am Naomi Burrell, the CEO and founder of Be Inspired Global LLC. For more information, email us at info@beinspiredglobal.media or go to our website at www.beinspiredglobal.media.
All right, welcome everybody who's joining. Go ahead and have a seat. Look, you made it. You showed up. Why don't you give yourself a high five for just being here? I am super excited. Look, it's okay. Go ahead and start the broadcast. Look, let the folks who are out there, let them be behind the scenes. Let them hang out. I mean, they understand that today we're talking about how to discover and develop your signature selling style, but that's not the most important part. Look, you're behind the scenes right now. My name, for those folks that are behind the scenes and hanging out because we haven't really got started, my name is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur. And I believe, this is one of my beliefs, that the results that show up in your life are just as important as the results that show up in your bank account. So let's talk today about some results that can show up in your bank account. Why is that, Shay? Why is that, Shay? Well, because when you do good, you can do well by other folks. And it feels good to serve more folks. And you can make money, you can make a profit, and you can make a difference at the same time. Someone say you can make a difference and a dollar at the same time. And if you're out there right now and you've been struggling to make a difference and a dollar at the same time, then I want you to know as an entrepreneur, you're in the right conversation. Or maybe as an entrepreneur, for as long as you've been in business, no one's ever taught you what your own signature selling style is. What is unique to you so that you can speak in your own voice, not sound like a robot, and be able to make a difference, be able to make impact, and be able to make income. That's results in your bank account. So you're making impact and you're generating income. You're making impact and you're generating income, and it's time for you to do that, then you're in the right conversation. Or if you've just been out there and you're like, you know what, Shay, I've been struggling. Selling is not for me. Selling is the last thing I want to do. But I know I need to do it, Shay, because I don't want to go work for someone else. Or Shay, I need to do it because I've got to feed my family. Or Shay, this is how I really maintain my life. What, they can't hear the music? They can't hear the music? Tell them don't worry about, look, for those folks that are online right now, for those folks out there right now, I see you out there. Go ahead and take a moment. I know you're online. Post right below. Post your first name. Post your last name. Tell me where you're from. And if you can't hear the music, just guess. What song am I playing? That'll be fun. Okay. You're in the right conversation as an entrepreneur. If this is your moment, this is your time, and you're really ready to take your business to another level. You're ready to generate more income. You're ready to make a profit, and you're ready to make a difference. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get started. For those folks that are just tuning in, it's a great day, which is how I love to start off every single morning when I get up, because it is indeed a great day. My name, once again, for those folks that are out there, my name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur, and I'm really super excited. But can I just take a moment? Can I take a moment for all folks out there? Can I just be honest with you? No, seriously, I just want to take a moment. And I just want to be honest with you because I want to tell you something that I don't think I've ever shared in this type of format ever before, but I want to share it with you right now. And here it is. I hated selling, but I needed it. Let me say that one more time to you. I hated selling, but I needed it. See, I didn't want to sell. I didn't want to sound like someone else. I hated asking for the money. I hated asking them to sign the contract. I hated asking if they could give me their credit card. But I needed it so I could pay my mortgage, okay? I needed it so I could send my kids to a school of my choice. I needed it so I can put food on the table. See, I hated selling, but deep down in my heart, in my soul, I know that I need it. And if that's you, you're in the right place. This is the conversation. I'm really happy you're here because I'm going to teach you your signature selling style so you can sell like yourself. You can be like yourself. How do I know that? How do I know? Why do I say that's even true? Because you only got in business for two reasons. At least this is my belief. Two reasons and two reasons only. Number one, to do what you love. It's your gift. It's your talent, it's your passion, it's your calling, and you want to be in your passion, you want to be in your purpose, and you want to make a profit. It's time to gain financial freedom and do the things you really want to do. But let me step back with you. Let me tell you about a time when I walked into my corporate office. And in that moment when I was in there, the person, they gave me this pink slip, and they said, "Today is your last day." What? You're kidding me. My last day on the job? You got to be kidding me. No. pack your box up, here are your things, and they walked me out the door. Security took me out the door. They gave me the pink slip. They laid me off. I go home. Short time later, my wife leaves me. So now I'm separated, going through a divorce. I decide I'm going to start my business, so I went down to Kinko's. I had some business cards made up. I hung my shingle out the door. I had this company, but I wasn't making any money. It's okay, so now I'm separated. My sons decided to move in with me. One day I'm upstairs working, trying to work as hard as I can because I want to generate this revenue. I know I can do this. I was born to be this type of person as an entrepreneur. The money's not there. My sons say, Dad, guess what? Come. So I go running downstairs. What's going on? They said, someone's taking the car. They're stealing the car. I look out the window, the door panel, and I see a truck. And the truck is hooked up to my truck, except my truck is in the air. I look over the guy. He looks at me and gives him a nod. He nods back. Car goes away. I look over my sons, and I say, look, don't worry. They're just taking the car to the garage. I lied. And that was my never again moment. The moment where I turned to my sons and I lied. And when I think about that never again moment, I told myself when I walked back up them steps, and this was my never again moment, when I walked back up them steps, I said, never again will I have to lie to my sons about the car being repossessed. Or never again will I have to worry about one client not paying me and me not being able to pay my mortgage. Or never again would I find myself in a situation where I had to take on a client that I absolutely, unequivocally, without a doubt, didn't want. That never again moment. Never again when I find myself in bankruptcy. No, Shay, this is not going to happen to you again. Look, let me ask you a question. Have you ever had that never again moment? Never again would this happen to you? Do me a favor. Take out a piece of paper right now, and I want you to write on a piece of paper right now, what was your never again moment? No, you go ahead and do that, and you do it, and you do it as well. No, seriously, don't worry about them online. Look, if you're online, I want you to go online, look right below, and put in your never again moment. Now, I'm not going to ask someone to stand up or come up here because I don't want to be, it's too big of a broadcast for us to be vulnerable right now. But what was your never again moment? And when I had that never again moment, I told myself I had to do something different. And I tried to do something different. I started going to seminars. And then I bought all of the audios, and I bought all of the programs, and I bought all of the books. And guess what? Nothing really changed. No, I'm embarrassed to tell you. No, after that never again moment, and I went through all that, then I found myself in bankruptcy. And then I found myself burning through my 401k. I'm not suggesting you do that. I'm not suggesting that, but that's what happened. That's my story. I burned through my 401k. And then I was working with a coach, and they shared something with me. And this is something that I learned. They said, look, you need to learn how to sell because selling is power. Everyone say that with me right now. Selling is power. Say it again. Selling is power. So say it one more time. Selling is power. I thought to myself, selling is power. Selling is power. Selling is power. Okay, I've got to learn how to sell. But if selling is power, what is selling the power to do? Okay. When I make more sales, when I serve more people, then I'm able to pay my mortgage. So selling is the power to pay my mortgage. No. Hear me. When my business is able to help more people, when it's able to do more good, when it's able to solve more problems in the world, and I'm able to generate more revenue, I'm able to send my kids to a school of their choice. I'm able to save for retirement. Selling is the power to save for retirement. Selling is the power to buy that dream home. Selling is the power to go on vacation. Selling is the power to hire more folks. Selling is the power to make larger contributions to my community, to my church, to my family. Selling is power. Say that again. Selling is what? Power. Jot this in your notes. Put this in your notes. Let's all pause for a moment. Let's slow down. I don't want to get too excited because I'm just like, I know this selling is power. I know it. So go ahead and write down in notes. What is selling the power to do for you? Like right now, if you're able to don't go out there and try to convince anybody to do anything, but if you're able to learn selling, what does selling the power do for you? Give yourself a raise, work less, automate your business, hire more folks, get the tools you need, get the health care you want, get the fitness trainer you want, get a personal chef. Selling is the power to change your life. And that's the type of conversation that we're having right now. And what I learned is when you know that selling is power, that then the question is, how do you be yourself? How do you be yourself at the end of the day? Because how do you make sure that you can be like yourself? See, here's what I learned. Raise your hands if you've ever been or worked with a trainer before. And one of the things they said is, you need to sound like me. You need to say these words if you want to grow your business. You need to be able to talk like this. And here's what I learned. Here's what I learned. Scripts are for actors. If you want to sell more, you've got to be yourself. Say that again. Scripts are for actors. Scripts are for actors. And you, my friend, you, my friend, you, my friend in Minnesota, you, my friend in California, you, my friend down in Florida. I wish I could go through all this right now. You, my friend, you know what? Scripts are for actors. And here's what we're going to do. Be yourself. Today, I'm going to have a conversation. Today, I'm going to share with you how you can learn and discover your signature selling style, and you can just be yourself, because at the end of the day, that's what I learned. In the day, folks wanted to learn how to sell like you. See, when I got started, they taught me how to sell like my coach. They taught me how to sound like my coach. And for the first 3 years, if you knew Shay Brown, when I got started, maybe the first 5 years now that I think back on it, I used to say the exact same words my coach said. In fact, my coach would say this, I would say it just like that. But here's what I learned. I didn't feel good. Yeah, I made some sales. Yeah, I was able to stay in business, but at the end of the day, it's not really what I want to do. I wasn't being myself. And so I said, you know what? I don't want to sound like my coach, just like you don't want to sound like your coach. I don't have to sound like a woman if I'm a woman. I don't have to sound like a man if I'm a man. I have to sound like something I've seen or read on YouTube. I can be myself. Here's what I want you to know. You can be authentic, jot this in your notes. You can be natural, put this in your notes, and you can be transparent. See, this is what I wanted, and what I wanted, I found out a number of my clients, a number of my members who are attracted to doing this, they didn't want to sound like anyone else. They weren't no sleazy salesperson. They didn't want to try to convince anybody to do anything. No, they wanted to be authentic, put that in your notes. They wanted what? Be natural, put that in your notes. And they wanted to be transparent at the end of the day. They wanted to discover their signature selling style. Why, Shay? Why, Shay? Tell me why. Because being beautiful is cool. Being you, the person that God made, being you with your DNA, being you just with the genes that were given to you from your parents, being you is beautiful. And you can be yourself. You can talk like you talk. You can help other folks, and you can make a difference. Jot this in your notes. Jot this in your notes. This is a key idea. It's a key principle I believe in, but here it is. People will pay you today if you help them solve a problem today. You're in the problem-solving business. And the minute we all understand that when we serve more people, when we solve more problems, the money's going to come. I was talking to a client recently, and they were asking me, Shay, how can I go convince this person to do this? I said, look, I don't convince anybody to do anything. Being you is beautiful. Being you is beautiful. But here's what I told them. Jot this in your notes. Here's what I told them. This is a principle. It's a belief. It drives me, and it should drive you as well. And here's what I told them. Seriously, this is going to like blow you away. But here's what I told them. It's going to make a difference for them. I don't know yet. It hasn't happened, but I believe it will. And here it is. Don't chase the money. This is what I told them. Put this in your notes. Don't chase the money. Add value Add value, and the money will chase you. Oh, hold on, I'm saying it again. Don't chase the money. You add value to your clients. You add value to your members. You add value to the marketplace. You be yourself, because being you is beautiful, and the money will chase you. Don't chase the money. Add value, and the money will chase you. See, I want you to be yourself. That feels good, doesn't it? That sounds good. Yes, Shay, that's what you want me to do? Absolutely. So what I want to do in the time that I have, I only have so much time. I wish I had more time, but I want to teach you the most powerful idea that I discovered, and it's called your signature selling styles. And I'm going to teach you 7 signature selling styles. I'm going to teach you the language patterns. I'm going to teach you the approach, so you can step back and you can identify who you are and who you were created to be. Why? Why would I do that? Why would I teach a dog to bark and expect it to be successful? And that's maybe what's been going on right now. You know, look, I'll say it again. Why would I teach a dog to bark and expect it to be successful? Dogs don't bark. You don't sound like someone else. You don't sound like a video. You sound like yourself. And I want you to be successful. And see, when I got started, they would have a thing called the signature selling styles. And so I didn't know my style. Okay, let me break it down in 60 seconds for you. You have a unique fingerprint. It's unique to you. So your fingerprint is your style. You have a blood type, and it's unique to you. And so just like selling, it's very unique and personal to who you are. And having been in this field all the time, full time now, for over 15 plus years, what I've learned is that how do I go back? How do I take an assessment? How do I understand my signature selling style, how I sell? And then what words and language patterns do I use to match what I sell? It's something called neural linguistic sales. Put this in your notes. Neural linguistic sales. And neural linguistic sales is a study of language patterns and how it impacts the sales process. So as you're listening to me, I want to teach you how you can know what words to use with your signature selling style, with the right approach that allows you to be yourself, to be authentic, to be transparent, and to make a bigger difference. And now you go out and you attract people to you based on your signature selling style. See, in marketing, oftentimes they say, who's your target audience? Who do you want to talk to? No, that's not it. That's not it. I have this problem. These problems exist on the planet. My company solves these problems, and as a result of me solving these problems, I attract these individuals to my own unique selling style. Jot this in your notes. You drive the conversation. The conversation doesn't drive you. So let's learn these 7 signature selling styles so you know exactly where you stand and where you are. I'm going to give you 7 signature selling styles. I can't wait. This is going to be a game changer for you. This is going to make all the difference for you. And for some of you, it's the first time you've ever been in this conversation. So the first style is called the intuitive signature selling style. Now, I want you to put that in your notes up there, the intuitive signature selling style. And the intuitive signature selling style means that they're going to speak from the heart. They're going to come from who they are. And so they sell or they move people to action based on their own intuition. Let's hold that there for a moment, because I want you to have that in your notes. I want you to kind of make sure you put, go ahead, like right now, put in your notes, signature intuitive selling style. Intuitive selling style. Now, how do you know if you're the intuitive? If you listen out there, I want you to think, am I the intuitive signature selling style? Is that me? Is that what I do? And if that's you, that's fine. You're going to base it based on intuition. All right, let's come back. They've seen that. So maybe some of you are the intuitive. You don't write down what you're going to say. You don't know it word for word. But when you show up and you have a conversation, you rely on your intuition. When it feels good and it seems right, you take that step. How many, by a show of hands, are the intuitive signature selling style? If that's you and you're online, just look right below the video. And put intuitive signature selling style. And that's you. You take action based on your intuition. The second signature selling style that I want to share with you is the scientist selling style. Put this in your notes, the scientist selling style. Now, maybe this is you. The scientists, they use facts and figures to drive action. They use facts and figures to really drive action. Now, maybe if you're out there, you're like, hey, Shay, you call me. That's me. Look, you know you're the scientist selling style when you show up and you're going to base your conversation on facts and data. And it's not a good thing. It's not a bad thing. One isn't better than the other. I get it that some of you have a predominant signature selling style, and then there's a secondary signature selling style. Let me go ahead and share the third signature selling style. The third signature selling style is the rock star selling style. Now, how many out there already said, Shay, you had me with the intuitive selling style? And then how many over there said, Shay, wait. Huh? Yeah, I knew it. There's always a scientist selling style in the house. And that's fine. And maybe one's your primary, maybe one's your secondary. The rock star, hear me. The rock star signature selling style, they're a little different. Now, you may have never been in this conversation, but I'm so glad that you're here today, because today you're going to learn your signature selling style, and this person uses charisma to drive action. So I want you to think of Eric Thomas. I want you to think of Tony Robbins. And what they say is, look, if I can do it, you can do it as well. Just do exactly what I say you need to do, and if you do that, then the rock star selling style is you. See, you've done it before, and if you've done it, others can do it. How many of you, by show of hands, are the rock star selling style? Now, I wish I had time to teach you the signature selling style, because each of these signature selling styles, they have their own signature closing style. In each of these own closing style, they have their own unique approach, their own unique language patterns they use. But today, in this conversation, this morning, this evening, tonight, whatever time it is for you, wherever you are in the world right now, I want you to understand, intuitive selling style, got it, Shay. They use intuition to drive action. Scientist selling style, got it, Shay. They use what? Say it again. Facts and data. You got it. And now we got the rock star in the house. They use personal charisma. Follow me, I'm going to take you there. All right, the next one I want to share with you is called the drill sergeant signature selling style. Now, as I get into that, the drill sergeant, they use power to really drive action. Look, they're going to force you to do it. Let me give you my definition of selling while you look at the drill sergeant selling style, because some of you are like, that's me. I'm going to take charge. Follow me. I know exactly what needs to happen. I'm going to will you to get there. They're going to use will to get you there. But let me first give you my definition of selling. Jot this in your notes. My definition of selling is the ability to influence people to take action based on who you are. Based on who you are. Let me say that again so you can see me. Let me say that again, because I want you to look in my eyes. I want you to see me right now. Selling is the ability to influence people to action based on who you are. So you're going to just be you. You're going to be yourself. So I'm teaching you who you are, and then teaching your own signature selling style so you can be transparent, you can speak from the heart, you can serve more people, and you can attract those that are attracted to you. Okay, so we've gone through a couple. We've already gone through the intuitive selling style. That was some of you. Then we went through the actual scientist selling style. That was some of you. And then we just went through the rock star signature selling style. Somebody said, that's me, Shay. And then I went through the drill sergeant. We're going to will you to action. But let me give you the next one, because this might be you. And this is called the heart-centered selling style. Now, how many of you are hearing this for the very first time? This is the first time you even heard about signature selling style. It's the first time you've ever learned about this as well. And my idea is that when marketing is happening, sometimes they're targeting the wrong people. You see, the purpose of marketing is to attract people to you that are related to your signature selling style. And if you're the heart-centered sales approach or the heart-centered selling style, then you're going to speak from the heart. You're going to speak from here. You got to feel it. You got to know in your gut. You got to believe in your heart that it's right for you, and it's also right for them as well. See, this goes both ways. And the heart-centered selling approach doesn't mean you let people just walk over you, but it means you come from a place of service. See, jot this, this is important. Now, you might be the heart-centered. There's always one in the group. How can you be all four? It's okay. Heart-centered selling style, I believe that's you. Why is that? Jot this in your notes. Selling equals service. Selling equals service. Put it in your notes. Selling equals service. And when you serve, you're going to serve from a place, you're going to sell from a place of honesty, integrity, and compassion. See, selling equals service. So you're all into servicing first. And some of you, you're the heart-centered sales approach. Some of you, you're hearing it for the first time. But as you're out there right now, and you're thinking to yourself, look, Shay, I know you got 2 more to go to. Shay, I need to learn my signature selling style. I put together a complete assessment. And in this assessment, there's a list of questions working with doctors, working with professors, working with other people in the industry, working with my peers. I've said, what are all the questions? What are all the personalities? What are all the factors that we got to take into consideration so we can know that we know that we know what the signature selling style is? And after they know the signature selling style, then let's teach them how to talk in language that maps to who they are. If you're out there right now, you're ready to discover your signature selling style, I'm going to encourage you to take the assessment. Let me say it again. Take the assessment. Let me say it again. Take the assessment so you can learn your signature selling style. But more importantly, I want you to get the notes. See, I only got so much time. I can't get into your signature closing style, your signature language patterns, your client profiles. I don't have enough time. I don't. But I want you to text. And here's what you're going to text. Let's show that to them again. You're going to text the word style. You're going to text the word style to this number, 240-428-6333. I'm going to say it again because this is really important. This is a game changer. When you make more sales, you're going to make a bigger difference. Here it is. Text the word style. Matter of fact, get your phones out right now. No, don't look at the screen. No. Go over right now. Text STYLE to 248-420-6333. When you text that number, I'm going to send you a very, very special link. That link's going to take you where you can take the assessment. After you take the assessment, it's going to take you a few minutes, then you'll get a call from one of our revenue champions. And they're going to walk you through so you can learn your signature selling style. And you'll also get all of the notes and a bonus. I love bonuses. Look, this don't cost you anything. Stop asking me that question. No, I don't need a credit card. No, you don't need a check. This is my gift. This is my big give back to you. Why? Because I believe the person outgives their competition, out-earns their competition. Let me say it again. The person outgives their competition, out-earns their competition. I showed up. I'm here right now in this moment. I'm present. You and I always like to say, wherever you are, be there. So stop what you're doing right now. Like, just tune in. Just hear me. Listen to me like you've never listened to me before, okay? Like you never listened before. Hear me, see me. Take a moment. Text the word style to 240-428-6333. Make a commitment. Make a decision that right now you're going to learn and discover your signature selling style. And from there, it's a game changer. From there, you're going to use the right words. From there, you'll use the right signature closing approach. From there, you'll learn the best client profiles. From there, once you learn your signature selling style, you will sell like you. See, scripts are for actors. You're not an actor. You're a real person. You and I. So let me give you the last 2 signature selling styles if I can. The next one is called the visionary signature selling style. Now, the visionary, I love them all. And this might be you. Maybe, I know some of you said you were heart-centered. I get it. The visionary selling style, they've got to see it before you see it, and they're going to share with you what they see. And so the visionary, when they're selling and they're talking to you, they're painting the picture and they already see the problem solved. They're already there before you get there. Now, some of you, visionary selling style, that's you. No, seriously. No, that's you. You can see it before they see it, or they'll never see it. And I get that. I understand that. I understand the importance of it. But what if for the first time you're in this conversation? And I'm so glad you're here. I'm so excited that we're having this type of dialogue right now, because if you didn't know before, it wasn't your fault, because signature selling style didn't exist. We created it for one purpose and one purpose only, so you can sell like yourself, so you don't sound like a robot. And if you're a visionary, and how many by a show of hands, are visionaries? No, seriously, you're a visionary selling style. You're like, Shay, you got me. When I'm talking to someone, I'm telling them and I'm showing them and taking them into the future, Shay, so they can see it before they even get there. Again, one signature selling style is not better than the other. And there is a primary and a secondary, but what's key is that you know what it is. That's what's key. All right, let's go and show them the last one. The last one, signature selling style number 7, is called the professor signature selling style. Let me give that to you again. The professor signature selling style. And the professor's signature selling style is very important because the professor's signature selling style is when you learn, and then once you learn, you teach someone else. So it has a teaching selling style. And then once you teach them, you say, okay, here's the problem. And then you're going to walk them strategically through exactly how they're going to solve it. Hear me out. And then you're going to say, you can go do this, or we can do it for you. Or at least they know the steps on how to go and do it. The professor selling style. Now, you think about that. How many of you are the professor? He's like, Shay, I move people to action based on teaching them. Why is that? Because it feels good to do good. Someone jot that in, you know. See, when you learn your signature selling style, if I had to sum it all up, if I had to bring it all home for you, I would say it feels good to do good. And now you are going to be doing good, you're going to be feeling good, and you'll be speaking in your own voice. See, these are the 7 signature selling styles. Now, some of you already text the word style. Let's show it to them again. Text the word style to 240-428-6333. I want you to discover your signature selling style. I want you to know what your style is, what the characteristics are, what the personalities are, and then the type of clients that are attracted naturally to your style. Now, I get it, you're a bad mamma jamma. I get it, but for as long as you're in business, this is the conversation you've been looking for. And I know I was searching, and I was searching, and I was searching. And then finally, when I came upon it, I said, look, I've got to create this. It has to happen. You cannot be in business. You must not be trying to help other folks and not know your signature selling style. That's very, 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 very important. Let me give you the 5 components. Let me give you the 5 components just so you have them, so you understand the 5 components of sales mastery. Number 1, you're going to learn your signature selling style. Some of you are already going to text the word style to 240-428-6333. You're going to take the assessment. You're going to get the free gift. You're going to get the additional bonus training so you understand and know how to use your signature selling style. Inside of there, you're going to learn power words and power statements. So there's your signature selling style that also is attracted to certain words and power statements. But then I got to step back and I got to teach you what sales approach to use. Because you can know your signature selling style, let's say it's heart-centered, excuse me, but when you're having conversations, you're using the professor style approach. Or maybe you don't know your closing style. Or you're like, Shay, I'm just trying to learn my buyer profiling. Shay, this is great. Glad you're here. Shay, what do you want to do? I want to enhance you. I want to enhance the gifts you've been given. I want to enhance the skills you've learned. I want to enhance the community you are serving. I want you to do well. I want you to do good. I want you to make a difference and a dollar. Have impact and what? Income. And I also want you to live on purpose and make a profit. I want to enhance who? You. At the end of the day. It's all about you being the best version of who you can be. And every time you show up for this, you do enhance who you are and who you represent. See, I must come back to something I believe. I believe the results that show up in your life are just as important as the results that show up in your bank account. So why would I teach a cat to bark and expect it to be successful? Cats don't bark. They just be themselves. And isn't that what you want to be at the end of the day? Jot this in your notes. I will sell like me. Put in your notes, I will sell like me. Say it again. Put in your notes, I will sell like me. For those folks that are in here, let me just hear you say it. And you can say it too. As you're watching online, you're watching all over the world, you can say these words. I will sell like me. I will sell like me. I will sell like who? Me. I will sell like who? Me. And that's what you do once you learn your signature selling style. You're able to then move and sell just like yourself. So you only got in business for 2 reasons. Two reasons only. Number 1, to do what you love. Yes, and that feels so good. But also to gain financial freedom. When you're financially free, you can set other people free. When you're financially free, you can go start the school you want to start. When you're financially free, you can go pay for someone else's health care. When you're financially free, you can take care of family members. You want to gain financially freedom at the end of the day. It's not about the money. It's about what the money will do for you. And one thing that I do know is that a movement plus a message plus a methodology equals the money. And what I like to do is take a few minutes right now and introduce you to an opportunity to stay in this type of conversation over and beyond the conversation we're in right now. And it's called Boardroom on Demand. Boardroom on Demand. Now, they're going to show you right a moment where you can go to. It's called boardroominterview.com, boardroominterview.com. And here's what I always say. Get yourself a coach if you want to do the work. Because a coach is going to tell you what you need to do, and they're going to course correct you. But get your business a board of directors if you want to grow the business. Let me say that again. Get yourself a what? Coach. If who's going to do the work? You. That's right. But get your business a board if you're going to work as part of a team. If you're going to be like Uber, they have a board, a chief operating officer, a chief product officer. If you look at a company like Amazon, they have a board. And so what I want to do is give you an opportunity to get yourself a board. And who's on your board at boardroominterview.com? Let's show that to them. Who's on your board? Now, some of you are already over at boardroominterview.com, but let's talk about who's on your board. First, you have a chief marketing officer. Now, the chief marketing officer, they're showing up. Now, this is something that takes place every single week. So if you were sitting around a table right now, you say, Shay, I need someone to help market my business. I need a chief operating officer. Got it. Check. Shay, I need a chief social media officer. Check. I need a chief sales officer. I've got to make sales. Shay, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to, but I've got to make sales. Got it. I need a chief operation officer because someone has to make sure, it has to be the glue that makes it all stick. You mean, Shay, I have access to this? Because technology is changing. Yeah, let's add to your team a chief technology officer. Let's add to your team a chief branding officer, and let's bring the right people onto your team. Now, if you think to yourself, Shay, I agree with you. Get yourself a coach if you're going to do the work, but get your business a board if you're going to work with a group of folks. This we know to be true. Success is a team sport. You can only get so far by yourself. Head on over to boardroominterview.com, boardroominterview.com. Get yourself a board because it's time to grow your business. So you might be wondering, how does the board even work, Shay? Can you just give me the 1, 2, 3s? Look, we're in a conversation. I'm here. I didn't just show up today just to be here. I show up today to change your life, and I'll change it if you let me. I show up today to get results in your business, and I'll get it if you let me. But it's a team. Success is a team sport. So I want to put a team on your business. Get yourself a coach if you want to do the work, but get your business a board. Go to boardroominterview.com. Let me go ahead and tell you how it works just so you can have it. Let's go ahead and show them this. Here's how it works. Here's how it works. And this is very important. There's a few topics. Every Thursday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, there's this conversation, a CEO developmental session that takes place. And they're covering stuff like how to build a brand. They're covering how to have a 7-figure product launch. They're covering rejection therapy. They're talking about things about conversational cash flow systems. How do I generate cash in my business? Some of you want to build your own membership organization. How do I become a membership millionaire? And who do I talk to when I want to build my 7-figure sales team? Or who do I talk to when it's time for me to learn my signature speaking style? Got my signature selling style, but wait, what? Hold up. There's a signature speaking style? I need to get myself a board. That's right. Boardroom on Demand. Here's what I want to do. Let's go and show them where they can go register. Let's just show them where they can go over because I want to make sure you get the information. You can go over to www.boardroominterview.com. Again, www.boardroominterview.com. Let me give it to you again, www.boardroominterview.com. Now look, this is not for everybody. It really is. This is not for everybody. But here's my promise. It's for you. If you're ready to grow your business, if you're ready to grow your revenue, if you're ready to make a difference, if you're ready to take your business to another level, this is for you. And I want to be in this conversation every single week. And every single week I want you to have a CEO enrichment session. And every single week I want you to be able to ask your questions to the board. So imagine you show up. You show up and on your board, this week you have a problem around social media. And you're like, golly, I got to go hire a social media expert. No, go ask your chief social media officer. Wait. Next week, I'm launching a product, Shay, and I don't want to just launch the product. I want to be able to market it. I need to get people to make sure they're using it. Then you're going to have a conversation with your chief who? Your chief who? That's right, your chief marketing officer. And this is very, very important, because I want you to know that at the end of the day, you have exactly what you need in order to be successful. Let's show them this one. You have exactly what you need to be successful. Where do you go? Go over to www.boardroominterview.com. Again, www.boardroominterview.com. It happens every week, every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There's its own private, elusive, exclusive community. It is time to get aboard to grow your business. It's time to take it to another level. Here's what I want you to know. I want you to know that you are a winner. I want you to know that you are a champion. I want you to know that you have greatness inside you. I want you to know that the best is yet to come. I want you to know that at the end of the day, it's not about you. It's about the gifts and talents you've been given to solve more problems. See, the question is typically asked of me all the time is, Shay, what does it take to be successful? I say, well, first you need to build a team. Who's on your team? For you, you got a board now. Congratulations. Maybe you've been in business and you never really had a board that you can come to and ask those questions to every single week and get answers without stroking a check, without swiping a credit card. Congratulations to you. I'm looking forward to meeting you over at boardroominterview.com. And I know for others, you're like, Shay, what's the secret? Is there one word? No, there's not one word. Is there a pill? No, not a red pill, not a green pill, not one thing you can do. But I will say there's a sentence, and I want you to jot this in your notes. And here's what I'm going to leave you with. Here's the sentence for your notes. Find a way. One of the things that entrepreneurs do, one of the things that business owners do, one of the things that all successful people do is they find a way to be successful. They find a way to grow their business. They find a way to generate more qualified leads in their market. They find a way to have appointments with people who are qualified, who are looking to solve a problem. They find a way to understand their signature selling style. They find a way to improve their skills. See, you will find a way. Why? Because you've got greatness inside you. Why? Because you are amazing. Why? Because the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come. The best yet to come. Let me tell you, I've had a pleasure. I'm looking forward to seeing you over at www.boardroominterview.com. My name, by the way, is Shay Brown, the happy entrepreneur, and I believe the results that show up in your life, well, they're just as important as the results that show up in your bank account. I'll see you over at boardroominterview.com. God bless, and I'll see you soon. Make it a great day, everyone, and we'll make good things how we connect again next time. I got to go. My time is up. Talk to you.
Do you struggle with the perception that because you're Black, that your business is only for Black people, or that your business is subpar? Wouldn't you love to learn how to get your business past those misconceptions? Hi, my name is Danielle Mitchell, and we help create more Black millionaires through Average Black Girl. We do this through web design, by monetizing your site and utilizing lead generation. Marketing strategies by increasing exposure and awareness, and securing partnerships. We're able to get you paid sponsors and partners at the inception of your business. Today, I'm going to focus on number 2, marketing strategies, and specifically within LinkedIn. LinkedIn is great if you are a business, brand, or looking for a little bit of both. If you are looking to help with your business and brand, or to help with your personal brand, because LinkedIn literally is for everyone. Why LinkedIn? 1 of 3 professionals are on it. 44% of LinkedIn users earn more than 75K. So if you're looking for your next paid sponsor, brand, consulting opportunity, or even business bestie, you definitely want to get on this site. 59% of LinkedIn users don't use Twitter, and 13% don't have a Facebook account. So this means that you are truly utilizing a new group, and that's something that is major. Think about when you post on Facebook and then you go on Instagram and post the same thing. A lot of times you have the same people on both sites, but with LinkedIn, you're really getting a newer site or new eyes on it, which means that you're definitely getting your bang for your buck. So before we get a little bit more into it, I definitely want to showcase some of my wins that I've had this year. The Pulse of Perseverance book, we had a book launch for them. There are 3 Black doctors that came together to write a book, and we had their launch have 73,000 live viewers. And that's because we partnered with blackdoctor.org and got them a Facebook Live interview. We were also able to increase my average Black girl Facebook likes by 1,000% in 2 months. And I was able to increase my LinkedIn connections by 433%. And I'm going to show you exactly how I was able to do that in this session. And ultimately what we do is we are continually creating websites that help clients land contracts. A little bit more about what we do. We have one-on-one strategy sessions, online courses, marketing materials, and professional development. And with this LinkedIn, you guys are going to definitely have a little bit of everything within the session. Here are just some of the previous brands that I've worked with. And now we're going to get back into LinkedIn. So another reason that I love LinkedIn is the algorithm. The algorithm is so different because LinkedIn understands their clients. Unlike Facebook, where if I post at 9 a.m. and you may not get a lot of traction for your site or your status, and then I post in and log in at noon, I may not see what you posted. LinkedIn understands their clients, and so they know that it's very situational that different people come on LinkedIn. They may come because they're looking for a new job, because they just started a new job, because they're looking to connect, and that may look different to different people. When you're looking for your job, you may be on LinkedIn all the time. When you're just starting the process, but you don't desperately need a new job, you may look on a couple times a week, maybe even once a month. And when you're fine, you may not go on every month, every week, or every day. And so their algorithm is different. It's really based on how many people are liking your statuses, what is your engagement rate, and what exactly are you talking about? And so that's going to help you to not only increase your exposure and awareness, but it's going to help you to have new eyes see it, one post that you may have done months ago, which means that you're just working a lot less harder than you would on any other platform. There's also less competition. So who doesn't want to be the big fish in the small pond, right? And so with these strategies that I'm going to tell you, you can definitely do that for your industry. And then there are benefits in other areas. I've utilized LinkedIn for job offers, lead generation, and to find new customers and contracts. And so what do I mean by that? I mean that with lead generations, you can start writing your own articles and having just a taste of them and then a link to your webpage. And that's new leads that you're generating to your site. And within the customers, you're going to be able to showcase that you're a subject matter expert in different topics throughout this workshop. So for day one, what I want you guys to do are the following things. Number one, I want you guys to create your custom URL. You can actually create a custom URL within LinkedIn, and I think that you should do so because if you're like me, where my name is Danielle Mitchell, and there are a lot of Danielle Mitchells on LinkedIn, if I'm doing all this work, having this workshop and putting the slides together, the last thing I want to do is have you go to another person's site, right? So what you want to do is I suggest having your LinkedIn be your first name, last name, first name, or you can even go ahead and do your brand name for your custom URL. Ultimately, you just want something that people remember. And without the custom URL, you have your name, but then you have all these different numbers that come with it. And it just makes it really difficult for people to remember that. And the next thing is the banner picture. So without doing anything, LinkedIn will automatically give you a blue banner picture. And so what does that showcase? That just showcases that you're not on the site very often. And you haven't given much thought into your profile to showcase your personality. And so if you haven't done that, why do I want to work with you or even take you seriously enough to connect with you? So what do I suggest you do? I suggest you do one of three things. One, if you have a picture with someone that is super famous, go ahead and put that up because that's going to showcase that the perception is that you're serious about your brand, that you're able to be in these rooms with these influential people. Two, use a picture of you actually talking or in action. So if you're speaking to your different clients, if you have a high definition of you launching something or developing something or anything like that, I would go ahead and put that in there. And lastly, if you're like, I don't have any of those pictures, I don't know what to do, I got you covered. So what I want you to do is I want you to go to averageblackgirl.com and hit my resources for entrepreneurs and just go ahead and put in the toolbox. If you click the toolbox, you'll see some of the things that I use. If you need even more than what I like pictures like the one you're showing here. If you type in the search and put in stock, then you'll see 2 blog posts that I wrote. One for feminine stock images like the one you see right now, and then the other one is for any and everything. So it's called stock images for melanin people, but it has where you can get a brown hand in front of a computer, where you can get a doctor that may be a Black doctor or another person of color, as well as Caucasian people. So it's a little bit of everything that you're looking for. And so I've kind of done some of the work to combat. So whatever you brand personality you're trying to break through to the online world, I got you covered. The next thing I want you to do is I want you to really focus on your bio. So a lot of times people don't utilize the bio portion, and I think it's because we really don't know what that works. So before people are connecting with you and look at your profile, they just see your head and your bio. So you really want to showcase exactly who it is that you're on your bio. Put your slogan, put your services, put your web articles, put your links, really push what it is that you're doing so that people can decide yes or no right there if I want to work with you. On top of the bio is your tagline. So this is just as important as the bio. So without doing anything, the bio is going to be, the tagline is going to be the first job in your work history. With it being the first job in your work history, it may be something generic like account management. Well, an account management for Coca-Cola can be completely different than an account management for a medical sales device company. So with that being said, I need you to tell me exactly what you do. So come up with your tagline. That's going to be one of your homeworks. Figure out what it is. So for me, my tagline is I am an international marketing strategist. That shows you that one, I work with a vast number of different type of clients. Two, if you type in marketing in the search for people, I'll pop up. And strategist showcases that I can do project management and consulting. So within those 3 words, I am giving all of those different advances for people to then go ahead and decide if they want to work with me or they don't. Versus if I just said that I was CEO, owner, like, what does that mean? I'm not telling them who I am. And so there's why you need your tagline. Now, I've taken it one step further, and I have another sentence out after that, international marketing strategist, where I say, I hope to build brands and expand their revenue from side hustle to business while working in school or in school, basically. So what does that mean? That means that I'm talking to people that, one, have a dream, have a vision, and most likely have the capital to pay me for my services. So I'm talking to people, letting them know, hey, this is not a not-for-profit, but I'm put in side hustle so that people that are in that age range that I'm looking, my target, understand and identify with that word. So ultimately, what I'm doing is I'm talking to my clients without dissing people that are not in my clients. And that is ultimately going to be the best part of marketing. The next thing I want you guys to do is I want you guys to add your brand in your work history. And so what you want to do is you want to create a company page, and then you want to go ahead and add your icon, and then you can say that you work at that brand. And what does that do? That just lets me know that you are serious about your brand, because without creating a company page and saying that you're working with your brand, there's a blue dot, and that showcases that you don't have a company page. And so if you're not serious to create a company page, why would I be serious enough to actually want to work with you? And lastly, I really want you guys to start getting into a strategy of figuring out how you can start getting more recommendations for your profile. Ultimately, people want three things. What I'm doing, have I done it to myself? What I'm doing, have I done it to someone else? And lastly, what I'm doing, if they pay me, will I be able to give them the same results and they be satisfied? So how do you combat that? Well, one, definitely start working on it in your business. But two, start looking for recommendations and get strategic with your recommendations. If your recommendations are only one demographic, but your idea is to have maybe 3 or 4 demographics, then start making sure that you're getting recommendations for those demographics. And I want you guys to know that recommendations don't have to only be for your current business. If you've worked in a previous place and you had a pleasant experience with, maybe most of your clients right now are younger Black women, but you want to showcase that you worked with older white men, then definitely reach out to an old employer and say, can you leave me a recommendation? They can say that you were mannerable, timely, respectful, great customer service. All of those things are transferable skills, and then that will help someone. When I'm a small business, the marketing will draw you in, but ultimately the individual is what is being sold. I need to know that I can work with you, that I like you, and that you can work with someone like me. So I'm scrolling through the recommendations and the reviews, and I'm clicking the profiles. I want to know where they went to school. I want to know what kind of job they're doing. I want to know if you've dealt with someone that looks like me, acts like me, and thinks like me. And if they like you, then I'm going to be inclined to work with you. And I also want you guys to do one step further and look at your different competitors within your market, and then base it off of that. Some markets, you may not see any reviews, and so maybe all you need is 10 to be at the forefront. But some markets, you may see 30, 40 reviews, and now you know that you just need to have a strategy where maybe your goal is to go ahead and get 4 or 5 a month and just keep growing and have it be a constant strategy for you. And so lastly, here are 2 links that you guys can definitely utilize for not only the LinkedIn, but my toolbox. The last thing I want to show you is I want to show you guys how to create a company page. So I want you to first click this square within the square, and then scroll on down to create a company page, and there you go. So now that our profile is pumping, I definitely want to talk to you about the kind of content that you're going to create. So the great thing about LinkedIn is that you can share posts as well as create articles. So the first thing I want you guys to do is I want you guys to get specific and kind of niche down on who you are. So if you say that, I'm a jack of all trades or I have so many interests, that's great, but let's start with 3. When you start with 3, people will be able to remember that. And ultimately, you want to be remembered so that people can start referring you. Or when opportunities pop up, they can think of you. So what does that mean? That can mean, 1, sharing a post. You can share posts that are within your realm of expertise, within your industry, things that make sense to who you are as a brand. And that can be as a personal brand and as a business brand. Who are you? So with me, I stay within marketing, business development, and sometimes fashion. And I stay within that realm. Next, creating an article. So when you create an article, I want you to think about doing it within a schedule. So I like to think of creating an article on the 1st and 15th of the month. When you create an article, you are able to showcase that, hey, I'm a subject matter expert in this. So some of the common ways that you can create an article are making how-tos, making 5 steps to do something, giving your opinion on something, and creating a new system to have an end result. So what does that mean when you're doing this? That's showing that 1, you're a subject matter expert, 2, you're caught up on industry terms and knowledges, and people will start to look at that article and agree with you and then think of you in a different way. They'll think of you as the expert, the leader, that you know your stuff. Another thing that you can do that I suggest is definitely using trending topics, but don't just use trending topics. Flip them so that they are pertaining to what you are talking about, what's your subject matter expert. So a common story that I like to tell is something that happened in January. In January, I was able to create an article that is still getting likes and engagement to this day. So 7 months later, we are still getting engagement, and it's only because of how LinkedIn works. The story is that when SZA, which is a singer, came out with her breakthrough song, The Weeknd, Solange, which is Beyonce's sister, was able to go ahead and be the creative director. And so what happened was, it was an epic fail. People were very upset about this video. And what I did was I decided to write about it. But instead of downing her as a person or anything like that, I stayed in my lane and I said, these are the common mistakes that Solange made that is pertaining to marketing. So 1, she didn't survey her audience. 2, there was no storyline. 3, she didn't really invite other help. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but Beyonce sometimes hires movie directors to help direct her music videos, and that's why they look so good. And the last thing that she wasn't doing was she wasn't focusing on the end goal. The end goal should always be what's in it for the audience, what's in it for the star, what's in it for the brand. And so if she was thinking, hey, this is this girl's breakout song, and she has the ability to have the most views on YouTube if we do this correctly, then that being the ultimate goal, other things would have been in place. If she would have surveyed her audience, she would have known, hey, a lot of your audience are Black. And within that audience, what is our behavior? Well, when we have parties and barbecues and kickbacks, a lot of us play YouTube videos in the background. But we're only going to play YouTube videos that we like the actual storyline and what's going on in the video. if we're not happy with the video, we're not going to play. And so ultimately, she could have been the most viewed video by a female on YouTube for 2018. Because none of that was done, a couple weeks later, Taylor Swift released her video, and then she became the most viewed, streamed woman in 2018. And she had a storyline plot. It looked like music video directors had directed it, and it was just all around a really great video. Now, from that, people are still commenting and liking, and that's because, one, it resonates with a lot of people. Two, I'm able to show my expertise within a popular topic. And three, LinkedIn understands their people. Some people haven't been on LinkedIn all year, but now they're looking for a new job. So this article is popping up. And then because new people keep logging in and liking it and seeing it, it just keeps being in the forefront. And that's probably one of my most successful articles that I've written, period. And you guys can do the same thing. So here are some of the common fails. One of the common fails is I need to post all the time. You don't need to post all the time. Just get on a schedule. A lot of people think, okay, I'm going to focus on LinkedIn this week. I'm going to focus on Facebook next week. I'm going to focus on Pinterest the week after. And that's not how it works. Think of social media like a pet. You can't just play with it and give it all the attention and food it needs for a week and then put it up. You have to constantly feed it and care for it. Now, if you're on a schedule, then you won't wear yourself out or feel like you have to spend all this extra time making up for it. And like a person, the social media platforms are helping who helps them. You post a lot, they will help to push your exposure and your engagement. You don't post very often, then they will not give you that same treatment and kind of neglect you. So getting on a schedule allows you to really not feel like you're wasting time. So the schedule that I like on LinkedIn is I like for you to create an article on the 1st and 15th of the month. And then at the in between times, just start sharing some posts and actually commenting on people and getting your engagement up that way. So now that we have our profile down pat, we have our schedule and our strategy for custom content, I'm going to show you this automation tool. So the automation tool is amazing. This is how you're able to, now that you have your profile together, you have your article showing that you're an expert, now it's time for you to go and increase your engagement and increase your amount of followers and connections. So how does it work? I use the LinkedIn Helper, and the LinkedIn Helper is a Google Chrome extension. So with it being a Google Chrome extension, what you're going to do is you're going to sign up. There's either a 2-week free trial, and then after that it's $15 a month, or you can just go ahead and pay the $99 for the entire year. And it allows you to invite people based on what you're looking for. You can search by job title, location, first name, last name, pretty much any and everything. I'm actually going to show you. And then once you create a list for who you're trying to connect, then you're going to start inviting people one by one. And as long as you have a new tab, you're going to be able to connect with people over and over again without having to be present. And so this is how I am at almost 9,000 or over 9,000 connections and going. So first I'm going to go to my LinkedIn, which is LinkedIn Mitchell Danielle. Make sure you guys connect with me. I would love to connect with you. And then there's this tool, the LinkedIn Helper. So I'm going to hit collect, and I'm going to go to general LinkedIn page. Then I can go to all filters And now I can filter by all these different things. Second connection, first connection, or third connection. You really want to do second or third. The first ones are already connected with you, so then you will be sending a specific message to them that you want them to do. Then you can do a connection of where they're at in the United States or abroad, current company, industries, language, volunteer, or schools. So for the sake of this, I'm going to put in marketing and then hit apply. Once I hit apply, I'm gonna go hit here and go to collect. And now it's just collecting the entire page by page. So I think it's 10 people at a time, it's collecting. Once you have your number that's collected, then I want you to go to message. Here, right now, I say, hello, first name. I'm looking to connect with professionals in my network. But if I put in marketing, then I say, hello, first name. I'm looking to connect with, and I'll put marketing professionals in my network. And then after that is said and done, then you would go ahead and hit invite. And then it would start inviting people with the message that you created. So it invites people one by one. And there you go. It's typing on its own, doing its own thing. And then it's sending the invitation. And so you can do this while you sleep. You can do this as long as it's in another tab. So you would just, leave that doing its thing. And then I will go to another tab and go about my business. And I believe it does 100 invites within 25 hours. And that's it. And that is how you can go ahead and increase your strategy of how you're going to be out here doing things. So for everyone that may need some additional resources, the LinkedIn supporting blog, there's a link there for that. The Average Black Girl Toolbox, again, feminist stock images and people of color stock images, and the workbook. So that is going to be it for me. If you're looking to connect, I would definitely love to connect with you. You can connect with me at averageblackgirl.com on my website. You can connect with me on email at danielle@averageblackgirl.com. I also have a podcast. We're everywhere. So Apple Podcasts, Google Play, iHeartRadio, Spotify, Average Black Girl. And we talk about things like this, business tips, as well as pop culture. So I would love to hear from you. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to call. I have a Facebook group called Melanin Business by Danielle Mitchell. So feel free to join that group and you can ask any of the questions that you have and we can help you as a community. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. And I look forward to connecting with you soon. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deborah Mitchell, and I'm a motivational speaker and an author from Chicago. I'm very excited to be with you this afternoon. My whole platform is helping women of all ages with healthy relationships. For many years, I've watched women suffer in silence, and I was motivated and inspired to write something down to help ladies, because we all want the same thing: to be in a long-term, committed relationship that's healthy and have children that are thriving. So a little bit about myself. I've been married 32 years. I have 2 children. They're both college graduates and both on their own, but they grew up in a loving home with 2 parents that loved and supported them, and now they're living successful lives. So I have 2 books that I've written. The first one is called Where Are Your Standards? And the second one is called Center of Attention. And I've won a total of 8 literary awards, including 5 gold stars for both books. So I'm very excited about that, because I think I'm able to reach women of all ages, all cultures, all income levels, because we all have that same common goal: to be in a healthy long-term relationship. So when I start my presentations, I always have one great icebreaker, and I just ask this one question: have you ever been in a bad relationship? And 100% of the women, 100% of the time on my presentations, raise their hand. So that lets me know that we're doing something wrong if we keep attracting all the frogs. I know we're going to kiss a few frogs, but we don't want to marry the frog and have children with the frog and a mortgage with the frog. We want to find our prince so we can live happily ever after. So something else I've discovered through my journey of mentoring women, I've done that for about 25 years, is we really don't have a lot of training on how to look for a healthy relationship and how to nurture one. Some of us grow up in homes where there's no dad or there's some dysfunction. And instead of breaking that vicious cycle, we carry it on into our new relationship. So I want to break that cycle and teach ladies of all ages how to date, and date smart. Because we're really dating to mate, find a mate, a soul mate to live our life with. We can't date the whole community, because that's not going to be a fit. So we want to make sure that we are only strategically dating people that could be a potential match for us. Something else I'd like to talk to all my ladies about is understanding yourself first. Because are you able to be in a relationship? Are you ready to be in a relationship? And if you have a lot going on in your life, maybe you're in school or you're working and you got a big career or path or projects you're working on, this might not be the best time to enter into a relationship, because like anything else, it's going to take time to nurture and grow, because you want to make sure you're spending the right kind of quality time with the person who could be a potential match for you. So that comes to my next point: is where do you look for this person? Where are you looking for love? If it's the club or the local bar, ladies, you're wasting your time. That's a cheap thrill. They're just looking for some fun for the night. And there are no friends with benefits. So I want to clear that up right away, because if you have a person in your life and you just say, we're just friends with benefits, you have no benefits. You can't take his medical card and go use it if you hurt yourself. You're not going to get any benefits if he passes away for life insurance. So there's no benefits. So you don't want to be a friends with benefits. You want to be a significant other. You want to be a wife, and in a committed relationship with a man who is committed to you and only you. The other thing is some common pitfalls. I notice ladies of all ages, they'll get a nice young man, and then suddenly they change everything they have going on in their lives. So I'll give you a great example. My girlfriends and I, we get together once a month every Saturday, and we've been doing this since we were college students. And we just get together. It could be ladies' day at the spa or the mall or whatever, but we have one young lady that's always breaking her dates with us because she gets a new boyfriend. And then when he dumps her, she comes back, and of course we pick up the pieces. But the rest of us explain, hey, I'm tied up once a month every Saturday with my girls. So that's just who I am. And we can work around that schedule. My husband's adapt to it. He takes that time to go golfing. So you don't have to change your schedule just because you meet a significant other. But that's a very common pitfall that women make. And then it makes them too available. The man doesn't even have to call you because you're chasing him. And now you don't know if he really wants you or not. So that's a real big problem with women chasing men. I've always been the proponent: if he wants you, he know how to find you. Let the phone go to voicemail if you have something going on. And if you have to make arrangements to get together a future date because you already have plans, that's perfectly okay. The other, something else I really want to spend the majority of my time with you today is identifying abusive relationships, because my whole point is helping you find healthy relationships. So you have to be able to distinguish between what's abusive relationship and what's a healthy relationship. And abuse comes in several forms. I'm sure many of you already understand physical abuse. You know, if you're getting beat down or slammed down the stairs or black eyes and all that, yes, that is physical abuse. But there's other types that may not be so obvious to you. The other one is verbal abuse. If you're being called all kinds of names, humiliated, put down, all these things is a form of abuse. And you can ask yourself, is this the type of family that I want to raise children in? Suppose I have a son or a daughter. Do I want my son to think this is okay to treat ladies this way? Or if I have a daughter, is it okay for him to call you all kinds of names? So you have to realize, as mothers, we are our children's first and best role model. So they have to see how we navigate through the world, and we set a pattern for them. So we have to make sure that not only are we looking out for ourselves, we're really making sure that we're setting the stage for the next generation to come. Otherwise, we're going to fall right back into that vicious cycle that has held us down for many generations. The next one is sexual abuse. Your body is your temple, and you are in total control over what happens to it. So you are not required to do anything. You are over 18. You can make your own decisions as to what goes on with your body. And women, we need to understand that. This is our body, our temple. So no means no. If you don't want to do something, some sexual favors for someone, do not even navigate that. Because, you know, the question comes back to, where are your standards? A young lady or old lady or middle-aged lady, whatever age we are, we all have standards. And we want to make sure that that's not one of a negotiating point is misusing or mistreating our temple or our body. The next one is economic or financial abuse. This may be new to some of you. I'll give you some perfect examples, is if you're in a relationship and the other person has total control over all the resources. You don't even have enough money to pay for personal things like deodorant or whatever, because he controls everything. That's a part of control. Control is a form of abuse. If you are not able to function as an adult because somebody else has total control over you, that's a form of abuse. That may be new to many of you. So when I say economic or financial abuse, if you don't even have access to money for basic things, I understand you when you're sharing a bank account and sharing expenses, that's the key word, sharing. So are you sharing? Are you contributing as to how the money is going to be spent for household bills or expenses or clothes or whatever? Or are you in a relationship where he gives you a few dollars and say, hey, make that stretch, and you don't have any idea how much money is even coming into the household or what the household expenses are? Because, you know, if you find yourself on your own, many ladies don't even know how to budget, and they use that, and the abusers use that as a crutch to tell them, you don't even know how to do anything. So you're going to have to stay with me whether you like it or not, because you don't even know how to pay bills, or you don't even know how to generate income or how to save money. So that's a form of abuse. So that's a big one. And a lot of women don't know how to get out. So we're going to talk a little bit about making sure that you are preserving yourself. Because if you find yourself in a situation where you have to leave, can you survive on your own? And the answer is yes. He'll have you thinking you can't, but that's not accurate. Okay. And the next one is emotional abuse. You hear songs about that all the time, where you don't know if he's lying or if he's hiding something, or some kind of deceit is going on and you just can't put your finger on it. That's called emotional abuse. As I mentioned, my husband and I have been married over 30 years. And if he says he's going to be somewhere, I trust that. If I say I'm going to be somewhere, he trusts that. And that's what you have to be in a relationship, where the words mean something. A man's word is his bond, as you heard that. So if you can't trust a person, that's probably a key that that's not the right person for you. So I just want to go over those 5 types of abuse with you again, because that's really something I really want you to take away from my presentation. So the 5 types of abusive relationships are verbal, sexual, physical, economic or financial, and emotional. So that's something really that I want you to think clearly about when you enter into a relationship, or if you find yourself in one of those relationships now, then you need to have an exit plan. Because, ladies, what I want you to also understand is you can't fix him, you can't change him, and you cannot cure him. These are his issues. Oh, he has to go and deal with them if he wants to be a better man. You can't force that. So if you are one of the many of women, and most of us are very nurturing, and you think that I can change him, I can love him through all these problems, and then one day he's going to be cured, no, you really are wasting your time. He has to want to make those changes. So you have to ask yourself, do I want to spend the rest of my life trying to help cure him, or do I want to have a healthy relationship where I'm being loved and I'm getting the things that I need? Because until he fixes himself, he can't even be a partner to you. And if you have children, you're teaching your children that you're not valuable. And that's the wrong message. And that's whether you have a son or a daughter in your home, because they're growing up thinking that their feelings, their self-worth is not as important as the person who has these issues. So make sure, ladies, when you think about your relationship, be honest with what you're in. And if you need to get out, we'll talk about an exit plan. If you enter into one and you see all these red flags, it's time to back out gracefully, so you don't really waste years and decades with someone, and then you wake up 20 years later and say, I really made a bad choice, and now I'm trying to figure out how to get out of this. So I'm going to give you some pointers on your exit plan, because it's not very easy to walk up to a man that you've been in a relationship with, especially if you are living together, or perhaps you've even married this person, and say, I'm leaving. That's going to be very hard for him to hear. So you need to have an exit plan. If you're married or living together, you need to start thinking about where you're going to move to. And you're going to have to figure out how to do this where it's non-confrontational. That's the key word. You do not want to confront him and say, for instance, you're a loser and I'm leaving you. That's going to cause a big blow up. What you need to be doing is having your exit plan. If you work outside the house, start to save money so you can provide for yourself when you leave. If you don't work outside the house, it may be time for you to go ahead and find you at least a part-time job so you can start putting money away. And the day that you decide to leave, don't even say anything. Let him go to work like he normally do. Pack up and leave. And by the time he gets back, you'll be gone. That's the non-confrontational way. Otherwise, it's going to be a fight. And there's a lot of domestic violence when it comes down to abuse, when it comes down to a breakup where one person wants out of the relationship and the other one doesn't want out. So to avoid all that, I want you to listen carefully. Do not confront him. If you've made your decision that you want to leave, there's also shelters you can go to. There's all kinds of things that you can do to get out with your life. And then you can start fresh. But do not confront him, because it's never going to turn out good, because most men are bigger and stronger than us, and they can overpower us, and you might never get out of there alive. So make sure your exit plan is a non-confrontational one. Next point I'd like to bring up is victim versus volunteer, because many women like to play the victim. Oh, woe is me. But remember, ladies, we're very powerful. And if you ask yourself, where are my standards? Then you'll stop and think, I don't really deserve to be treated this way, and I know I can do better, even if I have to be alone for a while until I can get myself in some kind of situation, and then I can go ahead and attract the right type of man. I'm not sure if all of you know the story about Ruth and Boaz. It's the same thing where he came after her. So victim versus volunteer actually means the first time you go out with a man, he approaches you, you think he's a nice guy, nice conversation. My first recommendation for a first date is always something like a coffee house, Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks, somewhere very light, very cheap. And if you feel like this is not going to work, you can get out of it in 15 to 30 minutes, as opposed to trying to spend a whole day with someone and you realize this is not going to work out. And on the first date, if he does something that you feel is disrespectful, or you see any of the signs of abuse, with just one of those 5 types, this is your exit plan. Just say, hey, it was nice meeting you, but I'm really not ready to be in a relationship. That way you put it back on you, as opposed to saying, you're a loser. You don't want to say that. You want to just say, I'm just not really ready to be in a relationship right now, because you saw those signs of abuse. Because ladies, the gentlemen are on their very best behavior the first 90 days. So if he does something that's abusive, or you already see it's not clicking, then you need to make sure that you get out now. Don't cut your losses now. So make your dates short. So when I say victim versus volunteer, this is what I mean. The first time you went out with the gentleman, you did volunteer to go out on a nice date because you thought it'd be fun, it'd be interesting, you might learn more about each other. But then you saw how he acted. So now you have to ask yourself, no, I'm not going to continue to volunteer to let you mistreat me. And I'm not going to let you sit here and victimize me. So now you have to determine which one is which. So if you decide to stay, then you really are volunteering to be mistreated. So you ask yourself this question: why am I allowing him to mistreat me? because people treat you the way you teach them to, and that's where the standards are built. So in any relationship, you have to start with basic standards. You will respect me, and I will not be subjected to any of the 5 types of abuse that we just discussed. So that's why we want to make sure that we set those ground rules up front. And if he violates those ground rules, especially in the first 90 days, when he's on his best behavior, that tells you that you're in the wrong relationship. So if he uses profanity and call you all kind of names, or he disrespects you in front of the crowds or whatever, these kind of things, or he gets physical, he starts to push and shove you, starts lying and all the things that we just talked about, then you know, okay, I need to get out of this right now. And you just bow out very gracefully. So that's really the easiest way to meet someone. And I recommend always meet in a public place, somewhere very quick. Like I said, one of these coffee houses are fine for a first date. And then if you determine that he's worthy, if he gets past a second date, then that's great. But make sure that you really have set the standards and all the ground rules on your very first date. Otherwise, it's just going to go downhill, and then you're going to try to figure out how to get out of this. And you don't have to. The next point I'd like to bring up is either you have standards or you don't. So setting standards is a very critical piece. And some of the major mistakes that I see women make is just because he's cute or he's established or what have you, you relax all of your standards. And then you become one of 21 that he just calls whenever he wants to call. That is really, to me, the biggest violation of being a diva with standards. And that's my one of my phrases, I'm a diva with standards. And I have that on t-shirts and I have it on my books. That's a big violation when you don't allow or don't require a man to treat you with a level of respect from day one. And then you can see how he interacts with other people. Another key point I'd like to bring up, ladies, is see how he interacts with his own mother. If he has no respect for her, then you might as well run, because it's nothing you can do there. Because he don't respect the woman who brought him life, then you know you don't stand a chance. So that's always key. So another good thing to do is go around his family, because if you can go to a family party or a reunion or something like that, then you can kind of talk to some of the other family members and see how he interacts with them. And everybody has a nosy cousin or auntie that'd be happy to tell you everything you want to know about the family. But you just want to see, how does he respond to his own mother, or if he has sisters or the female members of the family. If he has respect for them and loves them and nurtures them, or they can call on him if they need something repaired or car broke down or whatever, then you can kind of see this man does care about his own family. But if this is a man who don't even call his mother on Mother's Day, or don't even think about her, or they have a very bad relationship, you're not going to be able to come into that relationship and try to salvage it, because that's already beyond repair. That's their issue, and it has nothing to do with you and your issue with him. And you don't want to get into a battle between the mother and the daughter-in-law. If you decide to marry into that family, you don't want to be in that kind of a battle. So you have to have your radar up and look at the signs before it gets too deep. Now, I want to share with you 2 of my projects. The first one is called Center of Attention. And this is really a dating handbook. I wrote this for ladies between the ages of 15 and 30. And it says on here, how to find the right man and become his center of attention. I wrote this book because I've been mentoring girls for about 25 years. And I see the brightest girls who are straight A students. They do well in every area of the aspect of their lives until it comes down to picking a boyfriend. They just pick something that's totally not a match for them. So this book even talks to them about how to do that. So I'm just going to read a couple of the titles from the chapters. The first one is called Dreams Do Come True. And it's a little bit about myself and my husband and our love story. I met him when I was a college freshman, and we were college sweethearts, and later we married. But it talks about how to date and be on your own path, never giving up your dreams while he's pursuing his dreams. So that's what the first chapter is about. The second one is, are you ready to be in a relationship? So if you're a college student and you have a lot on your plate, the answer is no. That's what I call my me time, to figure out what I want to do to develop me so I can have the career and the life that I want. Looking for love, where are you looking? Are you looking somewhere where you want to find a soulmate? Identifying abusive relationships. We talked about that a little bit already. The next chapter is intimacy. So before you find yourself naked, you need to really talk about what's going to be the standard for me before I become intimate with someone. The next chapter is get prepared to do your homework. Learn more about this man before you find yourself naked or he's moved in. And most women or most people will do more research on a new car than they will somebody they're going to move into their house and be sharing a home with. And I have a news flash for you ladies out here. A child will not make a marriage last. That's chapter 7 in my first book. So if you think because, you have a baby or you're pregnant, he's going to stay and be a wonderful husband, the answer is no. So now you find yourself in a situation where you're going to have to co-parent. I do agree with that because children need both of their parents, but that doesn't make him the right husband for you, or you might not be the right wife for him just because you all had unprotected sex and now there's a baby here. So a child will not make a marriage last or a relationship last. Next chapter is fighting fair. You're going to get into a disagreement with your husband one day, but you have to fight fair. You don't go and call him all kind of names. The same thing works. We can't be abusive to the men, just like we don't want them to be abusive to us. You can't go and talk about his family members, especially his parents. You don't want to talk about your parents. So there's a way to fight fair and talk about the problem at hand, not something that happened 5 or 6 years ago or 5 or 6 months ago. Don't live in the past and don't hold grudges. Don't do that because, then you hold on to something that you need to let that go and figure out how I'm going to keep my marriage happy. The next one is mother-in-laws. She loves her son, you love her son. So that's why I said earlier, you don't want to be in a battle. You want to be two people that love the same person. And he wants to see both the ladies in his life happy. The next chapter is called You Got 'Em, Keep 'Em. Many women, they get a good husband, they put on makeup and they're beautiful. They get a husband, they stop combing their hair, they gain a lot of weight, looking all crazy. But I just want to let you know, ladies, men are visual beings. They like to see a beautiful lady. Well, we are emotional. We love a frog, it's fine with us. But men are not like that. So you have to keep yourself together after you get a man. The other one is weekly dates. My husband and I go out every Friday on weekly dates, even after all this time, even after our children are grown. It's just time to spend together. Sometimes we go to a show, out to dinner. Sometimes we just go for a car ride and just chat and say, hey, how was your week? What's going on with you? How can I help you? And then I ask him, how can I help you? So we can try to keep the lines of communication open. And the last chapter is called Your Legacy. Your children are watching you. So if you have a healthy, loving relationship, guess what? Your children are going to do the same thing. They're going to find their soulmate and have a happy life. But if your life is full of chaos, as soon as they're able to run out of there, they're going to run for the hills just to get out of your house because of the dysfunction and confusion. And they may run right into the wrong type of man. And now you see another generation of confusion because what they're trying to do is run away from something instead of growing and maturing and leaving the nest at the proper time. My next book is called Where Are Your Standards? And this is real life stories. This is what I call my masterpiece. I'm very excited about this one because it touches women of all ages. So between the ages of 18 to 67, I've interviewed ladies and I let them tell their story. And I'm just going to read a couple of chapter titles, which really tells you a little bit about some of the problems. And then we talk about how to overcome them. So one chapter is dating a married man, dating an ex-con, dating a control freak, dating a man that won't commit to marriage, dating a womanizer, which is plenty of women, dating a man that won't, that's emotionally unavailable, dating an abusive man, marrying a man you barely know, marrying a man just because you're pregnant, dating or marrying a man that doesn't even support his own children. So if he don't support his children, what's the chances of him supporting children if you have some with him? So this is just real life stories. And I gave them a platform to tell their stories because they told me I did more for them than their therapist. This is their platform to tell their stories. And then I showed them how to regain your strength and how to regain your standards. Because just because you made a bad decision doesn't mean you have to live your whole life in that same situation. You can get out of that situation and live a happy, productive life. And you can also be in a healthy relationship if you choose to be so. So my standards are Diva with Standards or Princess with Standards. So I have t-shirts that say that, and I always tell women, always wear an invisible crown and put that on your head at all times. Because if you take it off, somebody's going to step on it because you took it off. That means you gave away your power. But if you keep your crown on your head at all times, you're walking around with high standards. And that's what you require, a man that can meet those standards, and you can have a happy and productive life. So that's, again, me, Deborah Mitchell from Chicago. I'm very excited to spend this time with you. My contact information, just give me a quick email, deborahmitchell78@yahoo.com. And my books are available on amazon.com. So thank you very much. I enjoyed spending time with you.
This is Florence Gaspard. I am so happy to be here with you. Oh my gosh, you guys are fabulous women. And it's time for you to know that you are deserving of every desire that you have. So today I'm actually going to be speaking how to manifest things into your life, sharing 5 tips to mastering the art of manifestation. So let me give you a little background about myself. I am a mental health therapist. I have my master's in mental health, and I do counseling, individual, group, family, and business counseling as well. And so part of my journey was that I had to find myself as well in the midst of everything I was going through. And because I started using these laws, these universal laws, and actually seeing the manifestation that I was creating, I decided I wanted to share it with everyone. I had a message for everyone. And so I'm happy to be here with you in order to get you to that right path. I'm also a 2-time author, and last year I released my book, I Am Unstoppable, a guide to changing your life. And let me give you a copy, see a copy of this. So this is exactly how this book looks, I Am Unstoppable. And it could be found in Amazon, also my website, Florence Gaspard, GASPARD.com. So let's get right to it. I am very, very happy to be here. And happiness is a high frequency emotion. So what I'm going to share with you, first of all, the first step is that you have to assess where you are in life. Yeah, when I mean assess, how can you get to your destination without knowing where you are? So you have to do a test, a life test. So how do I do that? How do I assess where I'm at? Well, let's tune in. Part of manifestation is that you get to know who you are from inside out. So that means that you know how far are you from whatever your desire, your goals that you want to manifest. So I want everyone to, if you have a pen or pencil or even a mental note, create a scale from 1 to 10. 1 being that there's no movement towards whatever it is that you're gearing to. And then the 10 is actually saying, I'm actually here close to, or I'm actually hit the target of my manifestation, the destination that I want to attend or get to. So depending on where you are, then you have to ask yourself, what does it take to get me to that extra step? So whatever that is. So for example, if I'm unhappy in my relationship, what's that extra step I can do to manifest the relationship that I desire? Or maybe I don't have anyone and I want to attract a partner. What's that extra step I can do to manifest my desires? So to get to the first step is, of course, create a scale from 1 to 10 to assess where you are. Then I want you to identify things that are holding you back. Often we don't realize that there's a lot of things in life that hold us back. One is, of course, our beliefs, our experiences, of course, the things we say to ourselves, the things how we interact with people in the world as well as how we live our life. Often we think of affirmation as just words sometimes, but often affirmation is how you affirm yourself with words, with actions, with thoughts. It's how you carry yourself, how you live your life. So I want you to identify what is holding me back. What experiences am I having? For example, working as a therapist, I counsel people, for example, who's been through abuse. Often those abuse experiences create a negative frequency. So that means that it leaves you with feelings of shame, guilt, hopelessness. So all these emotions are negative emotions. And so when you are operating at a lower frequency, then the opportunity to attract something better is not in your sight. It's not in your plain view. So that means that you have to shift that energy. So let me give you a chart that maybe some of you guys may be aware of, but it's called the Ultimate Conscious Chart. So let me pull this very quickly on the screen. So let me go up here. So this chart here, I'm not sure if you can see this chart. Hopefully you can. Let me see here. Let me get back to, I guess it's something, well, can you guys see the chart? I'm not sure that you guys can see the chart, but however, if you can't see the chart, what it's showing is that it shows that the cone, so if you Google the Omega or Ultimate Conscious chart, it will pop up. And so it shows that all the high frequency emotions are on top, as well as all the bottom. The emotions that I previously stated are in the bottom. And based on where you are or what you frequently feel, this is how you operate. So based on the chart, of course, as I mentioned, grief, despair, sadness, shame, guilt, all of that is in the bottom. So your thing is to redefine those emotions so then you can start feeling and releasing those things that's holding you back so you can start rising to the top, which then you're going to start experiencing more joy, peace, gratitude. These are emotions that operate at a higher frequency. So when you are when you understand that you are not your situation, and then the way you operate or interact with what happened to you is based on the definition you give it. So in other words, if you want to change the way you feel about something, change the definition that you give it to. Detach yourself from the negative definition and give yourself a more empowering definition. You know, so often when we think about victims, victims are in a position of helplessness. So you want to be the survivor, the overcomer, you know, so you are not your circumstances. You know, your circumstance is just an experience in your life that happens, and you have many, many more chapters that contain other experiences. So you want those happy experiences, those triumph experiences to overshadow the experiences that are not the most happiest for you. And it doesn't mean you avoid it, because you confront it. That's what you do. You confront those experiences and change the meaning, change your vibration, change how you see things. So that's assessing where you are, the first step. And once you start assessing where you are, then you can start doing the change. Because you can't change what you don't acknowledge. Understand that. Since when you are is based on what you know and what you have, because everything that you have, or all the knowledge that you know, is what is exactly where you are now. So if you want to get to the next level, if you want new definition of life, you have to create new information. You have to go out there and get new knowledge, because new knowledge expand your experience, expand what your beliefs are. So when you are stuck and you're in a stuck point, your job is to get new information. That means that I got to learn how to heal. I got to learn what it takes to get me to whatever the next destination is. I have to practice and put things into perspective so that I can shift my circumstances. So now we go on to the point number 2, which is reprogramming your beliefs. Okay, often we understand like things that we say to ourselves, like I can't, I won't, nobody will, you know, those things carry weight. And how you perceive yourself is how life is perceiving you back. So you are just reflecting what is inside. So when you start understanding that you are the creator, the CEO of your life, in terms of like, you are in charge of decisions. You are in charge of redefining what things mean to you. You are in charge of shifting your energy, shifting your emotions. That's all on you. It's based on what you do from this point on, right? So we want to reprogram our beliefs, you know, especially when it comes to our subconscious mind. Subconsciously, you understand things that we know. So things that we know are our conscious mind, the way we make decisions, what we think, what we say to ourselves. But those subconscious thoughts are the thoughts also that is hindering us. If anything, they are the major thoughts that is hindering us, the things that we can't see or feel. But the thing is, when you get more in tune with yourself, things start to come up, and which is the great indicator of what lies in your subconscious. So that means that if you start feeling these negative emotions, or you feel sorrow, you feel all these negative feelings, it's trying to release itself. And sometimes what we do is that we push it back down, which is what we can't do. Because what we don't want, we're pushing emotional sickness back into our body, back into our space. And that is not what God has intended us to do, right? So we got to free yourself from these negative limitations. So that means that once this stuff start coming up, it's an indicator saying, hey, I got some things to work on. So what can I do to actually deal with that? First, you got to confront it. Find out where it's coming from, because often our experiences is based things that happen to us in childhood, things that we experience out of life. So we have to be able to, first of all, forgive those that hurt us, release that negative energy. It doesn't mean you in other words, condone what they did or is doing, but it just means that they no longer have a hold on you, emotionally, psychologically, physically, etc. So it just means that you got to bless those feelings away. Then you got to get to a point where you are in tune with who you are. That means you got to know your needs. Often we don't know who we are. You know, we expect other people to know who we are. We expect other people to know what we like, you know, what makes us happy. How can they know? You with yourself 24 hours. You should know you. And if you don't, that means that you're not spending enough time with yourself. You're not spending enough time with the creator to kind of fine tune your inner guidance, you know, to know like, what is that next step? What is that intuition, the navigational system, the internal navigational system that is within ourselves that's going to help you guide through life, you know, move you through different situations and decisions. We know that little voice when something doesn't feel right, that is our internal guide. And we have to pay attention to it, because when we are closer to what we want to manifest, we feel good. It brings on positive energy. You know, when we align with our purpose, we know it, our spirit, our soul know it. But when we are far away, we start feeling that feeling, you know, the uncomfortable feeling, the restlessness, you know, the depressed mood, you know. So the thing is, based on how you feel, it tells you the proximity of where you are in life. So when you're on the right track, your spirit, your soul's know it. And then if you're not, then it's time for you to start zooming in, spend more alone time with yourself. You know, jot down your ideas, jot down your thoughts and feelings, get engaged in activities that promote health and wellness. And when you start taking care of you, then that reflection will radiate, and then everybody that come into your space will also take care of you. And when I mean take care of you, it's not an independent state, but more so of, hi, wow, I'm attending to your feelings. I see you. You know, I see the value that you bring to my space and vice versa. And that is when things start happening, manifestations start happening. So first, of course, we say the first point is assess where you are. Secondly, is reprogram your thoughts. So manifestation is an experience that will not work, first of all, if you have a deep negative emotion. We speak about that. So for example, if you hate your job, and that is an emotion, negative emotion, and it was with passion, more likely what you're setting out is saying, I hate, I hate, I hate. And then guess what? The universe responds and say, okay, let me serve you more of what you hate, you know, and then more things that gravitate towards hate will come towards you. So what you need to do is, even if you hate your job, is identify something about it that you are grateful for. So even if it's letting you understand that you're in the wrong place, that itself is of gratitude. You know, for example, I remember my very first job working at a big department store. And after I was there for about a year or so, and then I started getting kind of like unfulfilled with my position. And I used to carry this negative emotion about going into work, like, oh my gosh, again. And it got so bad that, you know, I find myself very, very depressed, in a depressed state often, every time I have to attend to or go to work. So what I started to do is tell myself, why am I doing this to myself? You know, let me find something that at least I enjoy with this job. So what I started to do is that during the weekends, there's a lot of people, and I enjoy engaging with people. I'm a people person. I'm a social person. And so what I start paying attention to and start focusing my energy is that when it's the weekend, I look forward to it. So it's just like my, my reward. And so I'll go through, I'll manage ways to go through a week, but when the weekend happens, I maximize it. I enjoy it. I connect with people. I engage, I sell, and it becomes my reinforcer in order for it to start transitioning me out of that position. And I would say about a month or 2 months after, I found another position, and then I was able to live where I was at. So I had to shift my perspective. I had to shift the energy. I had to shift the experience so that it doesn't make me emotionally sick. And it gives me a platform where I start engaging in gratitude, which is of course part of in the high frequency. If you look at the ultimate conscious cone, the chart itself. So going to the next point, we want to set our attention so we can be, feel, and speak the things we desire. So in other words, because like attract like, because what you reflect out in this world is a mirror of what's going on inside, you want to be that. Well, often you say, how can I be that? Let's start engaging in feel good experience, feel good activities. Start seeing the highlights of what makes you. If you're purpose driven, you may not even know what your purpose is. That's fine. But as long as you're in this adventure of like, hey, I'm happy, I'm moving through life, I might, and you may not know everything, all the moving parts of how this is going to work, but guess what? The adventure itself, knowing that God has your back, is good enough for you to say, I'll trust the process that whatever I desire will show up. So you have to maybe tell yourself, you got to speak it. So those words of I can't, I will, no one will, those limitations, you got to check yourself, So I want you to actually write down things that you say on a daily basis to yourself, and then go back each night and then review them. And then what you're going to do is that you're going to write a contradicting statement. So for example, I don't have enough money. I want you to change that. So that is of course coming from a place of lack, place of poverty. So if you want to attract success, you want to attract abundance, you got to feel it, you got to be it, you got to see it, and you got to speak it. So then what you're going to do in response to I don't have enough money, you're going to rewrite it to say I am making money continuously and exponentially. I am attracting abundance of money in all directions. So whatever the affirmation that you chooses to attach to the current meeting, make it where it's in process, of where is that you want to go. So tell yourself, repeat it to yourself, but start believing it, start walking with the mindset that I have enough. One mentor told me that, for example, when it comes to money, of course, money is a mindset. You have to believe that you are deserving of that. Often the lack of money issue is because you feel like you're unworthy, but it also covers other areas of our lives. So even if it's not a lack of money, maybe it's a lack of healthy relationship in your life, but that feeling is the feeling of keeping you stuck and blocking your manifestation process. So we want to get rid of that. So instead, I always tell people when it comes to money issue, think of money as a person. If money see you walking across the street, is money going to run to you? Is money going to say, hey, I've been waiting to get in your pockets, in your bank account? Or is money going to avoid you? If money going to say, oh, there she goes again, let me cover my face, I don't want her to see me, or if money feel like you're a hostage, Jamie, you're going to hold on tight to money, that you're afraid that money will not come. So based on how you perceive it is how it's going to respond to you. Just know that, the abundance of everything that's in life is yours. You have an inheritance attached to your name. So because you are the queens of a king, everything that you desire that is manifesting into your heart, your passion, it's birthing to come out. But you got to believe that you are of deserving. You are worth of it, So think it, feel it, and do it. So you have to engage in relaxation exercises, meditation, prayer, things that's going to help you manifest things more. It's hard to manifest when you're stressed out, when you don't think that it's going to happen. So you got to unclog those blockage. So you're going to start meditating, start visualizing where you want to go, who you want to be around, what does it smell like, what it tastes like, whatever it is. I want you to start visualizing those things in your life. Start understanding that it is there, even if it's not in the physical form, but it's there, because before anything becomes a reality in tangible forms, it is unseen. It is a energy force that is translated into physical forms. So you got to understand that. So you just know that the desire, when you have a desire something, that is the first step of manifestation. That means that it's ready to be birthed. So you just have to nurture through the process in order for it to release itself, in order for it to become tangible, where you can see it, feel it. But you have to be in alignment in order to call it forth to your life. And then, of course, you have to feel it. You have to connect to the energy source, the creator, the universe. You got to know that you are part of the abundance. You are, everything's all is included. So when you feel so detached, it is your soul telling you, giving you the clue, hey, I want you to get back attached, to the creator. I want you to understand that you have an inheritance that's waiting for you. It's time for you to give birth to whatever it is that you desire. You have to understand that it comes from the spiritual space of where you are. And the spiritual place of where you are it rests on abundance. It doesn't rest on lack. It doesn't rest on not having enough. I'm not good enough. I don't deserve it. People tell me I'm not good enough or I don't deserve it. It doesn't rest on those things, So you're gonna have to start doing a lot of legwork in regards to changing your mindset and also becoming what it is that you want to become. So we move on to the next thing is that you want it to relax. You want to relax because part of manifestation is to relax and let things happen. Because when we stress out or we want things to manifest fast, what we do is interrupting the process. For example, people don't understand if for example, you take a caterpillar, and if a caterpillar is struggling to become a butterfly, is in a sac, and you interrupt that, you can cripple that caterpillar. So that means the ability for it to fly after the process, you just interrupt that. So you want to allow enough of the process to take place to completion, so that when it's ready for you, that it is ready for you and that you're ready for it, because everything in God's timing is perfect. Because sometimes, at patience, that we want it really quickly, but patience itself is telling you something. It's a lesson in there to be learned. So I want you to take time and just say, hey, I'm going to just relax. I'm going to just chill and know that it's coming. Because when you know something's coming, you don't stress yourself, So I want you to understand these are some of the things you can start doing to manifest things into your life, So I want you to take a breather now. Take a breather. And now I want you to think of something that you've been desiring or you want to manifest into your life. So do you get a mental picture? Now I want you to close your eyes. Now I want you to touch it, whatever it is for you. Touch it. Hug it. Tell it that it's home. Its home is with you. I want you to smell it. What does it smell like? What does it sound like? Is there peace there? Take a moment and enjoy that moment. Now take a deep breath. Inhale and exhale. Now, open your eyes. How does it feel to touch it, feel it, to know the senses of it? How often do you do that on a daily basis? Of being with whatever it is that you're trying to desire. You have to give it time. You have to give it your time. Can you feel it? Now I want you to close your eyes again. Take a deep breath. Now expand yourself. See yourself as growing. The spiritual soul of who you are is going beyond the world. It's going beyond the cosmos. All the way until you start seeing the light. Now you are one with this light, and manifestation happens there. It happens in that peaceful place when you know that you are in line with what you want, even if you can't see it. But you're going to create the attention because you're going to make it intentional. You're going to be intentional about your choices of words, your choices of action, your choices who you invite in your space, choices of what you do with your money, the choices how you respond to negativity. All of these are choices that are going to make you align to where it is that you want to go and who you want to become. Take a deep breath. Say, I am. I am. And then attach something meaningful, powerful behind I am, because this is what's going to define you. Find a keyword that describe you, that give you purpose, meaning, and connect you back to the source. Take a deep breath again. I am. You are a reflection of the Creator. You have the things you have, the things you need. Everything, you're already equipped with what you need to make all your dreams and desires come into fruition. Take a deep breath. I am. Yes, you are. So just to recap on the steps, on the 5 steps, assess where you are and make a scale and then determine where you are from what you want, and then what's that extra step you need to get you there, and just keep going. And then give yourself a timeline to rise up to that step, and then set another step and another step, and keep rising to that step. Keep meeting those goals until you get to that point for you. Number 2, reprogram your beliefs. You are. Say, I am. Even if you don't believe you are, I am whatever it is that you are. I have whatever it is that you desire. I feel. You feel those high frequency emotions. Joy, peace, gratitude, those emotions are available to you. So I want you to tap into those things. It's a practice. So you got to practice being intentional about your emotions and what you feel and the meaning you give your perspectives. Okay, so reprogram your beliefs. And when things come up, I mean the ugly things, the feelings, the despair, the hate, the guilt, the shame, don't avoid it. Let it pass. Let it come through. And then what you are going to do is be intentional to the meaning you give to the situation that's causing it. Make peace with it. Release it. Forgive it. Forgive yourself. And then move forward. So that's number 2. Number 3, of course, be intentional. Set your attention to feed, be it, see it, think it, walk it. Just embody whatever it is that you desire. You want to be happy. Well, what does happiness look like for you? To be free, to be at peace, to be accepted. And first, acceptance has to come from you. Your worth don't start with anything or with anyone outside of yourself. So be at peace with that. So be intentional with choices, be intentional with your words, your action, your decisions, everything that embodies where is that you want to go. So that's be the 3rd step. Number 4 step, raise your vibration, connect with the source, connect with God. However you define your spirituality, this is where manifestation comes in, because we're spiritual beings having a physical manifestation experience. So know that you are more than your skin. You are more than your color, more than your gender, more than what you're doing now, or more than what you're not doing. You are transcending to connect with the Most High. And that includes time, knowing the inner part of you, the spiritual part of you, whether or not it shows up in meditation, prayer, and being with nature, but it's a continuous relationship with yourself, connecting to the creator. Number 5, so that was 4. Number 5 is just relax till it happens. No stress. Know what you know, that you are here for a purpose. Know that you are the manifestation of a miracle. And when you accept and redefine who you are, and who you are is not what you do. Who you are is the purpose that you serve for being here. The fact that you are breathing, you have a purpose. And if you don't know what your purpose is, then it's your time to actually connect with the Most High, the Creator, to find the direction, the inner guidance of where you need to go. Because the instruction is there, we're just not listening. But we pay attention. Life is always talking to us. So learn how to read life and just relax, just chill. It's coming. That desire that you have is already in manifestation mode. It just needs your push to kind of push it through just a little quicker so that you can start enjoying the tangible side of the thing you desire. Well, hope you enjoy those tips. Again, you can find more tips in my book, I Am Unstoppable, because the only person that can stop you is you. And when you understand the power that you have, you will understand the experience that you experience is not part of the grand scam of things. There's more to it. You just got to give your pain purpose, give yourself direction, and connect with the Creator. Well, again, my name is Florence Gaspard, and my website is florencegaspard.com, which is GASPARD. I'm on social media platforms, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram. And also, I have a gift for you guys. I'm giving out a free PDF file of 5 other tips that you can do to make things even faster, manifest even faster. So you text 319, let me correct that, let me find that. Because I know I had just recently changed the code here. Give me a second. Okay, so text I'm Unstoppable to 31996. Again, text I Am Unstoppable with no space to 31996. And when you do that, then what I'm going to do is send you a copy of the 5 next best way to manifest things into your life even quicker. So altogether, you'll have 10 ways. Oh, wow, I'm so excited to things that you're going to manifest and how you're going to shift your life because you're already stepping into what your purpose is. Again, website is www.florencegaspard.com. And it's my pleasure to connect with you. It's my pleasure to help you become the person that you're created to be. Thank you again and enjoy the rest of your day.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paulette Whitaker. I am the CEO and founder of SP Whitaker. I am so excited to be here with you today. As SP Whitaker, my goal is to inspire, empower, and equip you with the tools you need to become the unstoppable version of you. I am not interested in making you a carbon copy of me or anyone else for that matter, but simply the unstoppable version of yourself. Let's face it, we are all unique, and it's our uniqueness that makes us who we are. It's what makes us stand out. So I don't want to change your identity or the things that make you you. I don't want to change your personality or make you into some sort of robot. But I do want to arm you with the principles, key principles, that if coupled together with who you already are, will help propel you to become the unstoppable version of you. Let me ask you, are you ready? Let me share some things with you. And I know that many of you will be able to relate to what I'm about to say. In no particular order, I am a wife, a mother, corporate executive, business owner, ministry leader, career coach, and speaker. So there are many facets to my life, and I strive to be the best at all of those areas. I wear many different hats, and I'm pulled in multiple directions. But I value the importance of every hat that I wear, and I absolutely love what I do. But along the way, I noticed that while I was dominating in some areas, and I mean, I was crushing it. I was setting goal after goal after goal, and I was absolutely crushing it. But what I noticed was while I dominated in some areas, I didn't dominate in others. I could see the fruit of my labors and the rewards in some of the areas, but I couldn't see it in others. So I had to say, what is going on? I had to actually step back for a minute and say, although I view each of these areas as important to me, I still struggle with getting things done. I struggle with overcoming barriers. I struggled with getting over temporary setbacks. I struggled with things coming and taking me off task. I struggled with staying committed because of distractions. So the question that I had to ask myself is, what are you doing in those areas that you aren't doing in the other areas? How are you having tremendous success in certain areas of your life, but not in others? I had to take a hard look at myself. I had to stop and look at the woman in the mirror. Why am I not bringing my full self into all areas of my life? Why am I not showing up? Simply put, why? And I believe that if you bring your full self and you show up to the table every single time, you will become unstoppable. Now, let me ask you, what does it mean to be unstoppable? Well, the dictionary version of the word unstoppable means extremely forceful or not able to be stopped. So when you hear me say that you can become the unstoppable version of you, that simply means that you can become the not able to be stopped version of yourself. Now, imagine if, regardless of temporary setbacks, obstacles, even distractions, because they will come. Trust me, they will come. And I do not want to give you a false sense of security or paint a false picture that being unstoppable means that these things will never happen, because they will. There is not an area of your life where you will not encounter these things. But I want you to imagine for a moment the unstoppable version of you pushing through these things, knocking down those walls, blocking out distractions. And you can even imagine yourself walking around with an S on your chest and coming out the other side as a winner. Because once you become unstoppable, those things will no longer be able to control you. Those things will no longer be able to stop you from moving forward. They will not be able to throw you off your game or sidetrack you from where you're going. They will not be able to blind you from where you're going down this path and you can't see where you're going. Now, you may have times where you must take a break or a pause or even redirect, because we need to do that sometimes. Sometimes we need to step back a little bit and redirect and look at where we are going. You know, sometimes you may have to actually reassess some things, and that's okay, because none of that equals stopping. We pick ourselves up by the bootstraps, we dust ourselves off, and we keep it moving. Simply pause, regroup, and hit play. Unstoppable people do not have pity parties. Remember the assessment that I said I did in my own life? That was a huge period of discovery for me. There was a lot of things going on in my life at the time. I had to stop and say, look at what's going on in your life. Evaluate some things. And it was quite interesting, because the main area of my life where I was having tremendous success was my career. I was knocking it out the park. I'm in IT, and it's a male-dominated field. Typically, I am the only female, if not the only African-American female in the room. But I was having tremendous success. I was climbing the corporate ladder. I was not letting anything get in my way. I was not letting anything stop me. If they said I couldn't do it, I went 1,000 times harder. If they said I couldn't have it, I reached 1,000 times further to get it. But why couldn't I do that in other areas of my life? Because see, having success and fighting for it is not a bad thing. It definitely is not a bad thing. But I needed to know, what was I doing in the areas where I was winning that I wasn't doing in the areas where I was not winning? And what I realized was there was 3 common principles or attributes that were common themes being played over and over and over again in my life that helped me to become unstoppable. And I thought to myself, if I would simply apply the same principles to the other areas of my life, I could live the life I desired. Nothing would be able to stop me from reaching my goals. Nothing would be able to stop me from going where I was trying to go in every area of my life. So what are the 3 principles? What are the 3 principles that I have used and gained measured success from using them? The 3 principles to becoming unstoppable are passion, determination, and a winning attitude. I'm going to say that again. The 3 principles to becoming unstoppable are passion, determination, and a winning attitude. Now let's take a deeper look at these 3 principles. The first is passion. Passion, if you look at the definition of passion, is defined as a strong fondness, enthusiasm, or desire for something. Passion, though, is the fuel that gets the fire started inside of you. It's what gets your heart pumping. Passion not only gets you going, but it keeps you motivated to keep going. Passion wakes you up and it sets your soul on fire. If you are passionate about something, no one has to convince you to put forth your best effort. No one has to tell you go for it. No one has to tell you, give it your best shot, because your passion is what's fueling you to continue to give it your best shot. If you are passionate about something, you will go all out to make it happen. When you have passion about something, you will not let anything stand in your way. A little turbulence may come along the way. So what? It happens, but your passion will override it. John C. Maxwell says, a great leader's courage to fulfill the vision comes from passion, not position. Let me repeat that again, because that is a phenomenal quote. A great leader's courage to fulfill his vision comes from passion, not position. Now, think about that for a moment. It's not the position that gives me the courage to fulfill the vision, but it's the passion. When you are passionate about something, there is a level of conviction deep down inside of you that can't be moved. When you are passionate about something, it gives you purpose, it gives you hope, and it gives you motivation. It's not just a matter of knowing that what you want to accomplish, you can accomplish. But when you have passion, you feel that thing. You feel that you want to accomplish something. That is passion. Next, we have determination. Determination is the second principle to becoming the unstoppable version of you. Have you ever had such a strong will or desire to do something? And no matter what, you were determined you was going to do it. I mean, it didn't matter if he said, she said, or who said you couldn't or could do it. It didn't matter if it seemed impossible. It didn't matter if it seemed hard. It didn't matter if it seemed difficult. It didn't really matter. You were positioned in your mind that you were going to make it happen. Against all odds, it would get done. That's determination. I often think about people who have made positive contributions to the world, or people who have been able to set records or accomplish things against the odds. You know, the people who they say would never make it. The people who started out at the bottom, but then they ended up at the top. I know that at the very core of who they are is determination. They refuse to give up and throw in the towel. They refuse to turn around with their tails between their legs. That is a principle that unstoppable people possess. Unstoppable people eat challenges for breakfast. Then they turn around and eat it for lunch, and then they eat it for dinner. They do not let things get in the way of their purpose or their goals. Why? Because they have a fixed purpose and they are intentional about getting it done. I love the quote by W.E.B. Du Bois that says, "In this world, there is no force equal to the strength of a woman determined to rise." That is worth me saying again. In the world, there is no force equal to the strength of a woman determined to rise. That again is determination. And lastly, we have winning attitude. Now, this is one that people, they often don't think about, their attitude. They often don't think about, do I need a winning attitude to be successful? So they don't put much thought into it. But our outlook and how we perceive things and even our attitude towards things is important to consider. I mean, we all know that life is not perfect. People will do things to upset us. Plans will change. Distractions will pop out of nowhere. But unstoppable people learn to shake these things off. Unstoppable people learn how to deal with the cards they've been dealt. And they'll deal themselves a new hand. Unstoppable people, they deal with the things that need to be dealt with and they move on. They don't hold grudges because, quite frankly, it's a waste of time and they realize that. But unstoppable people understand and realize that these things will happen in life. So there's no need to get on the other side of a winning attitude and have a bad attitude, because I want you to understand this. Attitude is everything. Attitude is everything. It can make you or break you. It can keep you stuck or it can help keep you moving. Having a winning attitude allows you to go through different situations with a victorious mindset versus a defeated mindset, because you know in your mind that you've already won. Now, all you have to do is put the action behind it. Epictetus, who is an ancient Greek philosopher, once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. So that got me to thinking. I believe that even back then, they knew the value and the importance of having a winning attitude. It's just like my kids. My kids are very active in sports. They pretty much play sports all year. And of course, no one likes to lose, especially children. But I remember early on, they would get really upset when they lost a game. I mean, head down, just really upset about losing a game. Now, again, I understand that no one likes to lose, right? But we all know if we play a game, there's going to be a winner and there's going to be a loser. But we had to teach our children that win or lose, it doesn't matter. Your attitude is what matters, because you never know who's watching you. There are coaches who may be watching you to see how your attitude is, and they may want to have you on their team next year, but if you have a bad attitude, then they're not going to want you on their team. So while it's not fun to lose, we would tell them, you still have to keep your attitude in check on the field and on the court. Now, if you get home and you want to cry and you're upset, that's fine. But same with us ladies. We never let them see us sweat. We never let them see our defeat if we feel like we've been defeated. We never let them see that, because why? We always have a winning attitude. We always carry a winning attitude with us. So the next time you are faced with a challenge, an obstacle, distraction, or something meant to stop you from moving forward or even get you off track a little bit, I want you to put on your winning attitude cap and I want you to face it like the giant you are. Simply put, unstoppable people, we're just regular people who decided to not allow anything to get in our way to a fulfilled and purposeful life. You will be amazed at how much you can get accomplished when you approach every area of your life with an unstoppable mind. That means approaching every area of your life with passion, determination, and a winning attitude. Those three principles are key to becoming the unstoppable version of you. They are key to becoming the I will not be stopped version of you. And yes, ladies, you can have it all. You can have it in every area of your life. Love to cook? Apply those principles. Running a business? Apply those principles. You're a mother? Apply those principles. You're a wife? Apply those principles. It doesn't really matter what you do, where you come from, where you're going. Apply those principles and you will be unstoppable in every area of your life. Again, I am Paulette Whitaker, CEO and founder of SP Whitaker. I have a very special thank you gift for you. To get a free one-page copy of my 6 ways to increase self-awareness, because it's important to have good self-awareness on this path to becoming unstoppable, I want you to text all together, "No Stopping Me," to 313131, and we will get a copy sent over to you again for free. That is a thank you from me to you. Let me repeat it. Free gift of my 6 ways to increase self-awareness. And I want you to text the words "No Stopping Me" to the phone number 313131, and I will get that right over to you. Now, if you want to stay in contact with me, feel free to reach out to me using any of the following platforms. I am on social media, Facebook and Instagram. You can find me using SP Whitaker Unstoppable, and you'll find me on Facebook and Instagram. My email is spwhitakerunstoppable@gmail.com. And I also have a website, which is www.spwhitaker.com. Now, you can also find me on my podcast. I do a weekly podcast every Tuesday evening at 9 o'clock Eastern, and it's titled Talk About It Tuesday. I am on Podbean. That's an app that you can download to your phone. I'm also on iTunes and Google Play. In order to find me, simply go to the top search bar and type "Become Unstoppable with SP Whitaker." Again, you can go to my podcast and subscribe and listen to my weekly show titled Talk About It Tuesdays, 9 o'clock Eastern. How do you find me? Go to the search bar and type "Become Unstoppable with SP Whitaker" all together, and you will be able to find me, and you will be able to go and subscribe to my podcast. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you have a wonderfully blessed rest of your day or evening. Set in your mind that you are unstoppable, because you are going to apply those 3 principles: passion, determination, and a winning attitude. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Denise Young from G3 Wealth, and I just want to say welcome to the Success Women's Conference. I feel like I'm there with you, even though I'm only there through the magic of technology. And I don't know, but if you're a gadget girl like me, then that means the more gadgety, the better. And the more things that the gadget does, then the even better. Because I just love technology, and I love how it's able to do so many things for us that were absolutely impossible. I mean, come on, riding down the street, riding down the freeway, in fact, talking to somebody and looking at their picture while you're talking to them. They're watching you, you're not watching them. Hopefully you're watching the road. But being able to do these things is awesome. You know, we live in the information age, and that's what we share with people every day, information. And this is the greatest time to be alive. We have information at our fingertips that was only reserved for people who were wealthy or well-connected or involved in things that we had no idea were even going on in the world. And now we can get information with the push of a button. But here's the thing. The information age can be a two-edged sword, because now we are bombarded with so much information. I mean, it's coming from everywhere. We got it in snail mail, we got it in email, we got it in Twitter and Facebook and all kinds of sources, and not to mention print media. All kinds of sources that are just overwhelming most people. And let's face it, we're overwhelmed by the amount of information that we have. Well, G3 Wealth was designed as part of my mission. And my mission is to help 1 million families to get on the track toward wealth and living their dreams. Here's what I know. I know by my travels and by my experiences over the years that it's possible. It's possible for you, just like it is possible for the person next to you, to your neighbor, to your other family members. It's possible for us to live the dream. But the only thing is that the question then becomes, how do we navigate? How do we navigate this sea of information? Somebody's telling us to do one thing. Somebody's telling us to do another thing. How do we know what is going to fit for us? What we do, and the G3 in G3 Wealth stands for Get It, Grow It, Guard It. Simple as that. Get it, grow it, guard it. We help you to get, grow, and guard the wealth, the money, the finances, the whatever comes into your life that is of value. And it won't always take the form of money or wealth. Sometimes it'll be in relationships. They're valuable relationships in your life. Some relationships may need to be put on the side burner, let's say, because they are not nurturing relationships. But we help you to focus and to decide what needs to happen so that you can live full and retire rich. Because the thing is that it's possible to do both. Let's be clear on that. It is possible to do both. And so many people, they spend so much time working, and they may be working towards retirement, or they're just working, that they don't pay attention to what's going on in life right now. I know couples, I've sat in front of couples who have told me, first of all, that between the two of them, they may be making, $150,000, a couple of $100,000 a year, but that at the end of every year, they simply don't know where the money has gone, number one. Number two, they'll tell me that we are just working toward our retirement. And they're working toward retirement and not addressing the things that need to be addressed today to build strong family units and to make your family as healthy and happy as it possibly can be. So we work with couples, and we work with families, and we work with business owners to make sure that you are able to make the steps that will take you on the path that you've identified for yourself. So we're going to give you some tips today on how to make that happen. But first, it's like I know you have a question of who is Denise? Who is Denise Young? So let me tell you a little bit of my story so that you'll understand that, you know, you'll make the choices whether my background is something that can help you to achieve your goals. I started out, of course, as most people. I went to college, and I was in college and I was doing my thing. I was going to be an accountant. That's what I was going to do. My dad had this overwhelming interest in accounting, and I watched him and I could see that it was something very interesting. I worked with companies in junior achievement, and I worked with accountants. I was like, oh, I kind of like this. I like this accounting thing because I get to count the money. I get to keep track of how the company is doing. So I went to college. I'm in school and I'm studying away, and I'm getting ready to be this CPA. And I had an epiphany one day. I had an epiphany one day. I don't know if this has ever happened to anybody who's under the sound of my voice, but I didn't want to be an accountant. And I thought, oh, wait a minute, wait, hold the phone. It's like, I didn't really want to be an accountant, a person who actually kept books and records. That was not my thing. And I decided that, but then, you know, I was in my senior year. And so, of course, I saw it through. I got my CPA certificate. I worked for a Big 8 CPA firm, and all was well with the world. I mean, I went ahead and did what I prepared myself to do. I made good money as a young CPA, but it wasn't something that, even though I took to the audit function part of it, the audit where we go in and you investigate what's happening with these books and records, and you come out and you report things, it wasn't fulfilling enough until I went to a company that performed a certain type of audit, where not only did we look at what was happening in a given company with their real estate finances, but also we were able to then decide how much money we could save these people by renegotiating with their landlords, you know, for things that we'd identify were being done, not done correctly. And I worked with this company for a couple of years, and then the company decided it would close. But as it was deciding to close, I had already begun to think, what I'm doing for this company is a very valuable service to our clients. And so what happened was, up from the ashes of that company, I pulled my own organization and I started my business, and that was over 25 years ago. I went out as a young CPA, a young consultant, a real estate consultant, and I got my first client, Bank of America. And from there, I added Xerox and Sony and IBM and Wells Fargo and Transamerica and Fluor Corporation and Arco and Unical and many other Fortune 500 companies that my boutique firm was now doing business with. We were now providing a very specialized service. And I looked at that and I'm like, wow, I'm doing the thing. I'm out here. I'm the entrepreneur. I'm excited. And I'm doing business meetings and such. And I realized that I'm saving millions of dollars for my client. I'm making huge fees for myself. And I'm adding to my client list all the time. And yet, I'm unfulfilled. What was that about? I'm unfulfilled. There's more to life than making money. Most of us know how to make money. And that's why you're at this conference. If you don't know how, you're going to learn how. The women here are going to motivate you. They're going to give you information. They're going to give you takeaways and things that you can take with you. And I'm going to do the same. But for me, I was not yet on mission. I was not yet making the impact that I wanted to make, that was going to be fulfilling to me. And so the first thing that happened to me to shift me toward mission was seeing Zig Ziglar speak. And then I saw Les Brown speak, and I thought, you know what, that's it. I need to be an impactor of lives. I need to impact people's lives. That's where my passion is. That's where the thing is. That's the thing that I want to do the most, because I know how they made me feel. Maya Angelou said that You might forget what a person says, but you'll never forget how that person makes you feel. And they made me feel like I could do anything. And that's what I want to pour into you and to your business and to your family, is that you can do anything that you put your mind to. Those riches, that wealth, that generational wealth, that sustainable wealth that you want, it's available to you. And we can help you find the right path for yourself through our Get It, Grow It, Guard It system that we've put together that's helping people all over the country. And we want you to be one of them. In fact, we want to partner with you. And I'm going to make you a special offer at the end of this. But the first thing I want to do is to give you some pointers on how to get started on that path. Now, the first thing that we want to look at is, first of all, I want you to write something down. I want you to write down A, 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 A. And we're going to go through these 4 A's, and I'm going to give them to you and explain to you what they mean and how they can impact your life and how they can prepare you to live a full life. And when we say full life, we realize that that means different things to different people. So you have to ask yourself, what does it mean to me? What does it mean to me to live a full life and then to retire rich, to retire wealthy, to retire comfortably even? And so the first thing we want you to look at is attention. And we want to say pay attention or give attention to those things that are most important in your life. Because where you place your attention, that's where you're going to put your action. Where you place your attention is going to determine what you do every day in order to either get to your goal or to get further away from your goal. Everything that you do every day, as they say, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And everything that you do is either taking you closer to or pulling you further away from your goal. So the first thing to do is to get your attention and your focus where you want it to be. And the first thing in that is to determine where it is you want to go. What does being wealthy mean to you? What does living a full life mean to you? And the second thing is, or in that same area, as you begin to focus your attention, first of all, you want to focus on your livelihood, whether it's your job or your business. What's going on? You want to always stay on top of it, because things can be happening behind the scenes that will throw you into a bad situation. I mean, I wasn't paying attention to my business at one point. I ended up owing the IRS $120,000. And then I had to focus my attention and take some action to get out from under that tax debt. And so we're going to help you to focus your attention and focus your attention on your business, then on your family. You'll be surprised, and we're talking women. We're women just having a conversation and talking to each other. You'll be surprised how many women actually don't know what condition their finances are in, what condition their insurances are in, their taxes are in. So they end up in a situation where they've been married 5, 10, 15 years into it, and one or two things might happen. Maybe the husband passes away, unfortunately, he's gone. And all of a sudden they have to figure out what was actually going on. And a lot of them get some amazing surprises, and some good, some not so good. When you realize that the bills weren't paid, or that the husband didn't leave the insurance that you thought he left, or you realize that something else has been going on or not going on that should have been there. The other thing is that he just leaves. I know a young lady, her name is Candy G, and that's her real name. And she had 3 daughters, and her husband just up and left one day. And she, all of a sudden, had to pull it together, okay? And that's what I mean with attention, because she found out that they were in hock up to their elbows, and she didn't know how she was going to get out of it and support those 3 young ladies. She was able to pull herself out. She was able to put some things in place and begin a whole new career and give them the life that they deserve. And I'm proud of her for that, and I commend her. But how many of you know somebody who was in that situation where they thought everything was fine? They thought they were, hey, I'm married. It's like the song Fairy Tales by Anita Baker. It's like, you told me there was going to be this happy ending, but there wasn't. And because we don't pay enough attention sometimes, then we're taken by surprise when things are not like we thought they were. And so paying attention or giving attention to the things that are important in getting you to where you want to be is the first matter of business. And then the second thing is to take the necessary action. Once you decide that, hey, you know what, things are not like I thought they were. Things are helter-skelter. Things are out of place, are missing. Things are inadequate. Things are, I need more insurance. I need to pay these bills off. I have bills that I didn't even know about. And it may not be a situation where your family splits up. It may be that all of a sudden you and your husband start paying attention and focusing instead of maybe binge watching your favorite sitcom or whatever. Then you'll just focus. You'll just take some time. And as a family unit, that is the best way to build generational and sustainable wealth, is to do it as a family. Make it a family affair where you're involved, your husband's involved, your kids are involved, and everybody knows what's going on. So that when you start talking the B word, budget, your kids are on board, because they know that part of putting together a budget is going to mean that the things that are important to them as they move through their lives, through their high school life, their high school career, their adult life, into their early adult life, like getting married or even then having children, that you'll be in position to help them in those areas or to provide for them in those areas. So they'll be on board, you're on board, and you can all build a kind of family wealth that is going to be sustainable when the hard times hit, and the hard times will hit. The next thing is to make it, to automate as much as you can, to make it an automatic situation, to make your savings, your building of wealth, an automatic situation. Some of you are still working regular jobs, and so you have 401ks to put away the maximum possible. Because here's the thing, you may think that it's only a small amount and it's just sitting there. But there is such thing as compounded interest. And if you get consistent, and if you automate that situation to where it's almost like, they take taxes out of your payroll all the time. They take taxes out of your payroll all the time. So, and you don't even see it. So you know that you have this much to work with. And so you're able to live within this much because they've already taken the taxes out. Uncle Sam is like, yeah, they may pay me, but you know what? They may not. I'm going to get mine early. So he gets his off the top. So get yours off the top. You can be Uncle Sam in your own life. So Uncle Sam gets his, you get yours. Now this is the amount that you live on. And if you make that an automatic process, then you're not even going to miss it. You're not even going to miss it. And I think that the more people that do that, this is how the person who, makes $15,000 a year, no more than $15,000 a year for his entire career, ends up with a $20 million for retirement. That's how he does it. He starts early and he automates that thing to where even if he had to go to the bank and deposit the money, he goes and does that with regularity, consistency, and he leaves it in there and he doesn't miss it, and he's able to look at his retirement fund and it may be $20 million, and he's able to retire in style because he's lived within that means and he's automated that situation. And that's the main thing. And then the last thing that I'm going to present to you today, because I'm on limited time and we're just having a conversation, but we want to be in touch. I'm going to make you an offer, but the last thing is is something called asset allocation. Asset allocation. Now you have the AAA, now you got a AA. Asset allocation. It's not complex. Everybody's heard from their mother and the teachers and everybody, don't put all your eggs in one basket. There are certain investment types that carry more risk than others. So you want to learn what are the proper types to put my eggs in given my situation so that I can go on and I can make the kind of life I want for my family, that I can live well and retire rich because I allocated my assets to where I'm not taking too much risk on this. I'm taking a little risk over here, not too much right here. I have a big growth fund over here. Not putting all my eggs in the same basket, because you don't want that basket to tip over. We help you to decide it. In our Get It, Grow It, Guard It program, we're going to help you to decide how to shift those assets, because as you get closer to retirement, of course, you want to take less risk. Why? Because you have less time to recover. Now, here's the thing. There are many, many more steps that we need to take. We want to take all of this cacophony of information that's available to you today, and we want to break it down into bite-sized pieces so that you understand how simple it is, so that you are not confused by all of the information that's just out there. It's just everywhere. And so we want to make sure that you understand what steps you need to take in order to live your full life and retire rich. And so what we want to do is to be in contact with you. We want to make sure that we stay in contact. We put a tool in your hand that's going to allow you to be able to make the kind of choices that you want. It's going to kickstart your journey toward wealth. And whether you are at the beginning, at the middle, or you're winding down and moving into retirement, this particular tool, assessment tool, is going to help you to move further in that particular area, whether you're beginning, middle, or end. And all we want you to do right now is I want you to get your cell phone out. And I know that's a little different for people to tell you get your cell phone out while you're looking, but I want you to get your cell phone out. And I want you to text the word wealth, W-E-A-L-T-H, wealth, to this number. The number is 773-897-0101. Again, that's 773-897-0101. And we will send that right out to you. And the other thing that allow us to do is send you information about a webinar. I'm going to have a complete webinar that I'm going to be giving you more and more information about how to make your dreams happen, how to live your full life now, and to retire rich as well, because they are both possible. They are not mutually exclusive. No matter what you've heard, no matter what you believe, they're not mutually exclusive. It is possible to live a good life now and to retire rich, as opposed to making a choice and doing one or the other. So, as I said, this is my mission. This is a mission level thing to me. This is not just something I want to do, it'd be nice to do, or just because I have an accounting background, I want to do this. No. Here's what happened. In 2005, I had occasion to live for a couple months in Dallas, Texas. And if you remember 2005, a great big storm washed through the Gulf area. And there are a lot of people, thousands of people, trapped in an area called the Superdome, in a building called the Superdome. Well, I then heard that they were bringing those people to Houston, Texas. And my friend, my best buddy, and I, we decided that we should drop everything and go and help those people, because somebody said they needed hugs. They need food, water, shelter, and they need a hug. They need somebody to tell them it was going to be okay. And we'd heard a lot about people who didn't get out when they announced that Katrina was on her way. A lot of people didn't get out. But you have to ask yourself, why? Why would you not leave in the face of a storm like that? Well, some people were just being defiant. They just said, they're always saying that. I'm not going anywhere. Some people, a lot of people, as we found when we went down there and we walked down into the Astrodome in Houston, and we saw the watermarks on the people up to their shoulders where they had waded in water. We saw the filth that were in their shoes as they continued to walk through the slush and the mud. And we interact with the people, and this is what they told us. I didn't have anywhere to go. I didn't have the money to leave. My mission is to help people to be able to show up, to respond in a situation like Katrina, in a situation that are happening more and more these days, where you have to move to be able to move, to have the resources to move. It's one thing to just say live a full life, live a wonderful life, taking trips and having parties. But sometimes it's a matter of life and death. And I want you to be able to address those situations as they arise. That's why we created G3 Wealth. That's why we help people to get, grow, and guard all of the wealth that comes into their lives. I'm Denise Young, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Greetings, greetings. It is certainly a pleasure to be here with you on today. I always consider it an honor when I'm able to come and just share, to have a conversation. I want you to converse with me. I want you to spend some time with me. We want to deal with some things. We want to talk about some things. And I'm going to open up by simply saying this: exposure brings closure. So what we're going to do today, we're going to expose some things, we're going to close some things, and then we're going to walk into the aspect of what we all want to do, and that's just simply win. My name is Tanya Joyner Scott. I'm one half of the Upgraders. Oftentimes people see me with my husband, but today it's going to be just me, but we're going to have a good time. You see, one of the things that I've come to understand in life is we want to live. We're born that way. Every single last one of us, we come out of our mother's wombs with the exploration gene, if you will. We want to touch things. We want to see things. We want to find out how things are living, are moving, how they would benefit us, what it is, what it will do. That's what we actually do. We all do. But as we continue to grow, things begin to happen in life. They begin to form us into the very beings that we are. They begin to help us to establish our own identity as we explore. Would you agree with me? Here's something that I've come to learn really, and it's really been fascinating for me, and that's this. Do you know that we have about 50 to 70,000 thoughts that enter our minds every single day? How many of you were already aware that 95 to 98% of the thoughts that you have today, you actually had them yesterday? Did you know that? Did you even realize that 80% of those thoughts are actually negative? 95 to 98% of the thoughts you have on a daily basis. Then 80% of them got the nerve to be negative. We want to do something about that. Again, exposure brings closure. I lived much of my life. Here I am. Can I tell you how old I am? I'm 48 years old. 48 years old, and it wasn't until I entered into really about my mid-40s, 44, 45 years old, that I began to identify things within myself that had been deeply rooted and had been planted when I was just a little girl, growing up into the teenager, growing into the woman that I am. Things that happened in my life that began to form me. And actually it helped me to create the very state of being that I'm in. That's what you do as well. There's a state of being that we're always in. Every single last one of us, we are in that place. How do we come out of it if we don't like it? There's got to be a change. There's got to be a transformation. How does that happen? By the renewal of the mind. Well, let me just tell you a little bit about some things that happened with me. And I always like to do this is because oftentimes we don't pay attention to what's going on in our children because we don't think sometimes that it really matters, but it does. Go here with me for a second. Here I am in middle school. So I finally have my very first boyfriend. And see, think about that even when I say it. A lot of times people are like, oh, that's just little puppy love kind of thing. However, it's a time that was used to seed something into my heart where I begin to formulate this feeling about myself. So I've got this boyfriend. Well, he decides he doesn't want to be my boyfriend anymore. And so I walk into the school cafeteria. I'm standing in the line and just waiting to go through. So he's standing across the whole cafeteria on the other side, and he looks over at me, and over the entire cafeteria he yells out that he did not want to be my boyfriend anymore, and he breaks up with me in front of the whole 7th grade. That thing crushed me. Okay, I was so embarrassed. Do you hear the laughter? Do you see how people were looking at me? That's what I dealt with. Let me tell you what happened the very next day. Well, I go home. I don't talk to anyone. I don't talk with my sister, 2 years younger than me. I don't talk to my mom. I don't talk to any friend that I have. I just deal with it. So these are things that's going on internally. I go to school the next day and I call myself dressing up. Right? Well, there's a gentleman, little boy, but this little boy, he actually looks at me and was like, look at you. He said, oh, I know why you're dressing like that today. You're dressing like that because Chris broke up with you. You're trying to look good. He called me out on the very thing that I was doing. More embarrassment. That wasn't a one-on-one conversation. That was walking down. I can still remember cutting that corner, the gym right there. Here's steps for me to go up, and he does it right there. I never forgot that. And I can still remember that place that I was in. More rejection. This spirit of rejection was being seeded into me as a little girl, as a teenager. And I didn't know what to do with it. So I just kept it internal. It grew up with me. And with it growing up with me, I began to expect it. I looked for it. And I just felt like it was a natural state of being. Every morning when we wake up and our mind begins to think. We have a conscious mind. We have a subconscious mind. I want to talk to you a little bit about that because as I stated when I opened up here, I said exposure brings closure. I want to expose. I want things to close because I want you to win. How do you do this? It's time for you to act. ACT. I'm going to break that down for you. Now, I looked up the definition of act, and it simply said do something. Oh, I'm going to pause right there for just a second. Act. Do something. In life, in order for us to live, in order for us to have the life that we desire, we've got to do something. The first thing I want you to do, I want you to make an assessment. What do I want you to assess? I want you to assess the things that I even just spoke about for me. See, I had to do my own personal assessment to begin to identify how my mind was operating, the very thoughts that I was having, the things that I was just owning for myself. And so I began to look at my thoughts and I came to understand this. I didn't think very highly of myself. As a result, I was a people pleaser. I always wanted to see other people happy, and I would sacrifice myself in order to make someone else happy. Did it all the time. What are some of the other things that I would do? I would actually accept anything that I really didn't want to see take place in my life. And those types of things were detrimental to me, and it was also detrimental to my growth. I didn't identify my own giftings, and I didn't feel good about the things that I could do well. Let me tell you what I mean about that. I could be in conversation. I would have people, I remember being in college, and I would have people come to me, and they would simply say, Tanya, I want you to come up here and speak about. Tanya, I would like for you to come up here and do. I never even realized in and of myself that they were asking me because this was something they felt like I was good at. And then when I did think somebody thought I was good at something, I felt shame for it. And I would downplay myself in order to help somebody else feel better. I hope you're getting this. I hope this is making sense to so many of you, because what we have the tendency to do is we go into a place of hiding in an effort to make other people feel better because we feel like that's a humble thing to do, but it's not humble at all. It's actually sacrificing the very beauty of who you are as a created being by God. He's created all of us, and he's gifted us with so many things, but there's an enemy to our destination. There's an enemy to who we are. There's an enemy to the very life that we are supposed to live. And if he can seed anything into you as a little girl growing up, if he can seed anything into you to make you doubt yourself, to make you feel like you're not worthy, to make you feel like you're not good enough, that's what he's going to do. Those seeds were planted in me when I was coming up, many of them, to the point where it became an expectation for me. So when I say to you that our thoughts, we have 50 to 70,000 a day, and I'm already thinking for myself that, hey, people really don't care about me. People will reject me. People don't want to hear from me. I'm telling myself that on a regular basis. That's what it grew up to. I'm in college. I was a widow at the age of 29. I lost my first husband to brain cancer. Let me explain something to you. I remember when we finally met and we began to talk. Now we're getting ready to date. We're actually dating. And I can remember him talking about going to the basketball game. Do you know what I asked him? I actually said, so you're going to go out with me? We're going to spend some time together, where people will see us? And he looked at me perplexed, like, yeah. What was I preparing for? I'm helping you with something here. I was preparing for him to reject me because I was used to it. I woke up daily with the thoughts of being rejected. Who by? I don't know, but I expected it. Why? It became comfortable for me. It became what I knew. It became what I was aware of. So why was I expecting anything to change? Even down to the point where I don't even really know how to handle someone that really wants to be with me. I don't know how to really handle someone and respond to someone that really desires me. But what I was familiar with, I was very familiar with how to handle someone that didn't care. I had grown used to it. It was like a guard is comfort. And it was more uncomfortable for me to make a change. It was more uncomfortable for me to actually have someone to love on me and to like me and to do right by me. How many of you can relate to that? It may not even be in the same way. It may not be in relationships in that way, but it could be other things where you just don't feel comfortable trying. You don't feel comfortable taking action. You don't feel comfortable living out your dreams. You might feel more comfortable where there's a certain amount of income that you're making, that you've made, and you've never exceeded before that. And I don't believe I can. I don't believe I'm worthy of. I don't know what it may be. But whatever we have the tendency to be comfortable with, that's where we will remain. But I want you to make an assessment on today. I want you to think about your thoughts. I want you to think about where you are. I want you to think about, and I like to talk about it even in this way. There's a fixed and a growth mindset. I had a fixed mindset. I didn't want to see anything beyond where I was. But with a growth mindset, I have now the desire to be challenged. A fixed mindset, I don't want to be challenged. And I'm going to tell you something. I actually am also in a place, and this is really good, and this is a part of the growth process, because what begins to happen for you is things will come, but you'll recognize them now. See, I was in a place for so long where I didn't recognize the mindset that I had. It was so natural for me. It was just who I am. But now having a growth mindset, I can identify when something comes at me to the point where I now can resist it. So let me talk about this even from the perspective of having a conscious mind versus a subconscious mind. So here I am growing. Things being seeded into me is planted, and it goes into your subconscious mind, and there it remains. Your subconscious mind is actually 30,000 times more powerful than your conscious mind. Your conscious mind is one that can accept or reject. That's where you think. Your subconscious mind can only accept. Whatever comes to it, you're going to act on it. Okay, whatever comes up in your subconscious mind, you can't keep your subconscious mind from acting on it. What takes action? Your very being, your very body, the very thing that you want to do. It happens by way of who you are. Again, this is your state of being. Let me go back to the conscious mind. The conscious mind, where I'm thinking, I'm actually observant, I'm in control. There I can accept or reject. How do things become seeded into your subconscious mind? You think about them. It's there. It's there constantly, over and over again. You begin to think about things, and as it grows from hours to days to weeks to months to years, it becomes a part of who you are, actually building your very character, your personality trait. That's what's happening. So with my conscious mind, so many things went in, but then it was planted because it was an expectation of mine. That's what we want to uproot. That's what this assessment is going to do for you. When you begin to think about some things, you think about, what's always been here, what's been expected, but what I don't like. Oftentimes we live our lives in a mode of survival. And many times we don't begin to make changes to our lives until we find ourselves in a situation where it's like, I've got to do something. It could have been from a doctor. You know what I mean? Where you're now here at this doctor's appointment and the doctor tells you have high blood pressure. Now, all of a sudden, I want to begin to eat differently because he's told me something that I need to respond to. Do you see what I mean? I need to lose weight. Now I'm going to change my behavior because I've gotten this message. Let me tell you something I did. I was a stay-at-home mom at the time. My husband was the only one working. He's bringing in 6 figures. He gets a phone call. In that phone call, they say, your position has been eliminated. I was presented with a business opportunity 5 months prior to that phone call coming. But it was really comfortable for me to stay where I was. It was very uncomfortable for me to step out and try something new. What was I afraid of? Rejection. See how this folds over into other things? I didn't want people to say no to me. I didn't want to get on people's nerves. I don't want to bother people becoming an entrepreneur. You know what? Let me just stay here. Never mind. I'm not going to move forward with it. And I sat. 5 months later, that phone call came. When that phone call came and they told my husband that his position had been eliminated, guess what Tanya did? I came out of hiding. It was something that boosted me. I found myself in a deeper survival mode than I was already in. And I found myself now waiting and wanting to hear what was being presented to me, and we took action. Let me tell you what happened when I took action. Within 2 years, we became 7-figure earners with this company. I had never even honestly thought about being a 7-figure earner. But when I stepped into it, it was like, let me tell you what I didn't want to do. I didn't want to go back to a 9-to-5. I like being a stay-at-home mom. I like the freedom that I had. I like being able to go to my children's school for lunch when I wanted to. I like not being able to ask somebody's permission when I could take some time off and travel the world. And it resulted in us becoming the 7-figure earners that we are. So when I say to you, your first thing I want you to do is to make an assessment. I want you to think about what you think about. And I want us to begin to make a change. I want a renewal of your mind to take place so a transformation in your life can be manifested. You can expect that. The C for act is create. This is where vision comes in. You can only go as far as you can see. What do you see? What do you see? I want you to begin to think. I want you to focus on a thing, and I want you to use your imagination. What you focus on the longest becomes the strongest. What are you focusing on? What do you think about? There are things that just come naturally for us. Let's let this make sense. What comes naturally for us is to get up every day and brush my teeth. I know what to do. I bet you put it on the same side every morning. Think about it. I bet the way you wash your face, you go in the same direction every day. Habits, things that we do. So I really want you to begin to think, because when you step into the place of creating, you've got to have a visual of what you want. So if anything else pops up in there, now you know how to dismiss it so that you can actually focus on what it is that you desire. Again, what you focus on the longest becomes the strongest. And then I want you to use your imagination. You use it all of the time. But do you use it for the life expectancy that you truly desire? How many of you are married? When you planned your wedding, did you imagine what you wanted it to be like? How close did it come to what it is that you wanted? You're about to have a baby. Did you see the nursery? Did you imagine what it would be like? How you wanted things to look? Did it turn out even a little bit with what it is that you desire? Oh, you use your imagination all the time. Now begin to use it for the life that you also desire to have. It's necessary in order for us to live our best lives now. And then the last thing with act, again, we're doing something, is to take action. You have to take personal responsibility for the very outcomes that you want in your life. You've got to take action. That's what's necessary. Oftentimes we get to this place where we have personal responsibility, but we don't take it on. You know, we push things off on other people. You see, we just look to other people with the expectancy of them being able to do something for us, and I just sit and wait. And I talk about this from a perspective of, and let me explain it this way, from the perspective of, especially in faith. And oftentimes there are things that we're believing for, and we feel like if I just release what I believe for, then I just sit and wait for it because I'm faithful, I believe. But the only way anything can really be produced in your life is by you taking action. Our faith is always demonstrated by what we do. If you believe in the very thing that you're saying, if you believe in the very thing that you're imagining, if you believe in the very thing that you're focusing on, it's demonstrated by the action steps that you take. What action steps are you taking? Have you written it down? Because what you write about as well, those are where the things become locked in, even into the mind, into the mental. It becomes a part of your very being. What's going to happen now? You're going to begin to wake up in the morning and your thoughts are going to be very different. If you wake up in the morning and you find a thought coming in that you don't want, you're going to become more conscious of it to the point where you snatch it, where you resist it. Remember that conscious mind can accept or reject. The subconscious mind cannot reject. It accepts everything. Your emotions, where you are emotionally tied to a thing, that's what gets it planted into the memory bank. That's what enters into the subconscious mind because of how you actually feel about that thing. Things are produced out of it, good or bad. See, here's something really quickly. A lot of times people think that the subconscious mind is bad. It's not necessarily bad. It's just what you personally have planted there. So when I talk to you about the renewal of the mind, if it's being renewed, then things are now being planted subconsciously that are being renewed. You see the transformation to take place. But what I want is good things here. And that's just what comes naturally. That's just what comes out. It's a beautiful thing. And we have the power to do that. That's your very makeup. That's who you are. As a created being, that's who you are. And you have that ability. Now it's time to use it. I tell people all the time, God has given you the gift of life. You need to open your gift and use it. I want us to expose some things. I want you to bring closure to some things. So in your very life, you can actually win. God bless you, and thank you so much for joining me on today. All right, so what I want to do is I want to offer you also a gift from me and my husband, the Upgraders. If you would go to the website, www.theupgradersgiveaway.com, there you will find a free gift from us, 11 Principles to Success. We want you to have it. We want it in your hand. We want everyone that we come into contact with, be it through social media or if we shake your hand directly. We want you to know what to do and the principles that are actually necessary for you to live your best life now. So make sure you go to theupgradersgiveaway.com to gain access to your free gift.